That reminds me of the iCarly thing. 5, 4.
I miss that show.
Me too.
High life, I'm dead.
Who doesn't miss iCarly?
Honestly.
I bet you that they don't miss being touched by
Dan
what was
Schneider.
it, the producer. Yeah, Dan Schneider.
Is this how we start by talking about Dan Schneider?
I mean, I guess.
Oh my god.
I don't have any control of anything.
Okay, so Dan Schneider is the start of this. Okay.
Speaking of Dan Schneider,
Producer is. I just know that iCarly is a really good show.
I know they had a lot of feet on it.
see, if there is one thing that I wish I could have, I wish I had a Freddy. I just don't have a Freddy.
I'm in all that.
So, what do you want to run? Did you like Corey in the House's brother, that Jewish kid with the afro? Victoria Justice before she went weird. And Britney Spears' little sister. That just talent.
Yeah,
I went ahead and deleted that out of chat, Carl, so they don't show up when you have to bring up TMs.
The what?
Nothing.
Yeah,
nothing. So, away from Nickelodeon, what are we talking about, Carl?
Good question. So, hi everybody. Welcome to TopKek, edition number 5. Because I haven't been banned off of either platform yet. But boy, are we gonna fucking try to today! So, as you can see, starting from my left on the screen, we have an 8-member studded panel of people today, of individuals who you may or may not know about. Starting on the left, we have Aimbot Amy herself. Amy, take a round of applause.
I'm not clapping.
I'll applaud you myself, bitch, because you're a queen. After her, we have It's Eefy. Hi, Eefy.
Hey.
And then, after her, Lambhammer. This is Poe's co-host. I'm borrowing her because I needed help.
Howdy.
Stealing Poe's women to bring them onto your fucking podcast.
Yes.
I cringed.
I'm shameless.
Wait, he also stole me too?
Yes, I stole you also.
Stop! Ooh.
After Lambhammer is Rachel. Rachel's a follower of both mine and Poe's. Hi, Rachel.
Hey everyone.
Of course, it's your interdimensional fuckboy of all things unholy and nasty, me, Carl. How you doing? Hi. Don't let your kids watch this. Then to my right, Spook. Hey, Spook. Welcome back.
Hey, I am your resident Picnisha.
Yes. For all things needed today, please direct all hatred and attention directly to my right. The Pygmisha will be able to request all answers. After Spook, we have somebody who's new to us. Welcome. Big round of applause to Mage of Breath, Silent Melody 35.
Howdy how.
And then, of course, the fuckboy in association. Over on Digital Blackface itself, followed at youtube.com/digitalblackface. Also found at his current account before, Twitter decides they're going to be assholes and delete that one next. Living Scribe, Poe Undead, Poe, my homie.
It is me. It is the Poe himself. Thank you very much.
Boo.
You can boo me, but I'll still be here.
So, why are we here? What ungodly reason would I have had brought not just one, not two, not three, but eight people to talk about whatever head-ass comments I want to talk about? Well, I have 3 topics today for us to discuss of varying importance and also fun. We're going to start with the most boring and stupid and then work our way upwards until we can start having some real fun, you know what I'm talking about. So, if y'all have saw my appearance on episode 11 of Poe's podcast, we talked about the current problem that is going on Twitch. And also, the same thing after that, happening in like the same time frame. another thing happened, kind of connected to it, internet drama shit. And then the last thing is the topic of our main topic today. But I needed to talk about these things explicitly because when I was on Poe's podcast, Poe runs Digital Blackface, I assume around like an hour or so.
Yeah, about that.
And like, I am out here doing straight up EFAP content, long form. So strap in, y'all gonna be here for a while, which is the reason why we have the topics numbered. Because normally we just bang around and we go through things in a folder of shit that I would normally have like prepared to make people cringe and shit. But no, today we have some actual serious shit to talk about before we actually get into our normal content. So I have to be a professional. So we have to talk about, number one, our first topic of the day. The Twitch Safety Council faux pas, otherwise referred to as what in the world is fucking going on over at Twitch, aka the Deer Girl. Is there anybody here? Is there any? Yes, your cousin. I gotta lock and load and
We don't talk about her.
Oh god. I have to lock and load and put one in between because the problem is that even though I'm happy with the performance and the information I had for Poe's podcast, there is no fucking way that I can do justice on a topic by just talking about it for an hour with like a spread of things, because it's been a bit of time now since then, and there's information. There's plenty. There's thousands. There's never not going to be any information about this that needs to be clarified that I want to put out there and make sure that people get, because there's a lot of people who probably don't know what the fuck's going on and also probably don't care, because as far as they're concerned, what would normally be like a 4-minute briefing of like the, I think 4 or 5 or 6 videos that Menology 101 has put out about this right now would normally just be a haha funny man read joke about person kind of topic of a video, has turned into a perfect example of the clusterfuck of what basically people like me, people like Amy, people like Poe have to deal with on a regular basis, because whether or not we like it, we also use platforms that talk about these problems, and people come to us and ask, hey, can you talk about this topic? Are you going to mention this topic? You're going to make videos about this topic? And ultimately, for some reason, people are crazy enough to believe that they should hear what I have to say. So I have to do my job, I guess.
Yes.
So where do we want to start the beast?
I guess we start from where we left off on Digital Blackface, which, to give a briefer to the audience who's coming in, because I'm pretty sure a lot of them don't have any fucking context to any of this, which is why I have videos prepared.
I was there and I don't have any context to this.
Yeah.
I have no idea
If you're watching,
what you're talking about.
just I have them. I have them prepared. This is the shit that was holding us up, along with this goddamn chicken I have to fucking make. If you're watching this stream right now, you'll be able to watch along, because this is gonna go by really quickly. So if you're watching the stream, both here and on Twitch, I'm gonna play the shit for you, but I'm gonna give you a brief overview to just give you the basics of what you need to know. Okay? Twitch created a safety council to help with the two sides that exist on Twitch when you actually have, actual numbers in an audience. 2,500 to 5,000 regular concurrent viewers in a stream. There are two sides of Twitch that are always in conflict with each other, on top of the community at large and the streamers that are operating there. They are the account managers and trust and safety. The council, the safety council, created by our wonderful dear leader and CEO, was made to try and make it easier and help the trust and safety side, the faceless, unknown, nameless people, by design, of the site, do their job of handling bans, be able to handle their job. The job of the council is to be able to advise them. Realistically speaking, they have no real power, per se, but that's not because of what happened that caused them to have to say that, and we're gonna get there. It's because Twitch is much like YouTube, which is to say, YouTube and Twitch and any social media platform in general are gonna do what the fuck they want to do. It doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what I do. It doesn't matter what any of us really say or do. It doesn't matter if we have an audience or not. they're going to say, hey, what do you guys think about this thing we're going to do? They're going to have a conversation in, like, a Zoom call and have their information stolen, and then they're going to continue doing whatever dumb shit they do anyways, because that's how that happens. That's how corporations work. The problem with this started with a dear by the name of Stephanie Lore, otherwise known by their Twitch name as Ferociously Steph, and their partner, I'm assuming that Lizzie is short for Elizabeth, but Lizzie Levita. One who is an appointee to the Twitch Safety Council, and the other who was already a Twitch ambassador, meaning these are supposed to be the people who are speaking on our behalf for the company for what should happen and what is to do with the internet culture on the website. Sadly, this is where the shit goes for the turn for worse. So allow me to direct your attention to the screen, and I'm just gonna let these 4 videos play out, and then we're gonna get into it. Wrong one. Here we go. I spent a lot of time on these, so I hope y'all appreciate my fucking editing work.
The only way to have a level playing field at the highest level of play is to have is to not have voice chat, to not have people give up their linguistic profiles. I mean, and maybe you think, you know, if you are a competitive gamer, which a lot of people have been like, Steph, you're not, you clearly know nothing about competitive play. Well, competition, by the way, y'all, competition requires you to get every advantage possible. To become the top 0.01% in any video game, you have to squeeze every amount of advantage you can possibly get. Voice chat is unfair. Period. And I'm not going anywhere. I have power. They can't take it away from me. And honestly, there are some people that should be afraid of me, because I represent moderation and diversity, and I'm gonna come for hurtful, harmful people. If you're a really shitty person, I'm gonna stand up against you. Period. And Twitch is endorsing me to do that, so. Someone thinks I'm like super like racist against white people. No, I'm just not cool with white supremacy, y'all. I think a lot of you gamers are actually white supremacists. Sorry, just a fact of how I feel, which is an opinion. Twitch is endorsing me to do that. I'm on this like safety advisory council for Twitch. I literally have 0 power right now. I have no idea how much power I have.
Aww.
And at the moment, it's 0.
Womp
I might
womp.
have more later, but like right now, all I can tell is I'm supposed to say what things I think are maybe bad ideas, and then Twitch will like maybe act on them. I'm not Twitch staff.
Alright, so, the deer in the room. This is the thing that has gotten everybody up in arms, right? There's other videos out there about Stephanie Lore that people have immediately latched onto. And for any person who's out there who's in that crowd of people who had those knee-jerk reactions, this is me, Carl, giving you it's okay, it's not your fault card. Because it's okay, it's not your fault. I understand, but you need to understand when I tell you this, and I want you to read my big black juicy lips when I say this. Stephanie Lore is an ADL plant. So, who knows about the Anti-Defamation League?
Yes.
Wait, actually,
everything is racist if it looks like something kind of situation.
The OK symbol means white power.
I was about to say something
Pepe
anti-Semitic.
the Frog did 9/11.
He didn't do 9/11.
I mean, in the ADL's eyes, he probably did.
Oh god.
Bush did 9/11.
No, don't do that! Don't say that!
Oh.
That's
no.
even fucking worse. I thought my joke would be like kind of spicy for Twitch, but that was just oh my word.
Oof.
Oh my god.
John Tron did it.
Oh,
no.
no.
And
No,
I
no,
don't think
no,
so.
Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, so for the people in the audience who don't know what the hell we just like everything that we just said is just alien to you, don't worry. I got you, fam. So
I can break down the voice chat argument pretty darn well.
oh, we gonna get into the voice chat argument because I'm pretty sure everything I said on post podcast is what needed to be said. End of. But oh boy, do we have shit to talk about that. So ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, has long been known to try to get their hooks.
We lost one.
Oh, did we? Oh no. Oh no.
We lost Spook.
Oh no, we lost Spook. Her sound cut out. She's probably gonna reconnect. So, the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, is well
There you
known.
are.
Welcome back. The Anti-Defamation
Sorry,
League
sound cut out.
is well known for being a group of people that, whether it be because they want money, or it be because they want control in the worst way possible, or whatever else reason, they will latch themselves onto an organization or a movement or an industry, and they will say, oh my god, give me money. Give me money, give me money. Because if you don't give me money, you're helping those alt-right Nazis. You're helping people be able to make places and spaces of the internet really harmful for marginalized group here. And the marginalized group here need to have the right to say whatever they want, because if you don't let them do that, you are being a bigot. Because bigotry is when marginalized people who don't have power against you aren't allowed to say racist things to other groups and people, and especially to white people. Because, see, you just need to know about power dynamics, sweetie. People who don't have power can't be racist. They can be prejudiced, but they can't be racist. And see, the way to help problems and solve issues with treating people in digital spaces is to be racist to white people and other marginalized groups over stupid topics on the internet, because that's how we solve real problems in this community. And that essentially is the ADL in like a nutshell. It doesn't matter what issue it's about, it doesn't matter what subject it's about, it doesn't matter where they pop their head up at. Follow the money trail, and you will usually find them sniffing up the butt crack of whatever legacy media website and publication is slandering somebody like PewDiePie this week. That is basically their grift. And Stephanie Lore, if I can be able to bring it up, because I have the links for this, because I'm a smart reporter. The ADL put Stephanie forward, and this what I'm saying is speculation, but it's very obvious. It puts Stephanie on their position as a front-facing contributor because they wanted to have them there for that purpose. Because, you know, if you want to be able to talk about things inside of a place like the Big Gay, you need to have somebody who is affiliated with the Big Gay. So who else would you get other than, you know, a transgender person? This, of course, leads to the first problem, which we can obviously get into, why I'm not showing the content of them being a deer, possibly being another kin, and other shit on the stream. Number one, it's irrelevant to the discussion. It doesn't matter. I don't care. If they want to be Bambi, they can be Bambi. But I care more.
Actually, no, they can't be Bambi because I am Bambi. They can be the other guy. Girl.
I gotta be honest, they actually sound more like a hyena than a deer. Deers sound like they belches and scream.
See,
Honestly, seeing this video was the first time I ever even came to know there's such a thing as otherkin, and I could have gone my whole life not knowing about otherkin. Just saying. Just saying.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
See, if I wanted
the
to,
fir-
if I wanted to, I'm sorry. Let me say
The
this
first
thing.
time,
I'm sorry.
go on.
If I wanted to really torture the audience, I would play the clip of me reading their tweet where they were talking about how they deserve to have good head scratches. I can't even say with a straight face now. I can't even say with a straight face now. But the reason why I can't show you those things is because, number one, they're not relevant to the discussion of why they're wrong and what they're talking about. Because this started off with just hot takes, people talking about shit they don't know about, kind of a problem. And then it became very obviously something that has to be addressed by word and by name, because if we don't talk about this and get this exceptionally right, it doesn't matter what we say, period. Because it'll just be thrown out, like everybody else's opinion has been thrown out. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Spook.
I'm probably not gonna say it because it might be too rude for the stream.
We'll find out. What was it?
I was gonna say, when I first heard of Dear Lady, I would prefer, I didn't know it was an otherkin, or they was an otherkin. I thought there was like something mentally wrong. To be completely honest.
Oh god.
I did. On video or something, and she was acting like
Little Nicky.
I thought she was like some kind of low functioning, some kind of I don't know. I really don't know.
It's possible, to be honest.
Like a Christian type thing?
And then I found out it was that they're in other, and I was like, oh, okay. But that don't explain the deargasm, kind of.
It's honestly possible that they're moderately, I don't know, maybe autistic or something. I'm not trying to be rude, just serious. Because the way they talk, they don't really pay attention to half the shit they say.
They are a little bit socially awkward.
Very.
I thought they were like infantilized or whatever.
Yeah.
That's true.
Infantile, yeah.
So I put up on screen one of the things. Yeah, y'all keep going ahead. I'm just doing my thing in the background.
Like the thing with otherkin is, because I was on Tumblr back in the early days, like well, not early days, but like 2015, 2014, like, because back then I thought Tumblr was right and everything they said was right. And
oh my god.
Oh no.
Like, before I became me, like, you see my pictures when I was younger, how I smiled a lot and I generally seemed happier. Like, like when I was on Tumblr, I'd be like, oh yeah, when you see how these posts, like, they were like, oh, white people remove the picture, the noses from sarcophagi because they look like black people, and that's why you see them with broken nose. Like, yeah, that makes sense. I believe that. Because
what the hell?
Are you talking literal we was kangs?
I believe everything Tumblr said about feminism and all that, because, like, why would they lie, right?
So, yeah, I was the same way, actually. When I was in my teens, I was kind of SJW.
Like, I guess I wasn't SJW. Well, I wouldn't have called myself that, but then I was like, oh yes, all Republicans are evil, and if you're black and Republican, you're just stupid. And I was like, and I just believed all of these things, because why wouldn't Tumblr be true if all the people believed it?
They're convincing sometimes.
Told that if you aren't a leftist while you are young, you are heartless. But if you are not right-wing later on in life, you have no brains.
Yeah, that was like Winston Churchill or something. But anyway,
kind of
I believe that I believed all that stuff. And like, but the thing that made me start thinking that, hey, maybe Tumblr is not right was otherkin. because they were just all over Tumblr. And the same people who had these same like feminist posts or racism posts also believed that they were a demigoddess who was also a bear. And I was like, maybe I shouldn't be getting my information from here. Then I went to Reddit and 4chan.
And then I've seen one with like Galaxy Ken. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Head
I like
meat,
how you go from getting your info from really weird sources to, oh yeah, then I just moved to 4chan.
I'm just glad my parents never got me a phone till I was in university.
Well, I didn't get an actual phone with internet access till like sophomore year. No, junior year. But I had laptops. I had laptops since I was like 13.
No, I didn't have a laptop either.
I only got a cell phone finally about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah,
I was that kid.
I spent my whole teens away from this shit.
I'm
Which is why I
32 years
discovered
old,
it
by the
now
way.
at 24.
I feel like I don't fit in the I had like a phone at this certain year thing because I've always had a computer since I was a kid.
My first phone
I'm just
was
glad I
prepaid
never had access
Nokia.
to Tumblr when I was a teen, honestly. That would have messed me up.
It would have. But anyway, I went straight from Tumblr to 4chan, and well, I went from Tumblr to watch people die and Kotaku in action and Tumblr in action on Reddit then to 4chan. I just slowly went up the scales of bad.
I used to really subscribe to like Occupy Democrats and the Young Turks.
Oof.
All that stuff. Yeah.
Oh.
I used to be for Black Lives Matter, Women's March. I hated Trump, everything. Now I just don't really care.
Ooh,
about Trump.
those are
Like,
deep cuts.
Either it is or it isn't. Like I believed everything they told me, and then I started seeing things like white people can't be white people can't experience racism and stuff like that, and I was like, I don't think that quite adds up. And I would see all this stuff they're saying about Trump, and that didn't add up. And I just kind of started doing my own research, and I found out they were all lying to me. So now I'm like, I hate them all. I go out of my way to try and call them out because there are a lot of people who are left, especially young kids, very impressionable, and they will hear that stuff, and they'll be like, oh, it's so true because this person said it and this person said it. All my friends believe it, so it must be true. These celebrities believe it. It must be true.
There are a lot of young woke people out there, though. Like, actually, like if we want to talk about like there's woke and then there's woke.
Yeah.
Like, but there are like for every loud one you see, there are about 2 more that are quiet conservatives but with firm rights coming out of high school now.
Yeah.
Because it's going against the grain to be left.
Yeah.
Because the left is a loud minority, maybe, but they're still loud. And
Trump's
that's
very... so they are.
Yeah. So they're gonna move against that. Any punks, like punk culture or whatever, they're gonna go against the grain. So that it will balance out somewhere, but it's still an atrocity.
And then they attack the centrists and the apolitical people, and it's like, and then you wonder why you're losing. Like, you need those people if you want to win some elections and stuff.
I apologize. I'm just doing the thing where I have to post the tweet because apparently it didn't post on its own.
Oh my god.
Alright, so to get us a little bit back on track. Up on screen, we have the Twitch appoints ADO back to safety advisor article written by National File. There's like 50 billions of these things that are out there right now. And everything we just said is prevalent because basically, ferociously, Steph checks every single one of those boxes of literally every single thing you just mentioned. They promote themselves as being a voice of the downtrodden and the minority, They project themselves to be in those places and spaces the way that they choose to. And on top of that, scrolling down here on the article, which I should be able to find it. There you go. The ADL, whom they are tied to, is ferociously responsible for a lot of how all of this has basically gone for the worse. They are openly friends and openly friendly with ADL flag manager Daniel Kelly, and have already promoted that ferociously stuff was put onto the advisory council for the purposes of pushing whatever fucking agenda the Anti-Defamation League has. I bring this up and make this clear and put this on screen to notice because there are a lot of people out there who, in their first reaction when they saw this go out, had basically the violent version of the verbal diarrhea that we're doing here, which is they saw tweets from people like Memology, they saw tweets from Ethan Ralph of the Ralph Retort, they saw tweets from The Quartering, Jeremy, they saw tweets from maybe Nick Ricada of Ricada Media, they saw tweets from basically anybody who's anyone, and even a couple of people on the side. And the internet basically ate Stephanie alive in the worst way. Anything that you imagine that they could have mocked them about, they did mock them about. And this then led, funnily enough, to the worst thing that could have happened, which was them being immediately dismissed by the Twitch CEO. Because of course he did. And he did this in a reaction on a blog post. And I want to reference this blog post because, see, I thought I lived in America where when people say they're going to do things, they're going to do those things that they said they would do. And it's an important thing to bring up because it's an immediate contradiction to what Twitch CEO Emmett Shear said in 2019. So I'm just going to go down there and put this right on the screen if I can find it. There we go. Because this was the most important thing that needed to be clarified. Because it was only because this happened that this happened. Last week, we announced the formation of our Safety Advisory Council, a group of online safety experts and Twitch creators we brought together to advise on issues related to trust and safety at Twitch. We've since seen a lot of discussion and questions, as well as some concerns, and I want to provide some clarity and help everybody understand our thinking about the Council's role and what we're doing next. The role of the Council is to advise, offer perspective, and participate in discussions with our internal teams pertaining to the work we do to help our community keep our community safe and healthy. We made an intentional choice. Peep that word choice! We made an intentional choice to recruit advisors with strong independent opinions and the courage to challenge our thinking. Our goal is to hear a wide range. Do you notice what my voice is doing right now? I just want you to know that.
Mm-hmm.
Our goal is to hear a wide range of points of view informed by truly different people within and outside of Twitch. Because a position on the council is not a test of ideology or an endorsement by Twitch on a specific viewpoint, we expect that members of the council will sometimes have very different viewpoints from each other, from Twitch staff members, or from the official Twitch policy. We recognize that hearing from a diverse set of voices is valuable when crafting products and policies to serve our entire community. We said in our blog post, we were looking for, oh no, it gets worse. We said in our blog post.
Oh, I already hate the language.
Yes.
Just real quick, I would love to know how many conservatives they've hired.
I wouldn't even be able to tell you, because unless they reveal themselves on behalf of the company, basically every person who's involved is faceless. Which is the reason why I brought up the thing that is the split between all of this. Mm-hmm. Like I mentioned before, there are two sides of Twitch that people, who are not us, that are important enough that they're household names. Your Rajes, your Moist Criticals, your unironically your Keemstars, and the rest of them, people who basically appear on podcasts like Scuffed with Trainwreck or Raj Royale with Raj and the fam, people like Destiny and whatnot. There are two sides that people don't hear about that have a hand in like the back end of Twitch. There's account managers, and then there is trust and safety. Account managers have nothing to do with handling what could happen to you as a streamer if you get banned. Because when you are a streamer that is either affiliated or partnered, depending on how much pull you actually have and how important you are and how popular you are, you know, all the normal metric things, you will be assigned an account manager. Normally, I see this happen with partners than I do affiliates, but sometimes it happens if it's just like them being helped out in like a sneaky way. You know, a Twitch thought does something, she shows a little bit too much on camera, and they're like, just delete the VOD. Just delete the VOD, we're fine. You know, things like that. Those are usually the account managers working directly with the streamer. They are the liaison between the upper echelons and the back channels of Twitch and the streamer. If something were to happen, that account manager talks to them directly and tries to communicate with them what they're doing, and also will try to plead their case to trust and safety. Then, on the other side of things, there's the trust and safety. And trust and safety is a faceless cabal on purpose. To relate this to something, think of how you know who writers inside of Riot Games as a company are, and how you know that Patrick Scarsborough is writer Skarzard, or I forget his name, but people like Random Repertoire and people like the former community spotlights and showcase manager Nikasor. People like that are known individuals and known entities, much like how I can't remember the CEOs of Riot's name. It's up there somewhere, but it's not banging around. Mark Merrill. Ooh, thank you for following. Mark Merrill, how he's known as Riot Trendamere and shit. The way that they are known entities, they are not known entities in Twitch, and that is on purpose. Because any person who is familiar with something like League of Legends can remember the days of the Riot Light Smite, where people would like to go on the forums and look at people trying to plead their case to the rioters, and the rioters just being sassy queens, antagonizing and roasting people who are toxic with logs of their behavior. Any person who's played video games in general has remembered that kind of a feel, where people try to do that. Whether it be in a game like League of Legends, or it be in an online Xbox Live lobby, circa 2008, or a Twitter Discord lobby full of people talking on a video game at the same time while they're doing something in a large raid group. We are all familiar with that kind of behavior. They are not known explicitly so that they cannot be harassed and badgered about a ban that they may or may not have a handle on. And it is because of Twitch wanting to do these kind of diversity things, this diversity initiative to get people together, that it has become a very cynical pastime to watch how is Twitch gonna mess up this time. Because I'm not even done reading this blog post, and you can smell the corporate smarm that is in this article. Because what I just showed you before was Stephanie Lore, and what they are saying in this is one and the same. And clearly, they saw what happened. They're painfully aware of it. So, show of hands, who's gonna guess that they're gonna directly address it by name and say how they're totally not responsible? It's in the next paragraph, but just show of hands.
Hey.
I'm pretty sure they do that. Or do they double down instead? Because that's just worse.
It's kind of a double down because it hasn't helped anything. I have a whole bunch of clips over how this has helped nothing. You know, people like Cobb Carnage and pretty much any streamer whose name I've already mentioned, and even some who I didn't, like Ziz, Cobb Carnage, Mark Kern. Yes, Mark Kern. People like that. They've already talked about this explicitly. Asmongold, the rest of them. Everybody's addressed this in some form or another. But I'm going to continue reading this in just a second, because I need to go pull the chicken out of the oven. I'll be right back.
So, who is
how's everybody doing?
I have been tweeting about Doja Cat. I've been tweeting about Doja Cat because I found out that apparently she is not only a troll, but she loves hanging out with white incels and on Tiny Chat and 4chan, and I love her right now.
I fucking love Doja Cat.
I'm gonna sub to her now.
I love Doja Cat. She's so awesome.
Who is this?
She did a song, didn't she?
Yeah,
at least one. It's a TikTok song, even.
She did a bunch of songs.
That slaps.
Here's her the song that really made her blow up.
Is it Moo?
Yeah, it's Moo.
Oh no.
So Doja Cat, yeah. So someone found a video of her on Tiny Chat with in like the apparently the hashtag white, I mean not quote white incel racist quote boards, and yeah, now they're canceling her because they're saying, oh, she not only makes racist jokes with all these white guys, but she also does sex acts for them on video. And first of all, they have no proof of the second one, but I'm still happy to hear the first one.
This is not the song I know Doja Cat for.
I love
it's the first one I've seen.
She has the Juicy song too.
It might be that one.
Have you listened to Tia Tamara?
What?
I have.
I have not.
Really?
Send me.
I listened to Juicy and Moo. That's about it.
I mean, Senda Chat might as well be greeting me right now.
I mean, her music is great, but
yeah, she's a really good singer too.
Maybe I'll check her out later.
Somebody recently, a Japanese artist, or I think he was just a normal person, recently did a Japanese cover of Say So, and to quote Doja Cat, she ate that whole thing's ass right the fuck up. It was great. It's great music. She makes good music. It's just that when you first look at her thing, it's like, oh, it's another one of these kind of rappers. But then you actually listen to her sing and also look at her music videos, and it's the most colorful shit I have ever seen in my life.
No,
I feel like
I love her music videos. I love her music videos.
I feel like I'm looking at an updated version of the kind of performance and act that Missy Elliott would be putting on.
Keep it really juicy. I eat that lunch. She keep that booty. She keep that plump.
What? She's a really cool person too, though. Like really funny and yeah.
Very funny.
So basically, right now she's being cancelled on allegations that might actually not be true.
Well, she definitely is in like Tiny Chat, but she's the sex acts and all that. That's not true. I don't believe that's true.
People have tried to cancel her before because she used no wait, no, that was Cardi. Sorry, I got them confused. But no, I think she has tried to people have tried to cancel her before over other things. I just can't exactly remember what they were. But she's known to be kind of what they would call problematic. I hate that word.
Cause she made a song called "Didn't Do Nothing," and they're all apparently finding out what "Didn't Do Nothing" means. And
oh no!
They're like, oh, it's a term from 4chan to use on black people. We should take it back. And now that's what they're doing. They're trying to take back "Didn't Do Nothing" on Twitter right now to use against.
You can't take that one back.
I can't believe these people. What the heck are they on?
Like, nobody but 4chan ever had it in the first place. They can't take back what they never had. Ugh.
Oh.
It's the strangest shit, man. It's the strangest shit.
Oh no.
Because I really don't want "Didn't Do Nothing" to become like normie tier, because it's just gonna. I don't want. Because it's already trending on Twitter right now. "Didn't Do Nothing."
But isn't that like a sort of troll on the whole
and basically,
Yes.
He was a good
crime
boy.
stats?
He didn't do nothing.
yeah, that's basically what it's from.
Why
And
would you
now,
want to co-opt that? Why would you want to claim that?
They
They're trying
probably
to
don't
use it- they're trying
understand
to use
where
it-
it came from.
No, they understand where it came from, but they're trying to. But like
That's just worse.
the tweets I saw were trying to say we should use this like in the cases where in police shootings and make it ours. And I'm like, dude, you will literally get set on by 4chan will set themselves on you and ruin this whole thing. And you don't want to use Didn't Do
my
Nothing
God.
in a hashtag for black people. You don't want to do that.
Oh my god. This is like the little definition of the Lefkan meme, but unironic because they actually I cannot. What is going on here? This is wow.
They're always trying to cancel somebody.
Yeah, like
Oh my god.
It's their
I think
their
it was Lana
pastime.
Del Rey.
It's their pastime.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like-
but like what's it called? The just the song that she made. It was supposed to be about Sandra Bland, like the woman who actually didn't do anything and got killed in prison, and that's who the song is about. But they're like,
Right.
oh, she's on 4chan. You made a racist song with a racist title. We should cancel her.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Bruh, okay,
wow.
I'm sorry. Go away.
Alright, let's
This is
now.
Should've
Later,
communicated
homie.
live.
Right, now that I've taken the chicken out of the oven, let's get back on topic.
I
Are
like
we
this
gonna
metaphor.
share
The
that?
juicy metaphor.
No, I literally had to take the chicken out of the
Chicken.
oven.
Yes, I know.
Is it chicken juicy?
I know.
Yes,
Is it?
I
my
want some-
my
Almost
chicken,
as juicy as my ass.
Share that chicken.
my
Is
chicken.
Can you
it
share
plump?
with the rest of the class?
Yes,
Is
my
it
chicken.
plump?
Yes, my chicken is 2 large breasts, cut filleted down
Oh.
the middle.
Giggity.
That way they
Tasty.
cook on the
Oh.
inside. I season them a bit. I put on some Irish butter.
Wait, hold on. Did you just say season them a bit?
Mm-hmm.
Did you under
Season
season that
them more?
chicken?
No, I did
I'm
not
getting
under season my
upset
chicken.
right
God damn it!
now.
I did not under season my chicken.
Cause I seen Poe cook chicken. I didn't see a speckle of fucking salt on that bitch. So I'm just being curious.
I'm
First-
bothering him right
first-
now.
First,
Amy, what did I do to hurt you?
you
What did I do to hurt you?
cook
Everything you
chicken wrong.
post is not appetizing.
First of all, do
That's
you see
true.
what you post? Do you see what you post, Amy?
Have you?
Don't
yes,
try to
the food
deflect
on
the fucking
no, the food on my
awful food.
timeline.
Things you post.
The food
I don't
that
think you
post on
understand
my
how upset you
timeline
make me.
is really good, right?
Okay, look.
Here,
Look, all
look.
I'm gonna
I'll post food in DMs then.
Okay, look, all I'm
I'll
telling
post
you right
grilling screenshots. What else do I want to post?
all I'm telling you is that forget about your food. The things you post are disgusting, Amy. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Oh, you're one to talk.
Look,
I
Yeah.
am one to talk.
look,
Right?
look. If we go back and forth about this right now, we will never see the end of it. We can do this later.
Children, you're all beautiful.
But just suffice to say, my breasts are juicy. They're plump. They are when
Your
you
breasts
bite
Stop talking.
are plump.
when you bite into them.
You have breasts.
When you bite
Come here,
into them,
mommy.
they
I want to
fall.
clutter up the chat.
Can you see it from the front?
Yes,
Can you see it from the back?
yes.
Do those breasts come with
Good.
milk?
Side breasts.
Do they come with
for the
milk?
win.
They came with Irish butter, so yes. Succulent.
The rump, the
Succulent.
size.
They're
excellent.
succulent.
I keep
They-
it
yeah,
juicy,
you-
juicy. Eat that lunch.
Yeah, the breasts don't matter if there's no thighs. Is there thighs though?
See,
The thighs are
I'm
definitely the
saving.
best part.
I'm saving the thighs for later. Those are for me. Oh my God, what is wrong with us?
No comment.
Look at us. Look at us.
Our generation ruined.
Oh my God. Anyways. Oh God, get back in the mindset of reading this garbage. Oh. We said in our blog post we were looking for the council to advise on a variety of things, from advising on new policies to promoting healthy streaming habits, but we could have been clearer about the tasks the council will not be involved in. Council members will not make moderation decisions, nor will they have any access to details about specific moderation cases. They are not Twitch employees, and they do not speak on behalf of Twitch. While we value their opinions and their right to share them, this is a very important sentence, because if they didn't say this, they would have been getting canceled non-fucking stop. They are independent actors who will have opinions that aren't shared by either Twitch, their employees, or other members of the council. Nevertheless, we believe that having diverse viewpoints will make the council and its recommendations stronger and ultimately better for our community. All participants care deeply about the Twitch community and want to help make it a better place. I don't believe that. Press an X to doubt, bitch.
Yeah, no.
It's
No, heck no. Like,
Doubt.
show me one conservative person on the Twitch team, and I'll believe it.
I don't even know if they exist in their company.
I don't think they exist.
Yeah,
I
that's why I
genuinely
asked.
don't think they exist.
They might, but given the environment there, I guess they just sort of have to keep hush hush about it around the workplace.
Yes.
Yeah, closet
Yeah,
is conservative.
Yeah, and
Gay
that
is
still
out,
comes
conservative
to-
is in. The closet.
which again brings me to the point that you're not diverse if people
No.
around you cannot be,
No, they're
cannot say what
diverse.
they believe.
They're diverse of identity, but not thought. That's the problem.
Precisely.
This was talked about by Devin Nash when he was making his video covering this and then his update about the topic. There's something that Destiny decided to say he was a fucking idiot for saying after then choosing to insult him by saying he was jealous he wasn't picked for the council? Question mark? Which, that's interesting. I'd love to talk to Destiny about that, but Destiny's not about to hold that L. Anyways, yes. This right here,
What in the world?
this sentence here in this is probably the biggest lie, but what comes immediately after it is also the censure for all those people out there who are like, Carl, you're just kissing their fucking ass. You should not be doing that. No, understand that Twitch understands what is happening here, and they are fully aware. It is a commitment of time and energy from them, and we're grateful for the contribution to help us improve Twitch policy. Harassment directed at council members or anyone at or on Twitch only underscores the importance of the council. We do not control bullying or harassment of any kind and will continue to take actions against accounts who engage in that behavior. At the heart of the Safety Advisory Council and all of our work at Twitch is the desire to foster a safe, inclusive, and creative community of passionate people. As with every community, there will be disagreements and differing points of view, and we are committed to considering a diversity of perspectives as we work to help keep our community safe and happy. Emmett. Oh, beautiful. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Delicious. Mwah. The apologetics. Mwah. The politics. Finissimo. But, Emmett, pause. One moment. Can I have your attention, please? On The Verge, when you were interviewed by Bijan Sefik on October 16th, 2019, you said, and I quote, transparency is how you build trust. Actually, before that, this is the important thing. Twitch, let's go back up. The one good with strong moderation, in many ways, is actually the place with free speech, Sheer told me. I could read this entire article, but there's a lot here, and people can read it on their own.
Yeah.
You can find this on The Verge. It is Twitch CEO Emmett Shear on how moderation creates communities. Twitch is bigger than it's ever been, and here's how it's going to change. For the worst. For the worst, my boy. For the worst. At the TwitchCon in San Diego, a celebratory over the blah 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 blah. I sat down with Twitch CEO Emmett Shear, who co-founded the first iteration of the site and has been steering the ship ever since 2011, which is code word for the man who is now responsible for this after it got bought out by Amazon in 2014. There's a whole bunch of stuff about how he talks about Twitch's social media peers and how it's been competing with YouTube and all those other places, but that's not important. What's important is the way that he says he approaches moderation. There has been a shift in how I think about the company, Shear told me. What is driving lots of the ad changes, the brands at some level, it is all of this refocus on the core of things that are important to Twitch. But this year, he continued, the platform didn't do many of those new things. Two ways of approaching moderation. I met Sheer in a small room in what I had begun to call the Super Partner Lounge, the custom-built space inside of a nondescript ballroom reserved for Twitch's biggest stars. He saw Tim the Tat Man, and he saw Herschel Dr. Disrespect, relaxing in the families away from the bustles of the fans and the brands, while in person, Sheer cuts an unassuming figure. That day in the crowd, he wore a black Twitch staff badge just like the rest of his employees. For individual channels, Twitch views its job as what he describes as an empowerment through tools, empowerment through automation, both deployed in services and letting streamers have the communities they want. Some people's communities are irreverent and a little trolly and all about memes, and some people's communities are really earnest and connected, and people want to have real conversations. Twitch wants to make space for both of these kinds of communities to exist on its platform. And I, for one, agree with that. That, despite how some people really challenge what you really think about free speech, deserve to exist, and they also deserve to be heard. I agree with this. You're 100% right, Sheer. Here's where we're going to start disagreeing very quickly. There's also stream moderation, which means moderating what people are allowed to broadcast, and it's arguably more important. The recent mass shooting in Germany that was live streamed on Twitch, for example, immediately comes to mind. Even so, Twitch focuses on intent. Sheer doesn't think that actions in the abstract have a moral valiance. They gain that through their impact on other people. Though it wants to be for everyone, Twitch isn't for everything. It's very explicitly not a free speech platform, said Sheer, which is a big difference in philosophy between Twitch and its peers, like YouTube, which, that's a joke, but we'll get there. I hope people can express themselves. I hope they can share their ideas, share their thoughts, but we're not a platform for free speech. We're not for upholding the First Amendment. That's the government's job. We're a community. Code word. We're a business. And businesses have standards for how you have to behave inside of that business. And so, we think that it's not anything goes. Sheer came to that insight because of Reddit. I don't even need to read the rest of that sentence. Just period. Just period. Sheer came to that insight because of Reddit. He said he remembers being an internet entrepreneur in 2005 and the pervasive utopian desire to build the new free speech platforms of the future. By opening communication tools to everyone in the democratization of communication and publishing, we were going to connect people and change the world for the better. While he thinks a lot about what happened, he now understands that that was a misguided goal. Oh no. Oh no. Say it ain't so. Sheer. Sheer, puppy, baby, sweet, honey pie, sugar pie, honey bunch. Darling.
Oh, Anita, darling.
I don't know.
Oh, I like that.
I don't know. Guys, is there a chance that there's a potential for authoritarian asshats to invade your platform and use it to destroy people when you say loudly and proudly you don't care about free speech? Oh. Shit! That hits different, don't it?
Are they an American company?
Yeah, Twitch is an American company that is founded in Bay Area.
Oh, well, yeah.
Which is why we can't show titties.
Remember, it's not that you can't show. It's not that you can't show. Gotta put it in a crop top. Gotta put it in a crop top. It's gotta be a V-neck. Just you gotta.
You can't anymore. They're cracking down on that unless you ask permission.
Be showing no ankle now.
No shoulder, no nothing.
It's because banks don't want to give money for that shit. Excuse my French, which isn't fair.
Just outright haram. Haram, all of you. All of you. Stop it, or I'll beat you with my shoe. Oh my god. While he thinks a lot of that did happen, he now understands that it was a misguided goal. People weren't thinking about how much you could also empower bad actors by doing that as well. Now the challenge for social media platforms is to make sure that speech is used in ways that are productive. Excuse me. And not actively.
That was at least a 3.4. That was at least a 3.4.
What, the burp?
Yes.
Out of 10?
Yeah.
Oh, that's sad.
I've been drinking a lot of water. I'm having some water hiccups.
Water does that to you, my man?
Calories. Stop that.
I know, I gotta get that diet water.
It's
I
carbonated.
gotta swallow air.
Drink some sparkling water.
It's carbonated.
Bubbles are calories.
Is it juicy water? Are you drinking the juicy water?
I'm actually drinking that dollar store water.
Oh,
Does it have a name?
No, it's that one brand that you go in and it's in like
Great
either
value.
it's either in the thin no, it's
Yes.
either in the like the thin or the thick ass bottle, and it always has like some knockoff name like Sparkling Delicious or Sparkling
what?
Fizz. And
This
it's
whole Twitch Council thing sounds like great value Twitch moderation.
it is.
It's like already worse than actual current Twitch moderation, so it's just off-brand great value.
It hurts because at the same time they claim, oh, but they're not going to be involved in the council decisions. But it's like, no one's ever involved in your fucking decisions, Twitch. Come on! Who you lying to? It ain't me. I actually read the shit you say. But, get back to it. People weren't thinking about how much you can empower bad actors by doing that as well. Now the challenge for social media platforms is to make sure that speech is used in ways that are productive and not actively bad for society. Society.
We live in a society.
Society. Shear said Shear said he saw at Reddit the difference between communities with strong moderation. Strong moderation? Try removing things in favor of the Chinese political communist party. Strong moderation. Sasuke, strong moderation. Versus ones that didn't have much moderation at all. So, 4chan. He said it was obvious which community he'd rather be a part of. The one with good, strong moderation, in many ways, is actually the place with freer speech. Not free speech, freer speech.
Is that with 3 E's?
No, that's with 2 E's and an R.
Okay.
Because it was actually a place where people could express themselves and not just get destroyed by trolls and abuse and harassment. And honestly, guys, if we're being serious, is there ever a place on the internet that has never not had trolls and abuse and harassment?
No.
I can't think of any.
None come to mind. Literally none. I have never.
Maybe at a point.
What's the question?
Has there ever been a place on the internet that's ever been free of trolls,
Like
abuse, and
bully
harassment?
free.
Like an actual bully-free zone?
Nope. And I'm part of the problem. Show me a
Maybe when the internet was first concocted, when there was nothing there.
Nothing to troll.
Yeah.
When there were like what 20 websites on the first map of the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I had all 20.
It's like one of those points where you sit down and you ask yourself, oh man, how could things get worse, right? One of those kind of things. Well, you better fucking lock yourself up for this next sentence, because this is going to be wild. To do that, you need terms of service, and you need to link violations with punishments. At the moment, Twitch has a 3 strikes rule before a streamer's channel is permanently suspended. That is bullshit, because they have constantly broken that. But, TOS violations, however, can happen if a streamer misunderstands the rules. Earlier in the year, TriHex, Destiny, and Hassan Piker all earned strikes on their accounts because they streamed a presidential Democratic debate and were issued DMCA takedown notices. Which, let's be serious, that's bullshit. You can you can have live watch stream parties about anything. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Especially if it's supposed to be something that's supposed to be available to people like the American populace. Like, there's an argument to be made there. Because Twitch does take government money. They give out subsidies. They give grants to streamers, female ones, to help them set up their streams. There's enough an argument that if there is something that involves something like, say, politics in a country, and a presidential politician or some such person wants to feature something on a platform, like a presidential debate being hosted on Twitch or being hosted on YouTube or whatever platform, and it's being rewatched in a live stream party, the same way that you could watch the content of League of Legends being played live, there's an argument right there that you could have that happen and there would be no problems, but assumptively they got taken down for probably some dumb reason. For his part, Jefferson thought by doing commentary that his stream of the debate fell under the fair use, which was not the case, because again, remember, there's no such thing as free speech on the platform, which also means there's no such thing as fair use and copyright of the platform. So, buyer beware, basically. Twitch, Sheer says, really tries to follow its own TOS. Can we get a laugh in the chat? Can we get a laugh? Can we get a kappa? Can we get an omega lol? Because that's bullshit. Even though the process of moderation is socially opaque to streamers, Sheer said, now the company plans to be more transparent. It'll send the streamer a clip of the moment in a stream when a violation happens and tell them what happened and why it violates the guidelines, and therefore necessitates reinforcement actions. That's not what happens now, which leads to confusions amongst streamers who are subject to enforcement of violations that lie in the gray areas of the site. Again, if you know anything about the Twitch thoughts, you know this is bullshit. Some people will say, booby streamers, I'm not playing these games. Twitch thoughts. We know. You could name a couple of them. You could name a Lindy. Technically, you could say Pokimane, but I don't think Pokimane is directly one in an overt sense. No, I wouldn't say that, but she uses the metagame tactic, and we'll talk about that later too.
Belle Delphine.
Let's see here.
She streams?
No, but she uses the tactics that you'd expect of a Twitch thought. Let's see here. Belle Delphine, Alinity.
What's her name? Amaranth? I don't know how to pronounce her name.
Amaranth.
Yeah.
No idea who that one is.
That is the person who was using I think it was Keemstar or Jeremy, someone to have a stupid Twitch fight, a slap fight on Twitter, because she's commonly doing this. She was like one of the first ones that got outed as lying about her marriage to an Asian guy who's her husband, because she wanted to put out the perception that she was a single woman on Twitch to get more viewers to give her money. This is
of course that makes.
When I showed that the archive that I have of my encounter with Natalie Casanova, the unicorn herself, this was one of the things that I covered inside of my thread talking about it. People giving like tens of thousands of dollars to streamers like that because, you know, that's what simps do.
So weird though. I still don't get it. Like I get if you know if you're like in a relationship with them, if something like that, and even then, not that much. But how can you drop thousands of dollars on a person that at most acknowledges the fact that you have a name?
Go ahead.
It's wild.
Another one is Zoe Berger, right?
Oh yeah, everybody remembers Zoe Berger. The one woman, the one ethical streamer who said, nah, I got a body. Nah, we about to get this money. Hey girls, come on. Let's be hoes. Let's be hoes, girls. Get in line. Let's get information. I remember.
Please.
Zoe Berger, Celestia Vega, technically Anissa Joma, but she kind of denies that now, except that we got the logs, sis. We talked about it. We showed it.
I'm unsurprised she denied it. She was talking bad about OnlyFans girls before too, which is
like Brittany Venti and people like me already did the whole coverage about how Anissa's full of shit on that. But yeah, Anissa Joma's up there too.
Just sad.
All the girls, whether you want to say, oh well, you see, it's not actually like that, Carl. Regardless if you want to take that position or not. That is the shit that they do. That is what they get up to. That is how it works. And everybody knows that it's like this. Like, when Trainwreck cut the video that got him banned for, like, I think it was a week, when he was talking about them invading the platform, the same kind of videos covered by people like Glink, who probably put out a recent one about OnlyFans. We know that this is how it works. Everybody's painfully aware of it. Because we're made aware of it, because whenever they do dumb things, it affects the policy. Like the recent policy change before the newer policy changes, because they always have something happening. The ones that happened recently that caused people like Jack Saint to try and get up on a pedestal to try and protect them was the change that they made about clothing and applying the same changes that was already being applied for clothing to be applied also to virtual models. So VR streamers, much like VR tubers who would make the jump over, would now be applicable to the exact same rules that would apply to girls as though they were living beings on the screen. And the reason why that happened is because of Project Melody. She walked up and snatched the whole fucking bag away from them. And that pissed them the fuck off. So, they complained, and they cried and bitched and moaned about it. And eventually, she not only took, like, a day ban, but also they changed the rules to say, okay, you can't do this like this. You can't have overt sexuality. You can't have features and things that link back to other things. You can't have pieces of paraphernalia that would feature and sponsor non-permitted brands like Faku. You can't have none of that. None of that. No, you can't do it. So that led to them changing the rules, which then led to comedian, I'm air quoting that loosely, comedian Demi Lardner, the what is her stupid ass joke? The girl with the fanny backpack, the earrings, the one joke about the dad something. I can't remember what it is.
I know what you're talking about.
It goes in my ear and out the other. But that girl, she gets on Twitter, complains, saying, "Is there any rules that don't apply to our parties, or is it just us? Fuck you." And Lacking Saint deciding to get off of his high horse and pedestal to try and scold people, saying, "Oh my god, it's so bad how gamers are just so super upset that women show skin." And I roasted his ass completely about that. And he immediately blocked me because I didn't have an anime profile picture. I didn't post any hentai that day, so he didn't have the ability to go back like 3 days ago to then look up when I did. I was a minority, so he couldn't say I was a straight white male and say that my opinion didn't matter because I'm speaking over women, and I'm nowhere near a misogynist. You know, an ironic misogynist. You know.
Okay, of course, yes.
So, because I didn't fall into any of the easy categories that usually get bedoofed, he just outright blocked my account and tried to ignore it. And everybody fucking roasted him about this point that he had, because there's no way that you can try to defend women while at the same time you're being misogynistic to women. Because and this is something I'm making a video on too. I'm gonna say a take, right? You cannot be in support of real women's bodies if you also think that fake women's bodies are sinful and haram. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree. Oh wait, like we're agreeing.
Women's bodies are definitely haram.
What?
Wait, we're to the stoning station.
Station.
Es pocas. Where
Easy.
I'm getting excited.
So, like,
I mean, the whole point definitely is very inconsistent. Right. They want fictional characters to be, I don't know, modest, but if women wear whatever they want to wear, it's their choice and empowering. It's like, pick one. You cannot do both.
They don't just want it to be modest. They want every bit of femininity just like gone.
Yeah, that's I mean, yeah, you're actually right. That's true.
I hate that. It's like I've seen characters that weren't even scantily clad and they just look like feminine women, and people have still bitched about it. And I'm like, what's the problem?
It's because they don't look like Whale Turbo Blaster 1000.
I mean, the usual points they bring up, right? It's not inclusive enough. It's not. I don't know. It's catered to the male gaze, which is probably the most bullshit thing I've heard in my life.
Right, go ahead, Amy.
The main argument I've gotten from it is that, at least some of the arguments I've heard, is that it excludes trans women because trans women can't be as feminine as real women in some cases. I actually have heard that argument.
I have heard that argument too.
Yeah, that's an argument.
I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I believe that obviously I'm gonna be the one person to say the wrong opinion here, but I believe trans women are women, right? I mean, I don't care what you do.
I don't have a problem with them identifying as women. It makes no impact on my life.
Of course.
I mean, I firmly believe that they are women in general. I don't think they just identify,
Agreed.
Once they have the surgery, they're allowed to be a woman. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. It doesn't take my women's rights away. Because women's rights are women's rights, regardless of whether you were a guy before or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No argument.
But what I don't understand is why use the argument that, why put down trans people like that to say they're not feminine enough to look feminine? That's just insulting them.
It's a weird argument, right?
No, it's ass backwards, because in the end of the day, you're insulting trans people for not looking like actual women. Therefore, you're just being transphobic, but with a different kind of spice.
You see, that would have been a genuinely good argument, except I've also seen a lot of people who do this whole transphobic narrative thing that they have going on here. They also say that telling a trans woman that she is cis-passing is transphobic.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just looking at all of this. I just see this whole identity politics thing going on, and I'm just like, you guys are so freaking inconsistent that I don't even know how you live life not walking into walls at this point, because it's like you can't agree on one thing, which is quite natural as we're human. We're not going to agree on one thing, but they cancel people for drawing characters that are in their minds too feminine, but they don't like being called that. They don't like when trans women are called that. Hey, I didn't even notice that you were trans. I didn't even think that. So I'm just like, what do you guys want, really?
There's a lot of infighting.
There is a crazy amount of infighting, and I have my own opinions about the whole trans women are women thing. But it's just like I cannot even say for sure. If I'm an artist, all right. I draw as a hobby. I'm genuinely it puts me off to even think that I'm gonna one day post my work online and someone's gonna come in and say, "Oh, you're transphobic because she looks too feminine," and I'm just like, "What the fuck, dude?" I said the F word right now. It's
oh no,
it's just
I don't care
about.
Have you heard some of the things I said on the stream?
I mean, I'm Catholic, man. I'm not into swearing, but
I just called the entirety of the left transphobic for denouncing the fact that women should not be pretty, which includes trans women. So
yeah, and it's it just makes it harder for artists. Just makes it harder for writers.
It makes it harder for literally anybody to get anything straight at any time.
Exactly. And it's like you guys are going to cancel someone for perceived transphobia. It's not even real transphobia at this point. It's perceived transphobia because you have a certain fixed idea of what transphobia is.
It's like the whole thing with the vehicle about what is it called, Cyberpunk 2077, right?
Mm-hmm.
They feature trans women as in genital customization as the future, so they're including trans people into the game. But because they look too feminine, some people got upset about it. And I'm like, dude, are trans women not allowed?
The real fun.
Yeah, that game
is.
Women is that what they're getting at here?
The real fun part.
Honestly, that game was the bro moment for me, because I was just like, you guys got exactly what you wanted, and you're still unhappy. And it's like
I can tell you exactly.
I guess we should just stop. We should just stop making stuff now, because
I can tell
what's
you.
the point?
I can tell you exactly why they fucking threw a pissy fit about that. I have done enough research on this to be woke on this goddamn question. So, in the case of Cyberpunk 2077, because this was something that... Hush!
Oh,
that was
love
my
this
alarm.
one.
That was my alarm.
Fucking bang.
One
Love
of-
this song.
That's my jam right there.
One of the technically two of the things, but one of the things that this lobby group that I'm not going to refer to by name chose to do and claim that Cyber 27 thank you for following us, Raid. I'm gonna get to that in a moment. Oh my god, I'm so behind on those things. I'm being a bad streamer, guys. But one of the two things that this group of people who I'm not going to refer to by name were upset about at CD Projekt Red, and specifically Mike Pondsmith, known white supremacist Michael Pondsmith, ladies and gentlemen, was he had them include what was already inside of Cyberpunk 2020 and have them bring it into Cyberpunk 2077. There was an entire Reddit AMA where he was talking about it, and people tried to accuse him of supposed racism and supposed bigotry that he was responsible for because they didn't like the things that were there. And one of the other two things, which is the other thing about it, was the inclusion of trans people in the advertisements. Because this is one of the other things I'm making a video on. I have a very packed schedule this week. Is they were super big mad that they were included in advertisements because it was, and I quote,
Oh, I remember.
fetishization of trans bodies, and only furthering how trans people are not people, but disembodied parts for the sexualization and deviancy of misogynistic and transphobic depictions in media.
So wait, they
Yeah,
want
and?
diversity, and if they get diversity, it's transphobic still. Like,
Yes, because we didn't do it the right way. The
they
right
cannot
way.
agree on what the right way is in the first place.
No,
They
you
are
see,
all over the place on
that's
what the
thing.
right way is.
That's the thing. That's the move. Like, any person who's looking above this, like I am, fully removed from this, can see what's happening here with these goalposts, right? So, perfect example. Who was paying attention? Because I still haven't gotten to the end of this goddamn article. But who was paying attention when, during Final Fantasy VII Remake's heyday, in the 15 minutes of the internet, who was paying attention when, what was his name, Miles Luna, said loudly and proudly that Tifa Lockhart was a prostitute?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Even
that
though
was...
he literally...
I remember this thing.
He literally, what's it called, does a show with a character based off Tifa.
Ruby.
Yeah, dressed
Yang.
much the same way.
Yes, Ruby. The character Yang was 100% based off Tifa Lockhart, by the words by Monty, who said that Final Fantasy VII and characters like Tifa were the inspiration behind making that show. The very same show that Mike Luna at Rooster Teeth is responsible for as head writer ever since Monty's untimely passing. He says this shit. Deletes his tweet! He deletes his tweet! And then says, oh, no, guys. No, I was just joking. It was a joke. I was joking. See?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
passing.
that was not a funny joke, man.
Gotta say, Michael, you had a shit joke.
What do you mean by passing?
By passing, you mean in trans women are passing?
To pass as a trans person is to basically appear as the race or as the gender, per se. That
No, you said Monty's passing.
No, Monty died.
Oh,
Monty Ohm, the creator of the show, he died.
Yeah, he died.
Yeah.
Yeah, he died years ago.
Oh no.
I used to watch Rooster Teeth. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the show's
They
show's
did an episode for that.
Yeah, the show's been declining ever since he passed because people like Michael Luna chose to use the show as an opportunity to be woke and diverse and shit, and it hasn't translated very well to the writing.
I mean, I wish Western animation really followed the tradition of not touching the creator's work the way Japan does.
Like, out of respect.
Out of respect, yeah. I wish they did that. Because if you don't have the creator's vision, it's just gonna go to shit anyway.
I mean, it's literally true. That's basically facts.
Yeah, Rooster Teeth ain't even the same anymore anyway. They've just went off the deep end.
Dude, Rooster Teeth, yeah, just.
That used to be funny. Well, I mean, I only watched it for Rage Quit anyway, but still.
For us to even get into the conversation about Rooster Teeth is going to end up getting on to Victor Joseph Monona, and then we're going to disappear down the Weeb War rabbit hole. That's an entirely different. That's an entirely different topic for another podcast.
Oh my god.
But
yeah,
the point that I'm making here is that the same thing that Miles Luna did here is what this group of people did about Cyberpunk 2077. And the reason they did that was explicitly because they want to be able to make excuses for themselves when they talk about it, and then when it's about any other topic, they say, actually, no, you can't do it like that because we don't like it like that. And so,
actually, I hate people who do that.
Why do you think I do that Why do you think I do that ironically as a voice? It's the most annoying shit, right?
Piss me off.
No, I piss myself. Listen, I piss myself off, okay? I'm just a catalyst for these voices to come out of my mouth. I'm not responsible for whatever bullshit takes over me. It just comes to me, Amy, okay? And the reason why they do that is because they want to have the ability to sit there and tell you, no, it's not acceptable, it's not right, you need to give it to me. If you give it to me, I'll make it right. Right?
The reason why the whole... them making... this is back to an earlier topic, I kind of like zoned out during it. But the one thing that pissed me off the most is when they went after Project Melody, a lot of folks are claiming that her body was not proportionate. What are women supposed to look like, right?
I look like a potato.
Am I supposed
like
to be a fucking bottle of vodka and a fucking hot summer day or something?
I mean, I guess.
Do I need to be square?
I remember.
I don't get that reference.
Flat as a washing board.
Oh,
I mean, I don't understand these people who complain about proportions, especially because I remember a conversation with a friend, and she was complaining that if she has to get like a kind of like a suit or blouse and a skirt, she has to buy it in 2 separate sizes. She cannot get it in a set. And I'm just like, oh wow.
If anyone on the left wants to fuck with me about proportions, let's talk about how disproportionate their fucking brain cells are when they make these kind of arguments, right?
No. Nah, if they ever bring up
they have it in the first place.
Brain cells.
If they bring up the whole disproportionate body thing, just body post back to them and say, so you're saying this isn't real?
I do.
Actually, that's real.
Like what you do is you just get Eefy, right? You get those stray pictures of Eefy that are out there.
Hello, I do that all the time.
Like just get Eefy.
When people say that,
Virescence has done that too.
I was about to mention Virescence by name. You can't tell them about...
When people mention unproportionate bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just take the whole damn thing off. I'm just like, hi, hello.
No, there was literally a V, and there was this guy in the comment like, dude, I get it, I like boobs too, but isn't that a bit ridiculous? What are you doing? And then he was like, and then V was right below. I was like, oh, that's actually me. That's actually my body.
Yep.
And he was like, what? And then she posted. Oh, she posted physique, and then he just like vanished.
Yeah, he went off to go nut on himself in shame.
And then there's this other mutual of mine who she a model for this piece of art, and some people were in the comments like, dude, why? Like, sure, yeah. You like Red Sonja or Cave Woman or whatever, but like, why are her boobs so big? That makes no sense.
Why the big lady booby so big? Why she got boots like it like that? Why is it so hard for you to just respect women, guys? Why is it so hard? Why organs? Tell me about it, homie.
That's literally
a Morty.
Oh, it did sound like a Morty. I'm not gonna lie, that was a very good Morty.
Like Rick and Morty.
But that's basically the problem. They think for some reason that women are like featureless and like that one artist who did the Samus fan art where Like
a dude.
Yeah.
Isaac,
Like Justin Bieber with
Ramos,
fucking elephantitis
yes.
in the ears.
Ramos Isaac is the name.
Yeah, I don't get why they think it's like that.
Because, and I quote, from the very thing that was underneath it, because boy, oh man, I wish I could have talked to Troy Vader before, because he is responsible for giving us that delicious salt. Even though it was fucked up how he did it, and I still don't agree with how he did it. To quote the comment underneath Ramos's picture, there is a time for Metroid characters to be jiggle titty sex muppets, but it's not as protagonists of video games.
But I love me some jiggle titty sex muppets.
The fact that you repeated that jiggle titty sex muppets, that's a phrase.
That's what they said. I can
That's
do
my
them.
nickname in high school.
Jiggle titty sex muppets.
That's great.
That is a phrase.
If you're jiggle titties, I'm jiggle ass.
Yeah.
Just jiggle everything at this point.
I am jiggle.
Jiggle titty, jiggle
Jiggle.
ass.
The only
Jiggle
thing I don't
thigh.
have is stummy jiggle because all my fucking weight is in my thighs and my chest, I
You
swear.
can have some of
I
that.
mean, I don't see the problem with that.
I mean, no, I'm actually not joking.
Lord.
My doctor told me that most of my weight is in my chest.
Does your back hurt often?
Yes.
I'm
Oh.
sorry.
How much fast food?
Just press F.
How much fast food have you had to eat this week, Amy?
Fast. I have to gain weight, and it has to go to my stomach. Otherwise, I'm gonna die in 3 years.
Do you take omega-3s any?
A what?
Omega-3s to help your joints and stuff.
Oh no, I'm not that far degraded. I just have slight back pain when I sit up straight.
Take them. I can't stress it enough. Take them. Avoid Diet Coke. Just do whatever you can, because naturally your body will carry what you.
I don't think you understand what my doctor told me. He is saying I need to force myself to gain any kind of weight. I've gained like
True.
2 pounds in the past month and a half.
Do you have a tapeworm?
No. My metabolism is really fucking off the charts, and I can't.
Lucky.
I was gonna say I want to say that, like, yeah, lucky, but at the same time, no, dealing with that's got to be fucking
Yeah.
not
It's
too
horrible
bad.
because, like, dude, there are days where I just want to eat till I throw up just to gain a pound.
Same.
10 calories.
Same.
That sucks, man.
Not quinoa with pepper.
Do you have like a thyroid kind of problem, perhaps? That is.
Wouldn't thyroid problems contribute to the trouble of losing weight and not gaining
I
weight?
don't
No.
not necessarily, because I'm pretty sure it can swing the other way.
It can go both
It
ways
can.
at the same time.
Yeah.
It can.
Yeah. I don't have a thyroid problem anyways.
Oh well.
I hate
Good.
you.
10
I'm
calories.
glad you don't have a thyroid issue. But I wish you knew what was going on with you, because
Question: do you have lactose intolerance?
No.
Then drink lots of whole. Not even joking.
I took that the wrong way.
I know, but still, do it. Go mad. That's what it's
No,
called.
I fucking took that the very south. It was very
Yeah,
south.
I know.
Milky's.
Wait,
How
did you take?
Beefy, no offense, but I can't stand your voice because I can't tell what context of what you're trying to say.
Hey, see,
It
yeah,
always sounds like you're trying to whisper at me and pet me.
yeah, that's it. That's exactly what I was thinking. But also, I love how the whole
You're like the
it's become a
one creepy girl in the back of the class who pets someone's head and whispers in their ear.
That was me in high school. Damn.
memorandum on Amy's diet.
Also, some of you guys might be warned I bully a lot, so.
I'm ready, baby.
Oh my god.
Amy likes
Bully
to
me,
bully, but she's
please.
definitely a
Fuck.
Boy, don't lie. All three of us like to cyberbully.
Yes.
I go hard on Poe.
Look, Amy,
I don't
Amy
even
likes Amy likes to
acknowledge he's
bully.
black at this point.
Amy likes to bully, but she's a bottom. We all know this.
This is
It's to compensate, though.
lies. I'm literally a mommy GF. What are you talking about?
I don't believe you.
Aww.
You're rude.
I'm literally MILF mommy GF. By definition.
You're younger than me. You're younger than me.
That doesn't matter.
But you would probably sleep on the bottom. I know you wouldn't. You ratty bottom energy.
Okay, first of all,
shut up, Homo Brown.
Why?
Yeah, this is gonna be my new poet self. Shut up, Homo Brown.
Even Panda himself said I have the opposite of bottom energy.
Okay, but that's Panda.
Panda can lie.
Is Panda a bottom?
Yeah. Panda is a bottom.
I figured that's obvious.
Yeah, well, then,
yeah, he has confirmation bias.
Just because
he's
you're
a bottom, so he
less of a bottom than Panda means nothing.
First of all, I am no bottom. Let's get that clear.
Press
I don't
X
believe
to
it.
doubt.
You can doubt it, but I'll still. Okay, you know what? I was about to say something.
I'm not even gonna press X. I'm just gonna mash. I'm just gonna mash X. I'm just gonna mash square and X at the same time. You know.
I'll square you. I'll square your X.
Oh. Oh my.
X your square.
You're gonna X my square.
I'll X your square. I'll X your square all the way. Yeah.
Dude, that's gay as fuck. What are you doing, Poe?
Amy, I drink vitamin water. How much more gay can I get?
Like I said,
no. You always manage to make yourself sound as gay as possible.
Okay.
I don't think you do it on purpose either. At least not at first. And then you go the extra mile to act gay to cover up the fact that you said something pretty gay.
Come on, Poe. Tell me.
I was just acting, guy.
Come on, Poe. Let me know.
Okay.
Tell me. Tell me how I can
It's supposed to be a Poros, though we're getting way off track.
Just drop it right in my ear. Come on.
It became.
But did I lie?
Look, it became a Poros somehow after we started talking about Amy's diet.
I just want to know how we went from Amy's diet to Xing my squares.
First of all, let it go. Let it go.
That's why he agreed to be in here.
Oh my god, let it go.
And the truth comes
Carl's
out.
just breathing into his mic.
He really is.
Heavy breathing.
That's not me right now.
Heavy.
That's not me right now.
Oh.
Who is it?
It's
that was the fan. That was her fan.
Oh
god.
Never mind.
The one thing I never understand is why
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That was a fan.
I'll never understand why
Oh my god.
confused.
Oh my god. Why am I allowing this? Why am I allowing this?
every podcast I'm in, podcast I'm in goes wrong very quickly. I don't.
That's because that's because you repress your inside, sweetie. Just come out and let me crack your fucking egg. Let me let me hard boil you, Poe. Let me put some garnish on top of you with some sour cream.
Okay, no. Okay, hold up. Do X-rated with me. Stop.
Pull it back. Pull it back.
Oh my god.
Stop.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. We have a Christian in the call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Her offense.
Either way,
Her
we
offense.
appreciate you being here.
Her
like
protest.
I said,
her
I don't understand why Yuffie was confused when I said I'm gonna steal this on Twitter.
Look, all offenses can be taken later. Offenses can be taken later. Everybody's adjustments to things can be marked down. We know that Poe is gay. We know that there are many.
Thank you.
We know that there are many things that Rachel is going to protest to. I know. I myself was raised Christian, even though I no longer give a shit. God's take me now. Oh
I'm
God.
Christian.
Oh.
Hello, Christian friend.
Just for clarity, does anybody else want to like make it known what their affiliation and denominations are? Just if they feel free.
I'm good.
Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I know what you are. That's not like that's any big secret. You post on that shit all the time.
No,
I'm good. I'm good. Like I haven't posted about it before.
You don't know what it actually is. You know what
so
what
you
the
lied to
general
me.
idea. No, you know what wait. Have I told you personally?
I'm pretty sure.
I don't believe I have.
I'm I'm pretty sure.
He stole my whole flow, bar for bar, word for word.
Wait, are you?
Wow, how do you say that backwards?
What?
Did I just say that backwards?
Yes, it's like he stole my flow. He stole my whole fucking flow, word for word, bar for bar.
Amy, you're not black. Let it go.
Are you black? We don't know if you're black.
Talk for
I'm black enough to know that she said it back. I'm black enough to know that she said it backwards.
Maybe saying it backwards gives it originality.
Amy,
does it?
Be quiet.
It didn't give it any more originality when Soulja Boy stole that whole fucking flow. I'm just saying.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Anyways, let's get back on the topic, because we're not even done with the fucking first thing. Oh my god. Ah.
Wait, we have to reveal everybody's religious beliefs. Quick, let's signal everybody out.
I mean, that's my universal answer.
Best
Let's go with
answer.
Christian.
My religion is size. That's
Hey.
That is a religion that I can get in front, in between, and behind.
I'm gonna get behind that.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm incorrigible.
You can worship outside of a religion, but I mean...
I can worship outside of religion, but
you can also make it your main meal.
But like, if the religion is thighs, I want to be inside of the inner thigh.
Yeah, he wants to be inside of the church.
Yes, the church. That's totally
place of worship.
And then you spread the white sea, and then it's nothing but fucking gliding from there.
Stop it!
Can I interest you in
the word of the day is leg.
Shit, I'm in with the
Oh Lord.
The red sea's when she's on her period, guys.
Okay.
No, the white sea is her legs.
No, Amy, no.
Do this to me.
Oh my god.
We're done.
Oh my god.
We're done. We're back.
Y'all
Oh
keep doing this to me.
Stop it.
It's all your
Stop.
fault.
Stop.
Amy,
No,
we blame you.
No, seriously. No, blame me. I'm responsible. This is my show. Oh my god.
Well, so...
Don't blame Amy.
Oh my god. Okay. Let's collect ourselves. Whew, shit. Oh, that is a full body workout. Where was I? Okay. I believe I was at gray areas. Oh shit! I need a fan. I need to turn my fan on right now. Hold on, give me a second.
You're getting kind of hot there.
Lottie, I'm coming down with a case of the vapors.
I'm having a case of the palpitations.
Okay, yeah, we actually need to continue the conversation now.
I had to turn my fan on. Twitch plans to do something similar to what Twitter does. It'll tell a person who reports a violation whether any action was taken in response to their flagging. This is the key part here that I brought this article up for, why we even began reading it. Transparency is how you build trust. If you can't see how something's done, it's hard to conclude that it was executed fairly. The idea is to make Twitch's process clearer so that people can see that decisions aren't made arbitrarily. Trust is consistency over time. And so, if a process seems random because you can't see how it's working, you can't ever build trust because you have randomness. He wants users to be able to trust the process, even if they can't see inside every decision. That goes double for high-profile cases. For example, when Natalia, they both have similar first names. It's an easy mistake to make. When Natalia Alinity Mongolian appeared to throw one of her cats, tossed, choked, shocked putted even, one of her cats during a stream, and fed it vodka, and also had one of her dogs get all up inside of her business. When these things happened, there was an immediate backlash that happened online. As there should be. Some thought that because Mongolian is an outsized presence on Twitch, that she received favorable treatment from the company. Yes, she did. So much so that she had to beg you to ban her for her recent nit slip. But hey, what? I'm sorry, I just asked some questions and proved some facts, because apparently nobody at Twitch wants to be consistent. Even though, blah, 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 blah. While that was the case, the SPCA got involved, and in the end, it had been found that McGowan was a responsible pet owner, I don't believe. Twitch didn't comment on the high-profile case at all, not addressing individual account actions as one of its policies, but it also gave the online mob the impression that something nefarious had happened. Twitch's moderation does take into account public opinion, but only as far as it exposes problems into those processes. Here, Sheer was careful to say that the platform isn't going to change the company's policy about giving comment on individual cases, which is a privacy issue, and that it's not going to change its policies on how enforcement works just because a decision might have been unpopular. We're just less afraid than what some people to pull the trigger on bad actors who are popular. Despite what happened with Mongolian, most high-profile cases don't ever go viral. Sheer said that it's hard for an individual piece of content to spread across the world on Twitch. It's not somewhere where a moment goes global like on Twitter or Facebook, and then the whole world sees it and memes it. That's not true. That's not true at all. Twitch is a place where you have to be consistently good to gain a following. That's also not true. You can't just capitalize on the one instant in time that brings in a rush of new followers. In Sheer's view, the people who are successful are people who have proven that they can do something good over a long period of time. I think the other half of it is that I think we're just less afraid of maybe some other people to pull the trigger on bad actors who are popular. I think we're quite willing to do that when we think that they violated a guideline. And then it continues there, a bit of a blurb, but it's really this. It's really just this part here. All of this that I have a problem with, because this is obviously a lie. Like, this right here from you, Emmett Shear, CEO, Air Leader, people who control my ability to talk to my audience. You chose to directly choose to say out loud, we're not going to be responsible for this, because that's what you're saying when you say that people are not going to be responsible and that they will not have power over something, when you could have came out from the gate and say, listen, they don't have power, they are never going to have power. You chose to say this to address people's arguments and to also immediately shut them down. This is the same reason why I said it's okay for everybody who may have came in and made fun of Stephanie Lore from the outset would have had the ability to do that and also still have your mea culpas. It's gonna happen. You're gonna make memes. Memes exist. The thing that does not exist, however, is the ability for you to be heard by Twitch, because they're going to decide that your opinion does not matter and is not important because you're supposedly the wrong kind of speech. Boy. So, that being said, let's get into actual arguments here with what Stephanie Lore and Lizzie Levita actually think, right? So, Amy, earlier you said you wanted to get into how she was wrong about voice chat. I'm gonna open the floor to you and let you have that while I set up these tweets.
I'm not gonna start out the argument. Well, that's just dumb, right? You have to think about it, right? Being a competitive gamer is gaining every advantage. So let's say that she wants to ban voice chat, right? What's stopping Joe Schmo from saying, oh, well, we're banning 240Hz monitors. Oh, well, we're banning keyboard and mouse because it's too much of a competitive edge. Oh, we're banning the X button because it allows you to jump. Or, oh, we're going to ban this because it gives you so-and-so advantage, etc., etc. Once you set the precedent that you can ban a type of competitive aspect to a multiplayer game, particularly first-person shooters or MOBAs, you set the precedent that you can strip a competitive player's advantage to get the advantage that they need to be better than other people. That is why, in competitive rules, there is no banning of 240Hz monitors and none of them, because it's up to player preference whether you want that competitive advantage or not. you can't blame your loss on, oh, well, 240 hertz Joe Smo jumped around the corner, 180'd me, and fucking killed me in half a second. It's usually down to the player's fault for why they are bad. As a matter of fact, I could actually argue that none of it makes you better. It just makes the task that you're willing to complete easier. It is usually down to players' individual skill whether or not they perform well in a video game, regardless of whether they have voice chat or not. So, voice chat inherently is not unfair. And my main argument for that would be the fact that voice chat doesn't give you an inherent competitive advantage over someone who isn't using voice chat. It is all dependent on player skill and less of what opportunities you have to gain a skill. Because if you were to take a keyboard and mouse away from me, I would still be fine at playing the game. I could still compete with other people on the same level. But let's say, oh, well, because Amy is so good at this particular task, whether she's using a controller or a keyboard and mouse, let's strip everything away from her. So that way the game is more fair for the newbies who have not played the game before. That's essentially what I see the argument as. Hey, I don't have the skill to actually be this good, so let's impose a nerf to everyone else so they're on my level. Whether or not it would make a difference or not. Because if they were to theoretically remove voice chat, it would not make a difference. She would still suck at the game, and people would be stomping over her. So, let's see, I don't know. I want to talk about her competitive experience. I refrain from talking about people's competitive experience because any gain on the top 10 or top 20 or even top 30 nets you an extreme accomplishment in that game, regardless if you didn't place first, second, or third. You could place 30th place, but for as long as you're in the top 100 of players, you're theoretically in the top 1% of gamers in that particular game. So, you know, I am gonna knock her for lying about her competitive experience.
Is that in reference
she plays a MOBA, Din.
Was that in relevance to Lizzie Levita or Stephanie? Or both?
Stephanie, because she actually played competitive games, I think. Was it her or was it Lizzie?
Lizzie. Lizzie's the one that claimed the Twitch Rivals thing. And actually, they're not second place. They're 8th place.
Okay, first of all, let me go ahead and drop a bomb on Twitch Rivals.
Mm-hmm.
Most Twitch Rival players are dog shit.
Well,
Dr. Disrespect, dog shit.
We've been through this.
Tim the Tatman, dog shit. Ninja, dog shit. They all play fucking easy run-of-the-mill, oh, I can run around and do this without actually putting an input in kind of games. Like, Tim the Tatman can claim all he wants that, oh, well, I placed top 500 Overwatch, therefore I'm the greatest fucking gamer alive. He was such a meme in the competitive community that people just make fun of him when he claims to be professional at all. You can be a professional streamer, but he's nowhere near a professional gamer. And the same goes for Lizzie. She's nowhere near that level of professional gaming. She's just a runner-up in the Twitch Rival series, which is already full of dog shit players.
It's at that point where we have to start talking about the difference between actual competitive, syndicated league, organized LAN on-stage gameplay, and spectator matches featuring popular streamers, which is what Twitch Rivals is, and solo queue. So, Amy, if I was to say, hypothetically speaking, a new game comes out, you and I both play it a lot, we climb to the top 10 of players in the world. You go pro and go from the minors to the majors, and you get signed by whatever fucking team picks you up if you don't just outright buy the things to make your own team. You know, if you don't literally do what George did, and you found a company like CLG. You go pro, but I choose to stay a streamer, because it's financially lucrative, and I make more money than I would as a player of the stream. And years later, or maybe let's say like a week later after you get signed or something, I was to brag and say, and that's why I'm the best player of this game, period. If you were to pull my card and say 1v1 money match, all goes to charity, bragging rights, your best character, 2 sets, no round matches, no items, all skill. IFC Yipes in the background with Marlon Pie and Justin Wong narrating, with color commentary supplied by Low Tier God.
Oh my god!
I can't even keep straight face saying it. If we were to have that match, and I was to either win or lose, either of us wins or loses and gets our ass fucking beat. Can you explain to the audience what is the difference between those 3 levels of play? I think you hit it on the head, because I said the exact same thing when I was on Digital Blackface, but let's do a run back, because some people don't seem to understand.
Okay, so, first of all, I'm gonna start with the basic level of play, which would be solo competitive queue. So you're essentially solo queuing with a bunch of randoms to get a high rank as an accomplishment. And I'm saying it has an accomplishment because people on the top 500 ladder in Overwatch are like fucking poo brains compared to Overwatch League, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you have solo queue, top 500 ranked ladder, whatever game you want, global elite. So these players are your bottom denominator of the competitive market. They're trash cans. They have no functional brain capacity to play in a professional scene unless one of those competitive ladder people happens to actually be really good at the game, which would be pro level at that point. Why even put them on ladder, you know? Because Shroud started out on ladder, right? But Shroud eventually went pro because Shroud was really good at the game. If you're really good at a game, a pro team will just pick you up. They have to see that you're on the level of like Shroud, Sneaky, you know, all those other professional league and CSGO gamers, right? And then you have streamer leagues, which I believe would be a step above ladder play. You're better than probably 90% of the ladder, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think what happens is within streamer leagues, they develop an ego that they think that they're like the next Shroud or something. And then just develop a fat ego about how they're the best player in the world and shit, right? Even then, right, it's a streamer league. It's full of dog shit players that people can just clown on. Like, I think in one Twitch Rivals at some point, Shroud was on the ladder, and Shroud killed everybody. Because they're not pro-level players. They're all a bunch of dog shit streamers LARPing as fucking pro players. And then you have stage play, LAN play, anything from tier 4 to tier 1. Because I was a tier 3 Halo player, and I know for a fact, even when watching people play MOBA games, I'm thinking, this person is bottom tier. They aren't even tier 4. They're like fucking, they're just massively shit tier. You know, and I don't even play MOBAs, but I can see that from people. I can just tell that they're not gonna be anywhere, you know. Unless a pro player is on that streamer's ladder thing, everybody else is a common bottom denominator of the competitive scene. Except for ladder players. Ladder players are fucking annoying.
True, can attest. I was a challenger player at once in League, and my fucking soul died every single time I try to remember it.
But, you know, like I said, you have tier 4, tier 1 scenes. I was tier 3 in Halo. I wasn't any better. Like, I might be good at video games, and I might still brag sometimes, but, you know, I have a right to brag at maybe tier 3, right? If you're tier 4 and you make it to tier 2, congratulations. You're a really good player, right?
Mm.
But I was flat out just stuck tier 3 Halo for all the Halo games that I played competitively. And I think that I peaked there, and I'm okay with that peak. I'm still at that peak, but...
I am garbage at video games.
you just like I said, you just have people out there who are run-of-the-mill Twitch streamers who play competitive games once in their life, and because they got on like 8th place on the ladder because everybody else in the streamer league is dog shit because they're all 100 viewer and fucking ladder players who don't know how to play the game properly. And when somebody gets 8th place, they act like, "Oh, I'm pro now. I'm like the best in the world," and it's not the case at all. But that's just my thought on it, you know. Somebody with a very different opinion easily debunk this or say otherwise, but
I disagree.
Of course, Poet.
I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't play competitively. I probably would die in like a second.
I love all competitive games. I can't even speak right now, though. I'm sorry.
I don't play competitively, so I don't know any of it.
Warcraft, Call of Booty, love it all.
Call of Booty.
I did play World of Warcraft, but never competitively.
Love it all, though.
I'm just kind of casual, really.
Filthy casual.
I play RPGs where I can grind enough that everything dies.
Lewd. Okay.
I'm trying
Hey.
I need a second. I'm trying to set these pictures up as a slideshow. It's trying to give me trouble. But yeah, that's essentially. Ready? Thank you for subbing, Linus. Thank you. That is essentially the problem, the crux of the issues here with Ferociously Stuff and Liz and Livita, because it gets deeper. But I'm just gonna have the pictures in the background going through it, because everything that I already said on digital blackface applies here, in my opinion. Most of the time, I like to keep that close to the chest, because, of course, why would I want to tell people my actual opinion while I'm trying to find out news? But this is something that I needed to come out and say the exact same way when I saw the shit about Invader V. That person, and yes, 1000%. These two did not know what the hell they were talking about. Period. There's no way to finagle it. There's no way to spin it. They did not know what they were talking about. Either they knew what they were doing, and they said it for attention so they could be harassed and have Twitch come to their rescue, or they genuinely do not understand the culture of just the internet, of Twitch, of like competitive ladder play, of actual streamer play, of solo queue, probably the most toxic environment that any person has ever played in. Because one of the pictures here from this list in the gallery, I think it was the first one. Hold on. Somewhere. Right here. Oh yeah, a whole lot of people with cis white male voices thinking voice chat is critical to competitive games being competitive. Tell me more about how we'll solve systemic misogyny and everything will be fine, lol. Not saying you can't use voice chat with your friends or your pre-made, it hurts randoms in pickup matches. Amy, right or wrong, do you ever listen to random fucking people you're playing with in solo queue?
When I joined voice chat, one thing that she got right was that certain people in voice chats are going to be targeted, prone for more harassment. That's just the nature of the internet overall. What I do disagree with is that we should just remove it, you know? It's like, you shouldn't be paying attention to what people have to say. It's like, when people would say nasty shit about my accent or my voice in Overwatch, I just say, I don't care, bro. Sorry. You know, you're talking to the wrong person. You know, go fuck your mom and then have inbred kids and ask them if they care, because they might care. They don't have the brain cells to comprehend what caring is anyways, so, you know, but I wouldn't care, you know? I would insult them to piss them off, so I can claim they're just mad at the internet. But, you know, Like, dude, I don't pay attention. Epic Gamer Dude 69 had to say about my fucking mom one day.
I'm sorry, Epic Gamer Dude 69.
Mm-hmm.
That's the joke.
He's the shit. You should be. You should be listening to him.
I mean, honestly, when you just hear the dulcet tones of Big Booty Butt Jiggle Wiggle XX69 come on and tell you about how you're playing dog shit on Reinhardt, do you actually care what he has to say when he's running 0-7 and 0?
Yes, I want to guilt trip them immediately.
I mean, it's just me. I have never once in my life, realistically, outside of like trolling the shit out of people, because that's the funnest thing to do when you're playing a MOBA and people really think to care about matches sometimes, and you just, you know, you want to throw away LP or something. You just flame bait them, and like you just use that as an opportunity to mock them while also at the same time roasting them in all chat. So while you're farming their camps and then you're killing them on cooldown, you just mock them about how bad they are at the game. That's something anybody can relate to, because everybody's trolled in video games. That's something that's always happened.
People have to understand that when they watch my Overwatch streams, they don't come there to watch high-level gameplay. Because the way I play the game is I go for really flashy, over-the-top shit that would always get me killed.
Yeah, shit that would never work on a stage.
The reason why I go for that over-the-top aim or some flashy play that would kill me is because I firmly believe that it's ranked solo ladder, right? I'm there to have fun, to play around with new styles of approaches to games. I'm not there to fucking, you know, play like I'm playing on fucking lands with Doritos in my fucking lap or something, you know?
You're not playing meta.
I don't play meta in Overwatch. I play fucking Genji in 2020. And all I try to do is go for those really weird 180 dash Dragon Blade kills all the time. And the same for Modern Warfare, except it actually works in Modern Warfare, because Call of Duty players are like one brain cell corner campers, right? Like, if you ever tune in to one of my Modern Warfare streams, I literally run around like a crackhead and snap at people all the time, because they all stand still and do the same thing. It's so easy to kill them. The only mode I generally struggle in is Ground War, because Ground War is just one of those modes where you just rage-inducing die a lot.
So I'm still adding these pictures. But yeah, pretty much. Like, when people go to solo, even though supposedly finally got it to work, but it's way too big. Even when people say, hey, I just want to play games, I'm just here to try and play games and have fun. Most people, if they were really serious about being competitive when they choose to play games, they 100%, 10,000% would not, they wouldn't be playing, if they were serious about playing the games, they would 100% not be playing them the way that some of them choose to play them. That's like number one. Number two, most people are there for fun. And there's a problem with like how MOBA companies have always dealt with supposed toxicity and harassment on the internet, because a lot of them say toxicity and harassment as a buzzword, and in reality it's just people are dicks. And so mute and block exist, right? But people don't use them. And also, most of the people who are extremely toxic are also people who have like 50 billion accounts because they get banned so much. And when they get banned on one account, they just go to another one. So like you can never solve the problem.
If voice chat bothers them so much, why don't they just mute them?
Well, see, that's the thing. A lot of games that are supposed to have voice chat, or were planned to at some point, like League of Legends, they just said no, we're not having voice chat. It's too toxic. And yet text chat is just as toxic. Even the ping system gets used for toxicity. Has anybody ever played a game that is a MOBA and have somebody just spam ping you with a question mark, or spam ping you with some kind of voice taunt that's supposed to be mockery about, why didn't you ping me MIA, bro? Because that happens all the time. And it's usually bad players.
That is true.
Like, if it's not people pinging you because, well, you see, if you had told me that that person was missing MIA, then I wouldn't have died to them. No, we pinged you like 50 billion times, and you still went in anyways. We told you they're literally on a ward, and you walked forward anyways and said, shut up, I play the way I want to play. Because, like, if you want to talk toxicity, that's the first problem with games. If you're going to talk about, like, MOBAs. You have people who are there that want to have fun. And that's fine, but why are they in the competitive queue? That's number one. Number two, if people are trolling inside of the competitive queue and they're doing it because they don't care, why don't you ban them from the queue? Not ban them from the game, ban them from the queue. They can't play that game mode anymore. They can't play it for the season. You trolled too much. Try again next time.
But also, if they can't hang, then just don't play it then. Like, I don't know what to tell them.
Some people have addiction. Like, realistically, they have an addiction. They have a gambling addiction. Because this is a problem thing that a lot of people have noticed with Valorant. Because while Valorant right now is being popular, because Twitch drop streams are basically giveaway streams, which brings people to play that game or watch that game so they can have a chance of getting drops. What you'll notice in a situation like that with things that are managed by multiple products and also managing multiple services, like Hi-Rez, or an even better example, Battle Rate in Battle Royale, or even better than that, how in the past you've noticed a company like Hi-Rez, before they founded the subsidiary group Titanforge to manage just Smite, would jump at every single category of video game. When the MOBA became popular, they dropped Tribes Ascend and Global Agenda to make Smite. And then, when card games became popular, and people started trying to chase Hearthstone with things like Artifact and Gwent, they chose to make Hand of the God. And then, when the Battle Royale became popular, they made Realm Royale. You notice with a lot of these companies, when they spend their, or even in the better case, if we're going to talk about Hi-Rez, how Paladins is the biggest meme to ever exist in the form of class-based shooters. That game literally doesn't survive without the skin money from Smite to keep it afloat. Like, by the by. I'm sorry if you're one of those people if you're one of, like, the 50 people out there that still play that game. But, yeah.
What game are we talking about?
Paladins.
Oh my god, I hate it when people call Paladins the successor to Overwatch, because it's not.
I know, right? It's the funny shit.
It's just Overwatch, but free, but every champion is pay to win, and everything is just... It literally, the competitive modes are actually just identical in terms of toxicity and stuff.
But, like, with companies like that, with situations like that, a lot of those things... There we go. Now it's properly sized and not covering everything. A lot of the problems with those games is that they'll spend a lot of time trying to focus on solving problems like harassment in the game, and they don't solve one of the bigger problems, which is, like, fun in the game. And one of the things that eventually, like, has to drop is, do you focus on making content, or do you focus on solving what you perceive to be actual problems with real human beings? And that's, like, the thing that's happening right now in the case of Riot. Because Riot can't catch a break, right? First, they have their whole scandal about how they have just non-stop abuses of both actual women and men in the company, treating it like the frat boy society that it is. Like, that's, like, number one. That cannot go without saying. How can you, as Riot Games, be a company that promotes supposed support of your big gay audience members, your LGBTQ members, and you're gonna host a gaming event in Saudi Arabia, a place where if they were to show their lifestyle choices out there in the dunes, they would be roasted alive in the dunes. I'm not saying that they wouldn't be accepted. I'm just saying that they would have to be accepted into a hospital ward.
God bless.
I'm not.
Yeah.
That was the cutest sneeze ever.
Oh my god, that was
immediate.
That
That
was
was
the
immediate.
cutest
it was like a kitten sneezing. Jesus.
Aw.
Adorable. But like, I'm not saying that they won't get to fly back to their home countries after the event's done. What I am saying is that if Hassan and Habib witness Miranda and Ashley making out in the bathroom, yo, they're gonna get free flying lessons. That's what I'm saying.
Helicopter rides.
Oh no, not helicopter rides.
rides, just-
Not helicopter rides, just flying lessons.
Off a building.
Like that's like number one. That cannot go without being said, okay? But at the same time, how are you going to make all of these different projects that you've released now over time? You know, how are you gonna make a auto chess clone in the form of Teamfight Tactics and tag that on to your League of Legends browser and get us to think, oh yes, this is totally a thing that I should pay money into. This auto battler that I kind of don't want to play because I'm not here to play Teamfight Tactics. I'm here to play League of Legends or whatever game you're playing, mind you, or Legends of Runeterra or Valorant or whatever goddamn project they had that was not Project Ares or Project C or Project D. How are you going to make all these products and still keep up the quality of management on something like League of Legends? And the obvious answer is that they didn't. That's not what they could do, because when you have to focus on making money, the moneymaker goes first. We have seen this happen time and time again. When it happened to Hi-Rez, they had to put all of their focus on making Smite content because it was the actual game that brought in people's money. People are paying to buy those skins. They hired more skin artists to make their tier 5, their tier 3, their tier 4, and their holiday skin packs than they actually did voice actors to voice them.
You don't like hats?
No, well, it's not like it's not like it's Team Fortress. Team Fortress is a better game. In that game, they actually pay respect to their voice actors.
I had some good hats.
They do have some good hats, though. But like, the content of the games is not what people play them for. They play them to be socially relevant. And it's a little bit because, number one, the games are addictive, but also at the same time, number two, it's because they are something that is considered to be part of the culture. Everybody, even if they haven't played the game enough to get to a position on the ladder, they know about League of Legends. They have heard of, if they haven't played, Smite. Like, the first thing that brought people like me to play Smite was the fact that it wasn't an isometric top-down game. It was a third-person 3D one, which meant your entire gameplay changed with your perspective, and that informed a lot of growth and helped people learn more about how to treat and handle playing the game. They had to learn new tactics, they had to learn new methods, they had to learn new metas. Every time a new item was changed or introduced or removed, it made people have to learn to accommodate that. They developed strategies. And in those strategies came the memes that we associated with them and the knowledge associated with them. And with all this bullshit, all this gobbledygook that I'm talking about, the thing that never went away was the audience and how they react to other people. There are some people who have been playing these games for years. The streamers like, basically any person who's right now at the top of the League of Legends category. You know, Afromoo, Sneaky, KSMI, who would dominate. I will dominate. I'm a cutie. I'm a cutie pie. Any of those streamers, Voyboy, the rest of them. Cat Evolved. Just go a high list of all the top rating streamers, and even some mean ones like RF Legendary, Ramelia, probably the best support player in the fucking world, if not Afromoo. Someone who was on the relegated team of Renegades, who barely streams as much as she does anyways. All of those streamers, all of those great players, they were Fire Forged. They came up through the rankings. They grew through the system. And they had to become better players because they were playing against the best of the best. And not only were they playing on stage, they were playing in scrims, and they were also playing solo queue. They were grinding. They were grinding in the hardest way possible. And this was before it became meta to go over to Korea, or to go over to China, or to go over to whatever region is considered the best, and to play in their solo queue range, and also play against their EU players in money matches or scrims off or on stream. The solo queue environment is not the same to that. And because we have now become an environment of people who want to be included, because they are a voice to be heard, this has now opened up the meta for people like Liz Slavita and for Stephanie to get on a stage and say, I know more than you do about this thing that we actually don't have any knowledge of, and now I'm gonna claim this power and tell you why you're wrong. And if you tell me that I should go screw myself, if you tell me that my opinion doesn't matter, I'm gonna say that you're harassing me. And then, when people rightfully or wrongly take the bait laid out by the ADL or not, or when people choose to not address the actual problem, you end up having what happened here, which was, as you can see on screen, multiple tweets made by these people, by these two, and people like them, because this shit happens every other day. This just happens to be on this topic, specifically about gaming. It'll happen every other day on any given Sunday. They'll make comments, they'll antagonize people, they'll put on a facade and say one thing, and then they'll do something else. They'll get called out about it. They'll run behind the apron skirts of a company like Twitch, who either endorsed them, or gave them the position and power to speak like they did anyways, and do exactly what you saw me read in the report that they decided is now the truth. Which is, well, they were harassed, we disavow, all of those things that were said were harassment. Like, right now. Even though we are doing our damnedest, at least now, to be respectful and try to talk about this in a serious light, all of that shit earlier that we were doing, probably, if that was open, closed, shut case, that would be more than enough for them to say, oh no, these are not people to be listened to. We can't take them serious. Because that's the goal. Realistically speaking. Like, to bring it back up again, really quick. In the thing, I think that was the wrong one. Yeah, it was. Here, in the article, where they talk about transparency, what they choose to jump over is all of the people who critiqued whether or not they were right or wrong for what they were doing. And that's kind of like the problem, isn't it? Like, when you say harassment directed towards people will not be tolerated, and then you throw out all of the people who disagree with that behavior, disavow it, and don't agree with it whatsoever, you just said all of those people don't matter. Their opinions, they're not the opinions we want to hear. Therefore, fuck them. When you say that, what do we do? How can we have a conversation? How can we talk about actual problems?
Well, they don't want you to have a conversation, do they? They want to talk over you.
I mean, that's normal for businesses. I expect that of Twitch. I expect nothing less than the finest level of corporate AIDS piggery. That's gonna happen. Granted, there's nothing I can do about that. I chose to be here on Twitch as a streamer. The same way I chose to be on YouTube as a YouTuber. Or I chose to engage on Twitter, kind of against my will, because I have to have them, because I have to cultivate a platform to speak, to talk to people, and even allow what we're doing. Yeah, it's a necessity. I have to do it. I may not like it, but I agreed to this. This is a part of the social contract that I have to deal with even before I sign an exclusivity deal for the affiliate program. There's nothing I can do about this. They're going to do what they do. They're going to say fuck all to it, and they're going to ignore who they want to ignore and platform who they want to platform. And my opinion will not be heard unless somebody of relevance talks about it, and then it'll be brought up, and then I'll be scrutinized for how I'm totally a misogynist, even though I don't have a woman-hating bone in my body anymore. More on that later.
I love this story.
Some of y'all know that story already, actually.
I do.
But
story?
Oh, we'll talk about it. Don't worry, we'll get there. All in due time. But all said and done, at the end of the day, nothing we say will matter to the company. They don't care. They don't give a shit. The only time they give a shit is when it blows them in their face. The only time they give a shit is when their people do shit like, say, I'm a little sorry that I was mean to that dyslexic person, but only because you idiots have latched onto this as some kind of sort of gotcha. When a person who is given power, whether it be actual power or perceptual power, is given a platform to speak the way that Stephanie and Elizabeth have. I don't know if their name is Lizzie. I'm going to say Elizabeth because I'm tired of saying Lizzie. When Elizabeth and Stephanie get to have a platform and stand on the shoulders of Twitch and say the shit that they've said and do the shit that they've done, when they get to denigrate dyslexic people and then all other groups of people too at the same time, because they are very diverse in their harassment of other groups while they claim that they're being harassed. When they get to say these things and then they disappear behind the lock, when they disappear and just start deleting all of their tweets, when they get scolded behind the scenes by Twitch and are told when they go to their first meeting that they have to clarify what their position and role is, when they choose to be smug to you or me or us or we as a collective or as individuals, and nothing realistically happens to them, do you feel like they're giving you your truth? Do you feel like they're listening to you? Do you feel like they're being transparent? Because I don't.
No, but you don't end up talking to them, do you? You end up talking to other people that might possibly agree with you so you can feel sane.
I mean, I'll be lucky enough if I even get an automated message from the moderators about what my problems are if something were to happen to me. I'd be so fucking lucky if somebody here was to tweet out that I got banned for something that I shouldn't have gotten banned for. This shit? No, it's not a problem. We had an internal investigation and we declared that we, the company, did not break any of our rules in service, even though these people are not technically responsible for us, but we're also not gonna address it because that's harassment. Fuck those people. If this was, I said this on the broadcast, but if this was any of us, especially me because I'm doing this on Twitch, if anyone here was to do anything bad, I'm held responsible, regardless of whether or not they're an individual or not. I'm the one responsible for platforming them. And therefore, by your terms in service, Twitch, if they were to do something anti-Semitic, if they were to do something transphobic, toxic, or otherwise, any other buzzword you could throw out there, if I was to let them go, quote-unquote, mask off and act like a chud, unironically, you would waste no time suspending me, putting me out in front of the horse and wagons, whipping me, pulling me behind it by my legs and feet, drawing quartering me, crucifying me, making me apologize even though I would not apologize because I'm not responsible for them. And of course, we're trying to have discussions. We're not trying to harass and denigrate and insult and silence, except when there are people who actually need to be fucking challenged, because goddamn, oh boy, it's not every day you have people crawl into your mentions when you report something, because that's something that happens to me and Poe a lot. I think, I don't know if you have it happen to you, Poe, but every other day somebody posts their dick in my DMs while also calling me every single word that they can imagine.
No, they don't do that to me.
They just send you diapers,
I
right?
mean, sure, I do get some of that. I did get some of that weird stuff before, but they don't also call me out or anything.
See, I get emails from my enemies. They like to email me and tell me how I totally can't find out things about them, despite the fact that I can. But that's beside the point. People have been in my fucking inbox for the last week, if not begging me to talk about this and cover it, but also telling me how I'm completely a tool of the alt-right because I choose to disagree with them on their behavior. And the reason why is because if it was anyone else of us who were in their position and did what they did, we would have been canceled. Period.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it was a lesbian. It wouldn't have mattered if it was a trans person. It wouldn't have mattered if it was straight. Because it's not about the straights. It's not about the big gay. It's not about the trans. It's not about anything to do with any group, any denomination, and any affiliated group. I'm like the US Army. I'm on your ass about anything. I'm like a drill sergeant. And if I were Twitch, I would have removed them both. I would have removed them from the council, and I would have made sure to fire publicly both Stephanie and Elizabeth. Period. I said that on the broadcast. I'm saying that shit here because it was unacceptable. It was distasteful what they did. It was disrespectful what they said, and it was insensitive how they behaved. Whether or not you would agree that they should be held accountable for your actions, you, as the company, did that. If you want to say, I'm not the one personally who did that, doesn't matter. The only thing that I see is you not addressing an actual problem. And whether or not there are people who will disagree with this later off the broadcast, that doesn't fucking matter. What I'm saying here has already been repeated by Cobb Carnage, Zizarin, Devin Nash, Asmongold, Moist Critical, anyone else who's been affected by this, and everyone else across the entire board. Everyone's already talked about this. And the ones that aren't Destiny, who decide to focus on sub-problems that don't actually matter, every single one of them have said this. Probably the most famed one was Asmon talking about it while he was playing WoW, with the person who brought up the idea of saying, wow, you need to understand the differences about power dynamics. There ain't no power dynamic to be discussed here! It is the industry telling us, this is not our concern. We don't care. Move on. How? How can we talk about anything other than how you fuck up and affect all of us? Because the best thing that could happen with the council is that it produces actual change. I don't feel like it's going to produce actual change when a known ADL contributor is on the council trying to create an environment that then allows them to make excuses, which actually happened, to say, and this is the reason why we need the council. I don't need a no-name council of people who made up of good streamers and people from business industries to talk about things like bullying are going to end up causing us in our own personal jobs to be able to do what we want to do here. Because how? How? Later down on the line, something happens with this council because of some decision that was suggested by them, and it affects us directly. How do we have an ability to talk about that? Because we're not on the council. They don't listen to us. Something happens on Twitch that somebody else makes a bigger deal out of. A clip gets taken out of context because another streamer is watching our content and they decide to have a hot take. Suddenly, now I'm in the crossfire, or Amy's in the crossfire, or Poe's in the crossfire, or Yeefy's in the crossfire. Or something that one of my fans said in somebody else's stream in their chat causes some kind of fucking situation. Who do I go to? I don't have an account manager to talk to. I can't get a handle on them. How? Where do I go? What do we do? I'm just saying. Just some basic shit. So, basically, what I'm saying is, if you don't have Darkside Phil on the council, what are you actually doing? You know?
Wait, what do you mean?
I mean, if we're just going to be clowns about the council and we're just not going to treat things as seriously as they should be sometimes, why not just put one of the biggest jokes to be in the platform in general on the council and just let them have their way? Because that's what it looks like to me. It looks like a joke.
That's kind of what they're already doing just without saying it.
Yeah. Like, Cobb Carnage explained this. Like, there is more news about the council that has nothing to do with the council than good news or bad news do with the council. And that's not even accepting that, real talk, this council could amount to nothing. It could just literally be a diversity initiative made to make Twitch look like they're progressive, that they used to say, look, here, we have a council of leading experts that are trying to solve the problem with harassment and bullying. Right? They could say that, and then use that to then down the line justify their actions further. And then we end up at the point where an authoritarian asshat like Stephanie now gets to have an actual direct say over your case. Not officially, wink wink nudge nudge, but totally on the low, on the side, they're totally discussing that. And that is 100% something we've seen happen in YouTube. That's something that we've seen happen in Twitter. I mean,
so
shit.
how deep in the shit do you think we are? Because I ask because I don't believe anybody in their right mind could believe a lot of the stuff that they seem to back, or at least do not take responsibility for happening, without there being some kind of ulterior motive. There's something to gain somewhere, because most of the people that make such huge stinks about things are the minority. They're the loud minority. Don't get me wrong. But what damage can they really do if you were to go, we don't support this and this behavior? Like, who are you going to lose?
Like, we've been in this shit for the longest of times, but it always gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It has to do with basically the entire website being corporatized. You know, when live streaming was one of the untamed parts of the internet. One of the few things that, even though it was still sometimes a very etchy place to be, it was still a Wild West. People wanted to be there. People wanted to just be there for the joy of communicating with strangers on the internet while playing video games, while also harassing the streamer. It was a pastime. It was probably the most modern American pastime that we have. Well, not even just American pastime, international pastime. Everybody can have fun on the internet playing video games. And then, when video games started to become less what Twitch was about and was just one of the many things, it wasn't a negative, it was actually a net positive. Because now, you have people who can be creative, where they don't just have to have a video game on in the background in order to have a discussion. That's what allows things like my podcast to exist. But, at the same time, there are positives and negatives to that. And this is one of those negatives. Part of that is having authoritarians tell us what we can and can't say, and them having an idea of what we think is free speech compared to what we actually consider to be free speech, and outright telling us, oh no, you don't actually have rights. You're here because we allow you to be here. How do you solve problems when problems arise, and when people want to tell you what the problem is and give you their opinion, even if you do nothing with that information, you outright silence them? Just saying, what's this dangerous future we're going towards? Because we're already in the shit. Things were already bad. Can we try not to make them worse? Which kind of leads us to the next topic, which is going from that to this, talking about sponsor shaming. When millionaires choose to beef on the internet with billions and billions of dollars in the balance. It's like, this is just the... Is this just life?
Technically children.
Because this is just the live streaming side of things, right? Let's talk about the YouTube side of things.
Drama sells. I think that's like the long and the short of it.
Pretty much. But who's not familiar with sponsor shaming? We talked about it before we went live, but who is not familiar or has information that I probably don't have?
Is this about the Keemstar H3H3 fallout? Oh,
about Keemstar, H3H3, basically any person who's ever been a streamer that tried to sponsor shame or poor shame or money shame another streamer on stream or in a video. You know, Alinity trying to copy strike PewDiePie.
The reason why I find the Keem/H3H3 drama so funny is that H3H3 just got out of beef for beef that he did. Like, he claims he didn't donation shame Bezos, but he obviously did at some point. So, I consider that a W, man. He's still sad in anyways. I wouldn't have retracted my video if I were some ordinary gamers.
Muda is Muda.
Also, I like how Muda mainly removed his video over the threat or the possibility that he might have doxed H3H3 when we all know that's fucking bullshit. H3H3's address is publicly available online.
Mm-hmm.
It's covered in every single newspaper imaginable that knows about YouTube scene. But I just don't. I don't get the whole go after the sponsors thing. Because, like, unless you're someone like me, right, you can't really defend yourself from losing a sponsor in some cases because of cancel culture in itself is really fucking toxic.
Mm-hmm.
I believe stripping someone of their income and pushing them off the internet and forcing them to be homeless so you can get epic fucking cancel culture points makes you a bigger piece of shit than the person who might actually would have been racist or something, right? Let's say you're deplatforming someone and their content actually is racist to a degree, right? Let's say they're actually saying that Poke don't deserve rights or something, right?
Does he really?
Mm-hmm.
But imagine deplatforming them and forcing them to live like a homeless person and taking their source of income away and forcing them to live and struggle is not how you fight an establishment. Now, you could make the argument that if someone like that were to get too much power, it could be a problem. But ideologies like racism have been denounced in the U.S. since basically the whole civil rights thing started to actually settle in, where people were starting to be treated fairly. So I don't see where this whole cancel culture stuff would make sense in 2020. I get that you're trying to prevent certain ideologies from catching power in some sense, but it doesn't make sense from a humane standpoint. Because what is Schmo Joe saying he hates Mexicans have to do with your livelihood currently? How does it affect you? Are you currently going to be lined up in a wall and shot like the Gestapo did to the Jews? Are you going to be thrown into the gas chamber? Are you going to be blown up in an Iraqi hotel or something in the middle of the Gulf War? Like, unless you're one of those people, it doesn't affect you currently. And nothing like that would actually happen, except for the Iraqi thing. Of course, stuff like that would still happen. But, you know, current race issues are so downplayed that it's exclusive to a small community of people who embrace fascism and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like, dude, the poll, like, if you're gonna argue that poll is actually just a bunch of racists, dude, poll is like a minuscule of the internet, right? They're not even a lot of people.
And some of them aren't even genuinely racist.
Yeah, and what it is that everybody is a molehill until you make a mountain out of them. Everybody is a bump in the road until you blow the proportions up so damn high that they look like a threat, right?
Yes, the anonymous hacker 4chan.
Yeah. See, everybody, like I said, everybody's a molehill. And nobody gets bigger until it's made into a mountain. Like, overall, there's no evidence to support that fascists would gain power again. There's no evidence to support that deplatforming them actually improves society. It doesn't. Your life was completely unaffected. So them being deplatformed...
Or you push them underground, the angrier they become.
Yeah. See, the left is with this whole go after the sponsors, deplatform people, take away their money. They're doing the job for the right-wing group of individuals and even the alt-right. Because the way they think is that if we make ourselves look crazy, then they'll be scared of us. But that could be far from the case. They just think you're crazy, right?
I came here to laugh at you.
Yeah, they come here to laugh at you. And the more they have the opportunity to go over you and laugh at you, the more chance that people are gonna realize that you're a bunch of fucking lunatics and are probably gonna vote for the opposite of what you want. You don't go into a political strategy by deplatforming people. You don't go into a YouTube debate or a disagreement by trying to deplatform people, because you make yourself look crazy. And if H3H3 ever sees this, dude, I want to let you know that you're a precedent for the platform to be absolutely cancer. And the difference between Keemstar when he said it 5 years ago and you saying it now is 5 years ago, Keemstar didn't have that kind of fan base to impose a threat like that to another YouTuber. Keemstar was still small back then. 5 years ago, I don't think Drama Alert was as big as it is now. So when two YouTubers are dissing it out that have millions of subs and have huge influences on the platform begin taking away sponsors from each other and trying to get each other canceled, you're setting a precedent that everybody should just go after sponsors if they have the audience to do so. And that's why I don't care that Keem said something about sponsors 5 years ago. Like, I'm pretty sure you saw the comment tweet where they went 5 years back and pulled up a Drama Alert where Keem was going over sponsors.
Yep.
That was 5 years ago. Drama Alert was nowhere near as big as it is now. Context matters, time period matters, and the amount of ability for his fan base to go out and do something like that matters. Back then, that was not in the Keemstar, because I'm going to be honest, 5 years ago, politics were in the lukewarm of getting cancer, right? Nobody would have cared what happened back then. No sponsor would have cared, because all they cared about was money from teeny weeny teenage boy who wants G-Phil, right? But now they do care, and it's because people have such big influences that some words reach so far up the railroad tracks. I just don't understand that. And people will call me a hypocrite because I've made jokes about buying someone's business and then firing them. But that's just a joke. Like, I'm joking around. I wouldn't actually do that to someone. But as
What?
for...
That's my fetish. Why not?
I mean, if you want her to be your mommy girlfriend, we can have that arranged.
Big milkers.
Anyways, like I was saying, you know, now that these platforms are big enough to where they have that kind of reach, what Keemstar said 5 years ago would be a huge deal now if someone else said it. It wasn't a problem when Keemstar said it back then, because like I said, time period matters. How big the channel was matters. How how warm or hot or cold the politics also matter back then. Cancel culture probably wasn't as extensive back then, so nobody would have cared, right? But like I said, if you fast forward to 2020, where H3H3, who has... How many subs does he have now? 6.6 million subs were to say go after his sponsor. It would be done in an instant, not because of he just said so, but because people are a bunch of hate mobs, right? So one of your favorite YouTubers says something, and that YouTuber is willing to go. Well, the YouTuber's fans are willing to go the extra mile to overthrow somebody's sponsors, like the snap of a finger, right?
Whether or not the streamer or whether or not the content creator rather tells them to, which is really funny. It's really funny.
Even it's happening with Keemstar.
Yeah.
Because now that H3H3 had set that bar, Keemstar's fans, who Keemstar disallows those, people say he's pulling reverse psychology. I call bullshit. It doesn't sound like reverse psychology. He actually generally doesn't want people to do something like this. They're doing it whether he says no or yes. So it's because how people canceled Keemstar was they brought up his stuff, right? Where he said the Alex thing, where he accused this guy of pedophilia. What they did to H3 was they brought up the tweets and stuff and videos where he was generally being racist, like flat out racism on the dot. You know, telling women they should be dominated as a species and stuff, and that men were meant to dominate. It just flat out sexism, racism, and stuff. And they used that to get Old Spice to drop H3.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not one to say, but I know what Keemstar has done. But, you know, how come people call out Keemstar 5 years later for his shit, but when H3 Productions said some pretty questionably racist stuff like a couple weeks ago, people will just brush it off like it never happened.
There's probably a little bit of some truth to some people that I've seen. Actual individuals with names and sponsors and brands that I'm not going to mention out of respect and deference that have said, well, you see, once upon a time, they used to be one of us. They were the common man. They were for the good fight. And, like, I'm sorry to tell you that those days do not exist anymore. Pretty much that shit went bye-bye as soon as they signed the lease on that Bel Air mansion. Like, remember the days when H3 and iDubbbz would critique people? And I remember specifically the moment it was for me where I started laughing. It was like, oh no, this is it. This is the end. It was when H3 was mocking Ricegum when he was calling people irrelevant, which is another perfect example of a person who's known for doing bad behavior and being kind of on the level of Keem's notoriety of scumbag sometimes. He was mocking people for being irrelevant, and so Ethan decided to mock him for being irrelevant. And the thing that he said, because this was before they had their son, this was before she even gotten pregnant with their child, he said, yeah, but Gila got the bag without selling her soul. And the entire implication there was that, well, see, I'm one of the people who we made content the right way. We cultivated an audience. We built it from the ground up. We fought for free speech. We fought for our ability to have fair use. We fought the court case against against that one dude. We did that. That was what we did. We actually did proper things. So we have the right now to sit here and mock you. And that's what we're gonna do. Because the people want it. They encourage it. It motivates them, and they want to have it. And then, fast forward a couple of years, I think it was like actually a year and a half, we get to the point now where, in that very same clip you mentioned, Gila is looking at Ethan like, what the fuck are you doing? Shut the hell up. Why are you saying this? This is uncomfortable. You're scaring me, Ethan. As he's going mask off about this shit. And everybody sees it, but most people don't talk about it because either they're waiting for another content creator to drop that, or they're just noticing it and they're waiting for the rumblings to happen, where people start having the subterfuge talks, the Twitter bans, the back and forths, the accusations, the inhumanity, the tweets, how it's so bad, but they're eating it up like fucking popcorn, because even for us, we're not immune to this new form of propaganda. Because it is propaganda. Like, we're supposed to pick a side in this fight, and if we pick no side, we're supposed to just sit back, pop up a chair, and watch the comments. Meanwhile, all of the shit that sometimes people get involved in, maybe it's just a bunch of bullshit. Maybe it's a bunch of Twitter bans where Vosh decides to go around and antagonize bigger platforms so that they platform him, because the grift left have lost their ability to have conversations, because people like Jake have monetized harassing people on the low to the point where Faraday Speaks will be an impartial mediator between himself and Dankula and Vosh, and actually have a discussion about whether or not Dankula is or is not a white nationalist. He's not. And then Faraday will say at the end of the stream, and fuck the people who created internet blood sports, because that is actually the environment that allowed this to be fostered and happen. Whether or not you want to say it's because it was a different time period, it 100% was. 2014 YouTube was a place that they could thrive in, because they weren't authoritarian asshats yet. The money changed them. The money, the clout, the attention, the influence, whatever you want to say was the result of that, that is what happened. And shit happened along the way. Hopefully, we would be the ones to say, okay, that's fine, cool, whatever. Like, it's in the past, things happened, people grew and changed and were different and matured, no matter what platform they're on. The same could be said for me, as could be said for Poe, as could be said for pretty much any person who could be relegated as a creator or as an internet personality, no matter what size they are, because that's just how the internet works. And yet, at the end of the day, with these council mobs, the way that they choose to come for people, it doesn't matter when anything happened. Like, you're gonna have somebody do archaeological grievances on your account and go through your entire tweet history and find whatever the worst thing you said could possibly be, and if they can't find it, they're gonna invent it. They can find whatever the fuck they want to serve whatever bias they need and provoke whatever reaction they want from you. And you can't apologize to them. Yet at the end of the day, when we end up in these dumb wars where we're at right now, where we're watching bigger content creators than us have internet slap fights, and every slap, oh, that's $100 off my channel. Oh, there goes another one. There's $500. Ooh, that was a $2,000 sponsor. I'm not gonna see that shit again. When it becomes that, somebody has to step in and either call both of them out on being retarded, because it is retarded. I don't like to use that word because it's too easy.
I was gonna say, does that word get you in trouble on Twitch?
It would. But it's the best way that I can describe it. Not because they aren't or are not those things, but that's exactly what it looks like. This is stupid-ass Twitter fights that shouldn't matter. But because the people who are having them are of the size, they actually do. It's a lose-lose situation of the worst Morton fork that I could ever possibly imagine. Because either people decide to say, okay, fine, we don't hold people responsible for the things that they do on Twitch, or that they do on YouTube, or we hold everybody responsible and we actually enforce them. But then that makes everything worse. So what's the solution? I don't know what it is.
Don't sell out to big companies like Google.
That's a start.
I don't even watch H3H3, so I don't even know what he does, to be honest.
Pretty much smug commentary videos now. He used to do other content, but it's just smug commentary videos and reactions and defending his friends.
No, I mean, didn't he used to do smug commentary videos? Now he does podcasts?
Yes! He made the transition from commentary to podcasts, and his podcast
Anybody see that
abysmal.
one with fucking him and Joji in the background?
Yeah! That's a meme now. That's a meme now. It's the group.
That one where Joji made that really fucking wow, that's a horrible take face.
Yeah.
Because, like, the thing was, when I saw that scene, like, that was when I really, like, that's when I actually separated Joji from, like, Filthy Frank. Because, like, Filthy Frank was, like, him having fun. That was just,
I'm pretty sure Filthy Frank was an IRL parody of the most extremes.
Yeah, but that was just Ethan.
Like, you can tell he doesn't
from his own.
You can tell when Ethan made that comment about women, Joji knew it was sexist, even though Filthy had this over the top, you know.
Yeah, see,
if you think about it, you can tell that Joji was actually and truly disconnected from Filthy Frank because Filthy Frank wasn't his personality.
Well, like, because like that is the Filthy Frank could have said
he
that,
was
and
going
like,
through a
you would
transition.
have known that it wasn't like real. But Ethan said it, and it was like, wow, dude, that's
he was
really
like, yikes, you actually think like that.
What? Something that he said. I'm not going to defend Ethan because number one, I don't watch his content. I know him by. He looks somewhat like the protagonist.
Yeah.
Protagonist, the main character from Cuck.
Yeah, well.
That is all I know about Ethan.
The thing is, I'm not going to defend H3H3 or Keem. They're both rotten pieces.
Oh no, I won't defend
garbage.
No, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Keem just because he's not my flavor, and I just he gets into messes on purpose. That's not my kind of gig.
No, Frank wasn't his edgy side. It was a parody on the extremes. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Joji said that himself at some
point. Yes.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Like when it comes to Ethan,
Filthy Frank was just a parody then.
Like when it comes to Ethan, I've only watched 2 of his videos. Like the one where he reacted to the Gamergate episode of Law and Order, and the video he did on Humongous. That was all I did. That's all I've seen of him. And for Keemstar,
huh?
No, so I'm just saying. As for Keemstar, I've never watched him. All I know is he gets into too much drama.
I didn't even know Law and Order had a Gamergate episode.
Yeah, Logan Paul played the bad guy, and he couldn't tell. When they showed his POV, he was literally looking. He literally couldn't separate games from real life. Like he was like, it was ridiculous.
My God.
I think what really set H3H3 off for failure was when he decided it would be okay to, be mad that I think Donut Operator did a video on H3H3 where someone, old lady, I think, was walking towards the police with a knife, and they gave her a little tase and, basically held her to keep her and made her drop the knife. H3H3 got so pissed about that I think his whole podcast was centered around cops being douches for that topic. But Donut Operator made a good video on H3H3's inconsistencies with his viewpoints. I think I'll have to find it. And we know that H3H3 is not going to respond to Donut Operator because Donut Operator I think was correct in this video. Let me put it in the chat.
Hate his patchy beard. He makes me angry.
Yeah, the more that I look at it, the more I keep seeing the what was that fucking protagonist's name again, Poe? Was it Ronnie?
I think it was Ronnie. I wanted to say Rodney, but it's Ronnie.
Yeah.
Ronnie McDonough.
The more I look at his face, the more I just see the cuck protagonist.
Just whenever I see Ethan's picture, I'm just like, how the heck do you live in $1 million and look like you haven't showered in weeks?
Oh, that is
like,
we're gonna get canceled, guys.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I mean, I would. I can't. H3H3 wants to try me. He can try me. I mean, that would just be funny.
Let's fuck.
I really don't have.
I'm not.
You can't cancel somebody who already canceled them.
How could either of them cancel me? Literally, I mean, sure they could get me.
I don't know how H3H3 could cancel me when only being worth $6 million. Then,
look, to be honest,
that's like, I don't care. Like, I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm gonna go cancel H3H3 now. I'm just saying, trying to cancel someone with largely more wealth than you is actually a problem in society. Like, you can't cancel Jeff Bezos because he just owns more than you.
Honestly, if either could cancel me, I'd probably get more clout from it, which is hilarious. Because I'm just being honest. Like, I don't watch either of them. I don't know them. Like, just canceling me would give them nothing.
I just don't think H3H3 is that funny.
At one point in time, he would have been funny, but now it's just not. I'm not laughing. It's really it kind of. He had his time, and he's now gotten to the point where it is time for him to go.
H3H3 is so washed. It's like, imagine if Shroud was 80 years old. That's the state H3H3 is in.
Yeah.
This is washed.
Yeah.
Wow.
There's always a chance for redemption, but would H3H3 even need to... Would he even take that redemption?
I don't know. He's probably too egotistical at this point. He'd probably say it's beneath him. If it wasn't for him, y'all would have nothing to talk about. You know, normal things they usually say on the power trip. I wouldn't even know
Before
where
I
to
met
begin.
Poe, H3H3 was literally who, though. I never been in my recommended.
You're not gonna get H3H3 in your recommended, especially if you don't follow main drama on YouTube. You want to know why he won't be in your recommended? Because he has a podcast, and his podcast is shit tier. He gets all these fancy little guests on the podcast, only to state bad opinions.
It's the relevant people.
What was his rape opinion again? That one, I know it was. I just don't remember what he actually said.
The one about women wanting to be conquered or needing to be conquered or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
Yeah, he said
the
men as a
hell?
species are meant to conquer, and he said something about women should be conquered, and Joji basically gave him the disgusted face.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with Ethan from a very, very primal level, like a very back into instinct. That is like a driver for procreation and that type of thing, but not not in a sense where it's still like an active practice that women need conquering or that men need to conquer.
Yeah, I
Actually, I
agree
think
slam
about
on this. Like, Ethan worded it in such a way that was, and he probably believed it too. I don't know. I'm not going to assume his intent when he said it, but the way he worded it was extremely crass.
Yeah, if he wanted to word it better, he certainly should have, because it didn't. It doesn't hit the ears right.
Oh no, it does not.
It just don't.
And
hit the
trust me,
same.
like I think a lot of people here know that I'm pretty much a trad Catholic.
Oh no, we know. Well, I know.
Yeah,
We've been new.
yeah. So it's
We
like
have tried
even
about it, yeah.
yeah. So it's like the fact that even I don't like that statement. Just saying, no, that was a really crass way to put it.
I feel like that's pretty much everything we needed to say here on this topic, right? Is there anything that we probably missed?
Not that I think of.
All right.
I don't think so.
Next.
I don't know much about him.
I mean,
But I don't watch Keem or
Also,
H3H3
I don't
much,
get
so-
the whole Yo Mama inserting himself into the drama.
who is Yo
the
Mama?
hell is Yo
Because
Mama?
I don't know
the
it.
only thing that comes up to my mind is Wilder Vanderama, and I'm just wondering what the fuck is he
Yo
doing?
Mama is
Yeah.
that Brody Fox person who makes
Yo Mama's
stupid-
stupid videos.
yeah.
I've
I-
never
They
heard
used
of
to
them.
be
I'm with
really
Carl. I
popular,
thought-
but dude, they're falling off on the deep end.
I'm with
Running out
Carl,
of
though.
jokes.
I saw that and I was like, Yo Mama, do they mean Wilmer Valderrama?
That's what I was
I don't-
thinking.
Like,
Yeah.
took me all the way back to early aughts MTV when Charlemagne the God still had like that weird oily baby face of his.
Mhm.
Oh God, it's fucking sending me for a loop now.
See, 10 years ago, I had no idea who Charlemagne the God was.
Bro,
Me neither.
1 year ago I didn't know who Charlemagne the God was. I thought it was a rapper.
Yeah, I didn't know who.
To be
I
fair,
didn't
yeah,
know,
to be fair, 1 year ago, I didn't know either.
Like,
I didn't know who he was till yesterday. Just to let you guys know.
it's unfortunate because like this is supposed to be somebody who's got the ear to the ground, right? He's supposed to be he's
Yeah.
1/3 of the Breakfast Club. But who amongst us
Yeah.
here actually listens to the Breakfast Club? Other than with the memes, like word for word, bar for bar. Exactly. That's my point.
Well, I mean, even Amy knows the meme, but apparently backwards, so.
I mean, the memes are more popular than the people who say them at this point in our culture.
True.
Like, I'm pretty sure there's like 50 billion of them that we could spin off from any out of context clip from this broadcast. But that's kind of what it is. we're at the point we're unironically at the point in society now where people can have such a broad platform in public that whether or not they like it, they have to tiptoe and walk on eggshells and do optically the best thing that they could do. They could be complete pieces of shit behind the scene, but they have to have immaculate PR game. And when they decide to be sloppy bastards, that's the word I'm going to use on broadcast. When they decide to be sloppy, and they decide to be absolutely obtuse, and do so because they want to, they affect everyone while they do so. And the effects of it, the utter amounts of Adpocalypse 3, the revenge that we are experiencing right now, in the future is just going to get worse. And much like with Twitch thoughts, what's going to be the next thing? Who's going to be the next one to do this? But yeah, I think that's everything we need to say about this. So next topic. Which brings us to the main event, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Jesus.
I have to jump PCs real quick. I'll be right back. Maybe 5-minute interlude.
All right. So, before we transition to the next topic, everybody, to stall for time, hands up in the chat and be honest. How many of you are virgins and or hate women?
Ironically, sure.
Unironically.
I'm neither of those.
Wait, what was the second one?
If you're a virgin or you hate women.
Unironically hate women.
Well, I am
Not
a virgin, but I am a woman.
Feminist.
I don't hate anyone, honestly.
Right, can I help you?
Pedophiles, they're not.
You know my body balls and dick more than my BM. Distress.
I don't hate anyone.
That must have been his family.
That
must have been his family
The
member.
hell?
I don't know. Oh my. I think I just got Bo in trouble. But so Poe and I guess also Amy, because you can be worse than we can. We like to post things on the timeline because we find them interesting and or we want to make people suffer. And one day, I was doing research on a topic that we ended up covering on Post Podcast, which was the pink pilling problem, episode 10, which I feel like opened up an entire can of Corona Curse Seal, because immediately after we had episode 10 go out, a whole bunch of shit started happening, including the banning of his old account. But I was, at the same time I was doing this, I was bumbling around.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem. So
my brother.
Get a cookie.
So around the same time that I was doing research for that topic, I was on Reddit, not actually using Reddit for like the reason dumbass Redditors use it for, but I was trying to follow down leads on something that would then lead me on to like Egg IRL and those websites and sources and links where pink pilling can be found. I was doing research on these topics around these same places and spaces with these same communities, and I ended up stumbling upon where the femcells have retreated to after Based Shaman, shout out to him, with his Starship Lockjaw, would basically monetize the shit out of the incel community before he then chose to switch topics and gears onto covering Christian. This subreddit goes by the name of Female Dating Strategies. And
oh no.
And oh yes.
I hate this.
It's a thing of beauty, to be honest.
You're gonna fucking hate this, Rachel, because oh my god. So I ended up discovering this on my own, and this, ladies and gentlemen, this hits different in all the ways you could possibly never want to feel. And we gotta talk about it, because this is the worst advice that I could ever see men or women give each other to try to be better at dating in general. And also, this is the worst kind of advice you could give a person who wants to improve how they think and how they speak and how they act with the opposite sex, because everything that's on display here is something that not only would get you hurt, would get you slapped, and would also probably get you maybe even shot in a Bible Belt state, but 100% is the kind of way of thinking that only exists because we happen to be in a time and place where if I was to say something actually hateful about women and I believed that shit, I would be destroyed outright. People would call me exactly the kind of asshole that I was. If the same thing came out of a woman's mouth, not only would she be praised for it, people will give hundreds of thousands of shares on social media of that like. And there are plenty of people in the audience who have said, oh my god, Carl, shut the fuck up about this, who cares? There are those same people in the audience before who also say, but who fucking cares? That's social media. Yes, but actually it's a very big problem, because that's how you get things like the Duluth model, where a man can be sexually assaulted and it is counted as not penetration because it's instead counted as forced envelopment, and therefore the only way that his rape would be taken seriously is if he was raped by another man. It's how you get shit like news reports of female teachers who can put themselves onto young boys and girls, but usually it's the young boys, because they really like to have power over young men.
Yeah.
Or they get to get involved in these news articles, and they're covered as female teacher had sex with, female teacher had illicit relationships with, female teacher...
What is good with you?
Hmm?
I'm sorry, I gotta go real quick. I just gotta deal with something.
No problem. Female teacher seduces young boy, and not female teacher raped, female coach raped, female librarian raped, teacher raped young boy. Teacher who had the child of her victim gets to keep child. And they also have full custody of the child. It's how you get shit like that.
But patriarchy, remember?
I mean, of course, it's patriarchy all the time, except when it's 100% women in control. It's actually really weird. If you were to press things by the numbers and really analyze how we do things like politics, there is enough evidence to be said that America is actually a radical feminist matriarchy. That's a take that I'm going to stand by, because I believe that shit. Because honestly, believe me too, unless he's blue. Am I right? Doesn't matter if Biden even makes it to the primaries. He just needs to stay alive, folks. It's more important to vote for the right candidate than vote in one of two rapists. But if one of those rapists just happen to be more ethical, boy howdy, am I gonna vote for them. Those are takes that we've been seeing on social media, and it kind of all goes back to here, because this is the cesspool where those ideas come from. I can already feel it. We haven't even looked at the cancer yet, and it's in my fucking lungs.
Okay, I'm back, and I can already see the cancer in Chan.
What's good, fam? My brother was literally rapping in my room. He was doing British drill.
Oh no.
He was doing... I mean...
So, Poe, you have experience with, I'm not sure if he just went off mic again because he had to do something, but I'm going to ask him when he gets back.
Okay, I'm back.
So, Poe, come on, man.
Yeah, fam.
Come on. Come on. Don't you do me like this. Come on, Poe's brother. No.
Okay, he's gone. He's gone. He's gone.
Oh my god. You might actually get a second television switch with that. Oh my god. Okay, so, Poe, you have experience. This is your wheelhouse. You want to talk about the entitlement of females?
In what sense?
In the sense that they get away with a whole bunch of shit that we would never get away with.
Oh yeah, like okay, so let me tell you something. When I was before I started the podcast, I did something. I was like really tired, and I made my new account after I got suspended. Well, my other suspended account now, and I decided, you know what, for Women's Month or Women's whatever month, I forget exactly what month it is, but it's something about women. And I was like, you know what, for Women's whatever month, I'm going to do a teacher pedophile / rapist list. Mm-hmm. And I literally found so many that the threads were too long. Like, I had to apportion it like 50. At first I was gonna do 50 every Sunday, but I was like, this is taking forever to do. I'm just gonna do 20. Like I did 50 for like 2 weeks, and then 20 or 25 the last week, 25 the third week, and then I was too tired to do the final a week of March. I was dealing with other stuff. But there's just so many of them, and for most of them, like they just like get let off with like nothing. Like there was one where this woman, she had a 13-year-old student. If you've ever watched Ned's Declassified School Survival Guide, you remember that kid called Coconut Head?
Yep.
Imagine him, but blonde.
Mm-hmm.
That was her victim. That was the kid she said she was in love with. Who the kid whose baby she had, the kid whose parents she begged to let them stay together.
Mm.
And she got like 8 years. Well, no, she got 10 years, but she'll probably get let out in like 4 to 5.
Realistically, yeah.
Maybe two, possibly.
Could be a 1.5 with good behavior, but
yeah, that's the thing. And there's so many cases like that. Cases where like this woman, like I think she's half Asian, or maybe she's white but looks Asian, or maybe Filipino, but short time she was smoking, and she basically had an addiction to sex with teenage or underage boys. Literally, like when she'd already gotten caught, like even after she had already been arrested and let out on bail, you know what she did until her court date? Found some teenage boys, including one she had already had sex with, and then literally had sex with them to the point that they were exhausted. They were literally drained.
Wow.
But she was fine, but they were half dead from sexual exertion. Teenage boys. This is not like 34-year-old men. These are teenage boys. That's how obsessed she was with underage D.
She just needed she needed the semen of young men to bathe in it and make herself young again.
Literally, there's so many of these cases, and most of them, they got almost no time comparably.
What about the sex offenders registry? Were they on that?
Oh yeah, some of them were. But even in some cases, some were literally teachers were like abusing 12, 11, 13-year-old boys, and several of them like literally didn't even get the sex offender registry because it would affect their.
Yeah.
What the heck? Why would you want to put a teacher like that in a class full of students?
Two of them. I remember 2 cases. They didn't even remove their teacher's license.
Yeah. They just said here.
They let them go right back to teaching.
Yep, it's like, yep, here you go. Go right back in. I don't see any problem.
Basically,
it
sounds
so weak. Like every time I read it, I was like, "What is going on? Like, how does this work?" Like, literally, even if a girl had been entirely an underage student, if the genders were reversed, if they had been entirely willing, they would throw whoever that guy was in like prison for like 30 years, and he would be dead before the first week.
Christ.
It's just, it was weird to me. It didn't make sense. Especially that woman who really loved her 13-year-old blonde boy with the bowl cut. How are you in so many of them? Oh, I'm in love with a 13-year-old. It didn't make sense. And there was one, Miss like Kansas or Miss Wisconsin, who became a teacher. And her husband, she'd been married for like a year or 2. She was like, oh, he doesn't have time for me. I'm like, but why do you have to go to a 15-year-old though?
Most of it has to be for power.
Like they always like all these like female pedophiles all the time. They say even when they have like a husband and like 3 kids, they're like, oh, my husband didn't have enough time for me. I didn't really feel wanted. And like there's like several cases of them like adopting boys, and then while they're still married, mind you, and then while their husbands are out, having sex with those boys in the house, and then divorcing their husband like a year later, and all of a sudden they're pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
But they like to act like women don't rape. Like that's just funny to me.
Like yeah, before I was suspended, people would constantly be tagging my my posts and asking me to update it with more, but it was just too much to do. So I just like would direct them to the Discord where I had so many cases. I still have like over 200 cases on the Discord and like a special channel for it with pictures and everything.
And then also Shoan had quoted that thread before your account got banned.
Yeah. I still haven't gotten an email from Twitter, by the way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All of that shit and more. If you want to know where that attitude gets fostered, because it gets fostered on Twitter.com. They exist. Also, welcome back.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
Oh my god. It's always so funny when I hear that noise. I always love it. Oh my god, I love Decade so goddamn much. Thank you for following the stream. Thank you for subscribing. If you want to know where this attitude gets fostered, where people can go out and say, oh, but guys, it's different. It's totally different. If you want to know communities where that shit happens, it happens in places like this. And oh boy, I wanted to have... I talked about this a bit on my first Fireside Crin stream, which is my community stream. And I went through it with my Discord, and I brought Spook in to talk about it, and I think Yeefy for a bit too. I can't remember anymore, because anything longer than a week ago goes directly out of my fucking memory, because I'm always exhausted. And it's not good enough for me to react to this shit. No. I need women here, and also another man. So girls, ladies, let's do it like this, shall we? Y'all go through and just scroll down the flares in the subreddit, and you pick what threads stick out as the most offensive to you, and we're gonna read this shit and go over what the fuck is on here, because there is some fresh fuck to be beheld. And
I'll let them scroll through and pick, and I'll just react. Cause I'm on the stream.
Cause like, Poe, you should interact too.
You should have given me a heads up that we're gonna do this way earlier, because I'd have probably sourced some alcohol to help me get through this.
Oh my god.
I don't have any alcohol. Why should you get to have mercy?
Drinking as a motherfucker.
Oh
I mean, I don't even drink outside of social events, but like, man, I'm gonna need that right now.
Now you know why the monks were always drunk.
Ha ha ha.
Alright, so who wants to go first?
I just got back. I gotta scroll through this.
Alright. Go ahead and peep this rules, by the way. If you haven't seen this before, just read the rules on the sidebar. Oh boy.
Oh my god. Pick Misha Hall of Fame. Incredible.
See, I told you.
Alright, so I'll read them.
Go
this
for it.
sub is for women, and by women exclusively. Probably explains why it's trash. All advice should focus on maximum female benefit. Okay, I guess that's a rule. No excessive male sympathizing. I mean, this is female advice for dating, so if you're not...
Actually, Carl.
Yeah.
I have some. There's a few more subreddits that are even.
This is actually a really good rule.
I know.
No standard shaming. I hope that this is a rule that applies to everyone and not just women.
Oh, they don't apply to this at all.
Yeah, no, not at all.
This is basically a
You'll see.
don't shame my standards, but we're gonna shame yours.
Yeah, you'll see it.
No trolling or advocating violence. It's a pretty basic rule. Do not feed the trolls. They constantly feed the trolls. I've already read part of the subreddit. No personally identifiable information. And just post someone's real name from their Tinder profile. Yeah, that works. Read the FDS handbook for posting. No idea what that is. No promoting BDSM or abuse kink. Sounds like kink shaming to me. No derailing. Pretty normal rule. No repeat posting or karma farming. I guess that sounds like a decent rule. And do not steal content or use the FDS label without prior approval.
Mm-hmm. You wanna click on
I'm
those
gonna go over one of the first posts I saw.
Go for it.
And quickly give my thoughts on it.
Mm-hmm.
So, they seem to highlight green flags, yellow flags, and red flags for dating. A lot of these things are just, bro, don't be a piece of shit and your relationship will just be healthy.
Mm-hmm.
Because breaking any of these just makes you a piece of shit. If you're not supporting your partner's personal growth, you're a piece of shit. If you're not taking self-responsibility, you're a piece of shit. Like, just don't be a piece of shit. I mean, this is a good starting flag, I would say. Communicating openly, healthy hobbies, self-sufficiency. These are all good advice, right? What I don't get is probably when a man were to tell a woman that she should do these things, I'm pretty sure the subreddit would lose their minds. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure it would be a top post in the Reddit saying, my man told me to follow the green flag rules and he would follow them as well. Is he misogynistic? Should I leave him? I feel like that's a post that would be mean.
Oh, they've made those posts. 100%.
Of course they have. Why can't people just follow normal, great advice? Oh, and they're dragging women who think the same thing or opposite to them. This person, pick Misha Hall of Fame, whatever this tag is.
Oh, I'm on that one too.
When girls say they hate being sexualized by guys, yet all they do is judge a guy based off his looks/body. This is clearly a true, like, any truers out there kind of moment, right? Any truers out there? Because this is true, right? This is hypocritical. Why are you saying guys should not be interested or judge you by your looks, but you want to be interested and judge them by their looks? That's obviously them being a hypocrite. But then you have this subreddit who's flaming this poor woman for calling out hypocrisy within people.
Can you post the link of that one so I can put it on the screen?
Yeah, hold on, let me just... I say this is true. This is a 100% true. Also, this pic...
It's the name that's throwing you for a loop, isn't it? Like, pick-me's are things that everybody knows about. Because, truthfully, honestly, there are pick-me's that exist in dating. There's no way around it. There are some people who try a little bit too hard that want to be selected, male or female. But the entire thing is, it's not even how they try to frame it. Like, I don't...
Also, the moderators... Before you continue, the moderators of the subreddit are really weird, right? Because this post that was obviously attacked got removed. Quote unquote removed, because you could still see the post and comment on it. The moderators removed that. But they won't remove anything else that attacks men or anything. I don't know. It just seems weird that this post about this woman calling out hypocrisy was removed. I guess it's because they're spreading the message in a server that's probably... Or a subreddit that's probably, like, really, really closed, you know? It's for hive thing.
I gotta post this one after you're done reading that one because it's ridiculous to me.
The one that Poe just posted?
No, wait. No, it's a different one.
Okay. Post the link for that one. Let's see what the video has to say. First, I need to fix the filter because the filter's not as big as it should be. By the way, how does that look to you, chat? Is that okay? Can y'all see that properly? Can y'all see that well?
So, funny thing about this and similar subreddits, they have a special nickname. Well, they have two special nicknames for men. One is scrotes, short for scrotum, and two is spermoid.
See, this one happens to use LVM, which is low value man. It's actually pretty interesting how they go into the diatribe of dictating what a low value man is. It's very, very, very enlightening. Because it's just protection. Honestly, when you get down to brass tacks.
Wait, let me see it. Can you link it?
It's in their rules.
Oh, okay. There
Specifically, it is in their female dating strategy handbook. Let's see here. It is.
Oh, there we go. That's it.
Or it's either the handbook or it's the wiki. I believe it's the first one, the very first handbook. If I can remember where it is.
Oh, there we go. Low types. Examples of high value male versus low value male. Okay.
Trying to find one of the good examples.
Wait, they're basically defining high value men as
chads. As chads. They're defining high value men as chads.
No, look at the examples between low value men and high value men. It basically says that a high value man will always want to do things immediately, to cater to you, regardless of anything else he might be doing.
Yes, simps.
Let's just be honest. There is no high value men for them. They don't think any man is high value.
But the funny thing is, if you turn this around on them, literally, when the people who actually say the same thing, they literally say that's horrible and misogynistic. But you literally, if you give them these same examples, but make it women, they would say that's misogynistic and controlling. But this is, oh my god.
If I was to walk up to one of these women in public, something that I would actually do, but some people probably wouldn't, and I was to say to them, you are a D&B, and if they were to ask me what I meant, because I can't say the other part of that sentence because it's too spicy for Twitter, or for Twitch, if I was to tell them that means you're a do-nothing, and I'm going to use the word broad in this sentence, if I was to tell them that they are do-nothing broad, or do-nothing Barbie, and they are being lazy and also very entitled, they would call me a low value man, despite the fact that the idea of low value versus high value is you're supposed to have a high value of yourself. That's originally where that word comes from. If you are a low value woman or man, it's because you have a low opinion and a low value judgment of yourself. And if you're a high value or a medium value person, which is to say if you're a normal person or what would be considered to be a top 1% of the 1%, a 100% Chad, the kind of man who goes on the internet and catfishes to get free items for people in MMORPGs.
Oh my god, Carl.
Yeah.
8 examples of low value man. The number 5 is the mentally ill man. Bipolar man gets depressive. PTSD man has stressors.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're shaming men with mental health issues.
Like PTSD, literally. Oh my god.
And then they say, and then they want to try to derail the conversation when we say that men's mental health isn't focused on.
Literally, OCD man. Literally, all the OCD man tells him about his fantasies involving her. Well, that's weird. How does that involve OCD though?
Mm.
But either way, apparently OCD is too much. That makes you immediately low value.
Oh.
Is the raw
apparently no. Apparently, mentally ill women are at risk from being around low value men. From being around those mentally ill women aren't low value women. Apparently high value women, but Jesus Christ, this is ridiculous.
Do you see what I'm talking about?
You guys gotta read this.
Okay, so I got Spook's thing on screen.
Yeah.
She already posted it inside the group chat. Oh boy. Oh.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, what?
Oh, who wants to take this one? No, I don't want to read this one.
I can read it, I guess.
Go for it.
Should I read the
read all of it.
thing that they screenshotted first?
Like
or
read
the title?
read the title and then read the whole post. Just read the whole post, Pygmisha. Go for it.
Okay. It says, "Get back to me when thousands of men a year are raped or murdered due to toxic femininity. Until then, miss me with these intellectually dishonest comparisons. Sure hope she gets picked though." And then the post is someone posted in our unpopular opinion saying toxic femininity should be just as much of a thing as toxic masculinity. The girl said, not all women are toxic, just like not all men are. But it seems like we turn a blind eye when women start behaving in toxic ways.
Who was
Oh my
that?
god, that scared the fuck out of me.
That was me.
That was Amy.
Oh, what?
Jesus Christ!
I thought that was Carl.
Nope.
I thought.
Why would you assume I have such an
soundboard.
effeminate sneeze? I'm offended.
But anyway, it says whether it's uncontrollable bitching habits or when they start judging women and men based on what they're wearing and their aesthetic. Some women tend to be a lot more superficial when it comes to what they look for in appearances. Example, height, weight, etc. It also seems to be accepted by society a lot more than when men start demanding women to look and act a certain way. Another irritating thing is that women tend to stick to the same topics. It's like they're so brainwashed with their priorities. Ignore that outside. The narrative that your worth is based on your appearance seems to be growing with the age of Instagram, which tends to be dominated by half naked women constantly seeking validation by how many likes they get. Disclaimer, I'm a woman who has a lot of girlfriends. Maybe I just have shitty friends, but it seems to be a growing trend who can be more superficial and shallow these days. And that's pretty much the post. And then there's the comments, which I haven't read yet.
Wait, you guys mind if I read something real quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, so this one. You can rule the world of men for as long as you like. I'm 50. I have endless options. I have a 30-year-old boy toy, a 43-year-old sugar daddy. He thinks I'm 38, lol. That pays me $2,500 a month for my company, and a 36-year-old boyfriend that asked me to marry him. Okay, men are our slaves. Never forget that.
Mm-hmm.
Below that, are you reading this, boys? I'm 45, look 35, have good-looking 25-year-olds chasing me, and a fairly rich 50-year-old who has been chasing me is very successful, gifted, intelligent, loving, affectionate, retired, and owns properties and is 6'1". All his hair, too. A lot of this sounds like cope.
If she's even being honest, honestly.
Is this comment inside of this thread? Where is it?
No, I think it was something.
It's in another thread. It's in, what's it called? I'll post the link.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead and read these comments. Like.
All right, let's go to the comments, boys.
Jesus.
I'm like 75% sure this is not actually a woman. Let's hope not. But I've heard Pygmisha say similar things. I guess so. But seriously, she's never had a deep conversation with another woman, ? She probably has. But think of all that sweet, sweet male validation. Had a roommate like this. She saw all women as vapid, cruel, and obsessed with tearing other women down. Pause.
Doubt it.
Ladies, when was the last time you had a man actually come up to you and do that subversive level of psychological damage?
Never.
Look, I'm gonna be honest, like, I watched Kingsman once when I was, like, younger, and I was like, does that actually work? And I thought about it, but I never did it.
And on the flip side of that, how many people can at least recall one time where there was a woman, somewhere, who you knew was silently judging you and talking shit behind your back?
Uh-oh, lost spoke again.
Oh, no.
Say again?
When was the last time you can remember any woman, anywhere in your life, even personal relationships, where you knew they were talking shit about you behind your back and they were poisoning conversations by speaking ill on your name?
Not that long ago, but I just don't go anywhere.
See, that's different from you. But I'm pretty sure almost everybody has a perfect example. I think you're
I'm
like
a deer, we don't talk.
Yeah, you're a special case. Y'all just chew grass.
What's the question?
You chew grass and eat ass.
Gotta get after the grass when it's talking shit behind my back.
The question was, when was the last time you could remember that there were other women that beat other women down rather than men who beated women down?
Often, honestly.
Not even just for yourself. Like, the last time you heard it in general. Like, the last time you saw any woman beat down any other woman somewhere. Even examples you see here.
Pretty much Twitter.
Very much. I've seen it with my own eyes in public. I've seen it on the internet. I've seen it in videos. I've seen a video by a person by Shallon Lester talking about the ethics and also teaching people how to cheat. Because, you know, content. I've seen it everywhere. I don't know why it continues to be regarded as though as if it's a lie that women beat down other women. I'm pretty sure at some point in history there was a woman who once talked shit behind the back of another woman and realized how much power she had with subterfuge and just started to needle it. Because it's
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Everywhere.
My sister learned that power last year, and apparently, last year, and apparently, just for fun, turned her whole class of girls against a girl who was actually already her friend, but annoyed her and just wanted to make her feel terrible and like literally make nobody like her. And the girl was so depressed that she literally came. My sister was her only friend, and she did that just on a whim. And she told me that story gladly.
She had a smile on her face. She had a smile on her face and a twinkle in her eye when she did it, didn't she?
Like, she was kind of laughing as she did it, like as she said it, the story.
Like a ha ha laugh or a ha ha, and then
literally like the second one. Like, she even did a clap.
My skin's crawling. My skin is crawling.
This comment just make this comment a little bit further down by C Negotiation 8. I think that's her name. It says, "Sorry, I'm just totally sick of these disingenuous arguments. What people are usually talking about when they discuss toxic femininity is really just gossipy or mean-spirited behavior from women. That's it. However, when we discuss toxic masculinity, we're usually talking about the emotional retardation and entitlement from men, which leads directly to rape, murder, domestic violence, stalking, street harassment. The list of toxic behavior goes on and on. There's no comparison. There's no reason to... I can't even pronounce that fucking word.
Wait.
Ourselves misogynistic men who are eager to believe that their depravity is anyway comparable to girls being gossipy. Girls do that shit too.
Like, here's the thing. Like, I think, like, this person and, like, basically this whole thread don't seem to notice literally the fact that, like, they don't notice, like, the wider societal aspect. You just notice, like, oh, it's just a little bit of gossip behavior and being mean. Like, that's all it is. Like, because they don't see it from their side, they can talk everything about men because they can notice that. But because it's too close around them, they don't see that aspect. Basically, if you get what I mean.
Oh, dude, I know exactly what you mean. I'm looking right at it. God, you can...
But it's just so...
I'm sorry.
No, go on.
God, you can smell the karma farming and validation seeking through the fucking screen. What do these women even get out of pandering to basement dweller virgins? So pathetic. Upvote dopamine hit. I think some pick niches are addicted to male attention. You think? It's many women's reason for even existing. So terrifying. Sorry, I'm just totally sick of these disingenuous arguments, which then leads into this comment. Agree.
Yeah.
There are definitely women who can be vicious, but usually it's not physical, it's verbal. Not that I want to minimize some of the crap other women do. Open parentheses, if it's bad, it's bad. Close parentheses. Nice touch. Nice touch. But typically it's not nearly as scary as actual violence. And usually, women who are strangers to you aren't that much of a threat to you. Men who are strangers to you can still pose a grave threat. which is why women are wary about going out after dark or taking public transit, but men, not so much.
These women seem like very like middle and upper class. Like they've never been like any in like bad neighborhoods. I don't think they have. This does not seem like if you're like you don't trust if you're a woman in a like you live in a bad neighborhood, you know that both men or women like are literally a threat to you.
Mm.
Oh, also they call a certain women Beckies too. Basically, a Becky is a girl that's good enough but not high value.
I thought a Becky was a white girl.
No, like just in here on this subreddit.
By their
a woman
terminology.
that's good enough but not high value.
It's interesting sometimes when you see them go face off, mask off. You ask yourself, do they believe this? Is this real? Carl, are you pulling our leg?
It feels like a giant cope, to be honest.
Yeah, if either it feels like a cope or it feels like it's them trying to like sound the way that they think some people think they sound. Oh man, I just
this is pink pill feminism in the I just posted.
They get a power kick out of that.
Okay, just an observation I've usually seen with women like this. They usually put down like sane, in my opinion, what is a sane opinion, which OP was commenting on about toxic femininity. By saying it has pick me energy, but these self-same women are usually the one who will go on the first about how their boyfriends are not good enough, or how certain guys are interested in them, like as was quoted earlier, I think by someone else, but I think that was a different thread. But it's just like the absolute hypocrisy that I see going on. It's just amazing, and this is one of the gripes that I've had with feminist theory in particular, where everyone is so everyone keeps talking about patriarchy. All right, the big bad patriarchy. And all men, regardless of whether they're good men or terrible men or just okay men, are proponents of patriarchy. So they're not able to see that they're not able to see the man as an individual. They always see him as something like an extension of this patriarchy that's out to get. But when it comes to toxic behavior from women, suddenly it's an individual problem. Despite the fact that a lot of these behaviors are pushed forward and encouraged by a veritable echo chamber of these women just encouraging each other that their opinions are right. But they have this idea that, oh, I'm behaving this way not because I'm literally being encouraged to go the other way in my thinking rather than rationalizing. And I'm going to instead blame an external factor. It's just like I'm just tired of the hypocrisy of that, and I've gotten to a number of arguments on Twitter thanks to that. Like, someone called me a pick me too, and I was like, dude, I literally have a really good father and a really good brother. Why do you think that I wouldn't defend men like my dad and brother? What makes you think that? Like, that makes no sense. So yeah, it's just like these posts just radiate that sort of energy, and I honestly have very little patience for women like that. But in a sense, like, I also pity them as much as I'm irritated with them, which is I'm constantly battling those two emotions every time I read these posts. It's just I want to help you, but you guys are literally not are gonna call me a pick me girl instead. So it's like I don't know what to do.
It's the same thing with how they treat men on the platform. They don't even allow men to speak. If I was to say anything on these threads, the account would get banned. Of course, I have plenty of I have plenty of things to view them, but it's this weird environment where they create the exact ecosystem they want. They talk, and you listen, and they yell at you, and you just take it. Which is really weird as a dynamic, right?
Yeah.
This comment to another comment to another comment really kind of pisses me off. It says the only reason women are catty to each other is because men manage to convince us that dick is scarce, meaning we fight
Oh
over
my
it
God.
like stray dogs over a
Oh,
stick.
Jesus.
That is a hot
Everybody knows that's a lie. Everybody knows that's a lie.
I mean, what the heck? Like, at what?
All of this has to be a. But they just need to keep it going.
Yeah, it's just like someone discovers a loophole in their narrative and they just go hastily to cover it up with the most ridiculous things possible.
It's insane.
It's nuts. Oh my god, I can't believe this.
Like, it's still men's fault apparently. Nothing's women's fault. Nothing. They're catty to each other. Nope, still men's fault. Because dick is scarce and they fight over it like stray dogs over a steak, as she says.
Oh my god. The worst part is
What if you just have one man though? I'm not
worst-
scrapping over his dick for anybody.
I don't get it.
I mean, I will fight a bitch if she thinks she can come close, but
Same.
gotta protect what's yours. But other than that, you know.
Do that recently.
Oh,
It's like these same people again. Like these people say that men ain't shit and stuff like that, but they're also saying that the men have convinced them that. I don't know. I'm just, what the heck even is that kind of logic? I don't get it. I really don't.
Remember the post I made about that the neighborhood where the woman screams the whole time?
The neighborhood?
We're like this is the neighborhood. You are not allowed here.
Oh shoot! Yeah.
This pink pill feminism literally goes unironically amazing response and tags it shit men are scary. The guy who was literally soft spoken, not moving, and all he said was you need Jesus to her screaming.
I mean, she definitely did meet Jesus, but
yes, she needed Jesus. He picks the oranges in her backyard, and he's been eyeing her for the longest of time. It's hard to find oiled abs.
no,
in the
yeah,
summer
that
sun.
video was pretty. It was a sight to see. I was just like, I don't even know. I don't even know why a woman would scream on a street like that. Scream bloody murder when there's literally nothing happening, but maybe it's just because I'm extremely socially awkward, like in person. I just cannot stand all that
Same.
attention. So, man, I don't understand it.
I think the worst part of this is the follow-up comment. Because this is what I meant when I said they foster this kind of environment and they make things worse. I'm so happy too that female dating strategies has taught me to focus my healing and support on other women. They deserve it more and aren't my rivals because men aren't the prize worth fighting for. And high value men laser focus on their wanted partner only. So no competition here either. Many social species have females working together and helping each other thrive. I don't see why humans should be different. Toxic femininity is just pygmalias being passive aggressive to each other, nowhere close to the danger levels of toxic masculinity. So, like, is everybody aware that in female-dominated societies, they are also very ass backwards and behind the times, to the point that they have not passed the Stone Age? We're all aware of that, right? I'm gonna need some citations for that lie you just told, Miss Bovets. Oh, is this? Oh no! Oh no! Their browser name is actually Bowsette with two V's. Oh no! Oh no! Go ahead, Poe.
No, I've heard of that. What's it called? The matriarchal issue, but I've just never given much thought to it. I think I mentioned it once when I first watched that. I know her name, Cassie J. She did the
Cassie J. Mm-hmm.
Right, so like I was literally
I saw it.
I was literally in a subreddit like discussing the movie, and basically it was still people who hadn't even seen it but just wanted to say that she was evil and all of this was a lie. Also, people literally get banned from other women get banned from our feminism for saying another woman is wrong.
Yep.
One of my followers literally told me that.
I've seen it happen.
Come again?
Like, women can literally get banned from r/feminism for saying another woman is wrong.
So it's a literal echo chamber of validation.
Yeah, it is.
Why even speak at that point?
Because social media likes. You need to be snappy and witty.
I can get lots and lots of likes by effortlessly shitposting. Why wouldn't I just do that instead?
Like the mods for like a lot of the feminist subreddits on Reddit, they kind of just coddle. They only allow what they want.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like that. I mean, that's basically every subreddit, but the feminist subreddits are kind of a lot harder on it. And there's so much cringe on this. I'm gonna start posting from here instead of going on 4chan. Jesus.
Bro, I've told you, as soon as I turned you on to female dating strategies, it was gonna change your life.
I've seen it before, but I used it like once, like on my old account, but I just stopped because I was bored with it.
They evolved. In their own words, they evolved. Now they have multiple subreddits where they post shit like this. Because it's not just female dating strategy. If you scroll down here to the sister communities, they got female level up strategies, ask female dating strategies, female dating strategies super fans, female dating female dating strategy verified, dark triad women, pink pill feminism, which you already showed me, and porn free relationships. Oh, they got it all. They got it all, man. And
guys, look at this one from Pink Pill Feminism. This dude saying advising girls not to do it because his girlfriend was crying because nobody tipped her on her cam show, and like they open up by calling him a moid because that's how they refer to men, spermoid.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Christ.
Spermoid describes how his girlfriend ends her cam shows with tears in her eyes as no one is tipping her. And like literally that's how they go with. That's like literally every time they mention, like they don't say man, they just say moid or spermoid.
Yeah, because their narrative of men treat us like nothing but wombs and vaginas is we should treat them like sperm banks.
Oh my god! Also, look at this one.
Sperm banks and open wallets.
These subreddits are such cope. I'm both disgusted of and jealous of OnlyFans girls. I'm about to post it. I'm both disgusted by and jealous of OnlyFans prostitutes.
Oh no.
Like you hear the cope in that void in that post, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
It physically hurts, Poe. It hurts a lot. Like, I deal with this shit on a regular basis, right? But oh man. Sometimes you just slip up on that good brain damage. Let me scroll this out so that the audience can see it and read this too. There you go. I have to resize this window, but that's fine. Yeah, this shit, it gets worse the longer you keep looking at it. And we haven't even fucking looked at all the ones that they have to offer. Like, where should we start to discuss how wrong they are? I feel like I should start at, like, high value woman and high value man. I think that's the place we could probably start from to really help the people out in the audience who really need to hear this advice. Like, two guys, one of which actually knows where you're at. Because, believe it once or not, once upon a time, ladies and gentlemen, I too used to hate women unironically. It was a very small phase of time that lasted for about a year, but boy, the year of damage that was done to my brain was undone in 7 months. I'm not gonna tell y'all the story. on stream, it's too spicy for Twitch. But I've already posted it on my timeline. You can find that if you know where to look. But where should we start? And how should we frame this? Because again, we still have to be responsible and actually talk about real things with real opinions, right? I think we should start with the idea of just the terminology of high value and low value. Oh boy. Let's start with Amy. Amy, what do you think of that terminology? Or just that mindset?
I have spaced out for like the past.
I know.
Oh my god.
I know.
Oh, blonde on the inside.
Like after the whole Keemstar versus H3H thing, I've just been dormant. And
I know.
anyways, are we on what mindset are we talking about? Just give me a quick rundown.
The idea of any person, either male or female, looking at the dating pool and saying, yes, high value and low value people. Because there's actually nuggets of truth here in the thinking. But the problem is that the way that this is being applied by the subreddits that we're looking at is they take the worst and most cynical, toxic interpretation and use it as an opportunity to bash the opposite gender. And this is something that not just women do, but men do as well. There are incels that believe this behavior and do the exact same inverse to satiate the yang to their yang. So, for you, yourself, what do you think of the terminology of people judging others as high value and low value and using it as a reason and a justification to excuse their own behaviors and not improve themselves?
I don't think that you should use the lowest common denominator to attack the opposite gender. Like, what does Joe Schmo, who said fucking fuck all women, have to do with all men?
Mm-hmm. And I'm asking this to you specifically because you're probably richer than all of us combined. Not probably are richer than all of us combined. When you hear people like this talk about low value and high value men and women, do you chuckle at like the deepest, blackest cockle of your semen-filled heart at how pathetic it is? Because I imagine that's something like you're doing at the base level of your being. Because it's just like I can't imagine how this looks like to you. Like, imagine these people trying to come onto you, right? Would you not take the opportunity to use their logic on them and give them a taste of their medicine? If not the whole damn bottle?
Then I don't know. I would just predominantly laugh at these people. It's funny to watch people who act like apes in terms of personalities go at each other's throats over, like I said, the lowest common denominator. Dude, like, who cares what fucking r/feminist said? Dude, it's the lowest common denominator of women. It's like the lowest of low, like as bad as it can get. Like, what is 15K pink pillars speak about for all women, right? Like, what is... Because I'm pretty sure all of these subreddits consist of the same people.
Yeah.
Not the same people in various different, names. I'm talking about same accounts on every one of these different subreddits of hateful things, right? So let's say there's 100,000 feminists who think that all men are the worst, right? They're probably all joining these pink pill feminism things and all that. Like, they're all this one community. They're all just feminists, and they spread out to smaller communities and fill them up. But overall, I don't like it.
Fair answer. Yeah, Yifi, your opinion.
Honestly, I think it's pretty dumb to try to value people based on some person who's probably burnt to hell, their opinion. Like, I've read these Reddits. I don't think anyone has ever had a healthy relationship. So, who are they really to,
It was cutting you out there for a bit, but I think you said, who is it? Who are they to judge?
Yeah, they don't really seem like they've ever had a healthy relationship.
No, none of them have. They literally all say that. They literally all say that. Oh, I've never been with a high value man. I know they exist, but all the men I've been with have been low value, and for some reason it hasn't worked out. That's what they all say.
That's an interesting.
Because they
The
didn't.
problem is them.
Because
It's
they
probably
didn't
them.
kiss their ass. That's why.
Yeah, if we're going by the framework that we've been explained so graciously and painstakingly by female dating strategies, the supposed high value man is a man who's literally an open wallet and a free cum dump. He does everything you say. He jumps when you say jump. He doesn't ask how high, he just jumps for the heavens and hopes he breaks his legs so he can show how devoted he is to you. Because he puts in that much effort. He is 3,000% maximum effort at all times. And he will never say no to you. He'll just give you what you want. What, you want to cheat on me? Okay, 100%. You want me to go pick him out? Oh, you already picked him? You want me to sit in the corner of the room while you do it? That's basically what a high value man for them is. It is what they claim men look at women as. Specifically low value men, and how they claim that they look at women. So at the end of the day, what changes if they get what they want? They get their happily ever after, and then nobody addresses the foundation here that they created out of these lies? Because then this goes on to poison other women. And then they claim it as true. And then it becomes the idea behind making movements like Me Too, right? Because we're reading tweets and we're reading threads and Reddits where we're hearing people say, and this is the reason why we're unsafe at night. They don't have to worry as much about this shit. Well, fuck. Like, even if it wasn't a case of, oh, well, if we take them at their word, statistically speaking, Carl, not even statistically speaking, like, everybody's unsafe in this world. Period. Like, word number one when it comes to this, especially considering that this is the pool. This is what we have in the dating pool, ladies and gentlemen. Amongst those inside of these Reddits that aren't married women who just like to say this shit because they like to get that dopamine hit a day, if not an hour.
Their opinions can't be that popular.
Not really.
Not to get one every hour.
You know, the funny thing is, notice how many, like, there's not that many upvotes, even on the viral posts on this subreddit, the hot posts.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm not seeing very few comments or anything. It's just like people.
So yeah, it's the same people just providing hope.
Shouting into the void.
It's the same femoids just providing cope, which, like it. Well, no, even in.
This is not going over well.
I'm trying to.
Rip Po 2021.
Fuck. Wait, the gosh darn.
I'm dying next year?
Cutting out.
I don't know.
Cutting out.
Okay. So, like, even in incel servers, it's very similar. It's the same people. Like, they're all the same people complaining about the same things, about how they don't understand men, how men are out to get them, how women are out to get them, and they're just making the same complaints because they haven't realized that it's them.
Mm-hmm. I've scrolled down a bit so I could look at this because I've seen other, like, over 1,000 like posts, and I did not like what I found, because there was one that I read on my first edition of Fireside Cringe, which was about them signal boosting the post about the woman who supposedly had a video of her rape posted on Pornhub, and was claiming that Pornhub was soliciting and allowing the trafficking and the demeaning of women on their platform. And I already talked about how that's a crock of shit, because this woman's story was that she didn't tell anybody, she didn't even tell her own family, she remained quiet about it, and then it just happened to come up onto Pornhub years later. And the fact that she's trying to accuse Pornhub's management of the time that this happened for this, when the same people who were probably responsible, if they had a responsibility to handling her problem, are not the same people, and it's not even the same corporate structure at Pornhub. And even if it were, she refused to supply anything to verify what she said to anyone in any publication. Like, those kinds of posts are the ones that get super popular on the subreddits like this, because it is 100% a circle jerk. But it's really good to see what they talk about so you know how they think. But when they get these really big popular posts like this one, labeled How to High Value, with titles like Not Having a Father to Show You How to Be a Man is Not an Excuse to Be a Piece of Shit, we're going to talk about that in a second. Fatherless men can be good men if they want to be. You see things like this and you're like, but Carl, come on, that's actually probably super positive. But you know we have to go to the post and actually look at this, because you're gonna start seeing some shit. Because when you see not having a father to show you how to be a man is not an excuse to not be a piece of shit, this is actually half of a good take, right? Like, would you find something objectable to this if you were to see this in a tweet, or if you were to see this in a headline?
Not just that all on its own.
Not on.
Right? And if you put something behind it like, fatherless men can be good men if they want to be, this looks like halfway towards an actually good take, right? But if I scroll down and I look at these comments, I feel like my soul's gonna die. Because, boy, let me tell you, no, you don't have to have a father to know how to be a non-piece of shit. Which is to say, you don't need to have a father figure in order how to be a good man. However, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to be a good man, or to be a good anything, if you don't have positive role models around you to show you how to properly behave.
100% correct.
Because
that can easily be applied to women as well.
100%.
True.
And like,
that's not just a male only occurrence.
And like in this marketplace, like where I said earlier, I think it was either this week or last week, where I said it becomes immediately easier to understand the modern man and woman if you understand that the modern man was raised by a single mother and the modern woman is almost always chemically pregnant. I wasn't lying. There's a large amount of men who were raised by single parents, whether it be because the father's a deadbeat and he didn't want to be around, or because he abandoned the family, or because the mother took the child away from the father and decided to gaslight them about their parent. That shit exists. Unfortunately, I happen to have the displeasure of knowing exactly who my father is. He brought my family to his home state so he could abandon us here to die. That was his plan. That was his goal. I don't know why. Maybe he was unhappy with Mom. Maybe their second marriage didn't work out. I don't fucking know. I don't know the answer. But what I can tell you is that when my father wasn't around, I didn't have role models with the exception of my brother. And I don't like my family. Granted, I love my family. I don't like my family. So, would you tell me, well, you don't have to have a father to not be a piece of shit, Carl. Oh no. Me not having a proper mental figure around who was there to scold me when I was out of fucking line led to me being a scoundrel. It took one of my college best friends to slowly help me break down the already broken down, horrible frameworks I had before to understand, oh no, this is actually not the way I want to live my life. This is horrible. What have I been doing this entire time? It took that to happen. There are some people who will never get those role models, either because the choice was taken away from them, or because they just never got the opportunity. They never got the chance to know who their father was because, you know, something happened to them. They died before they were born. And so the only thing they had of them was pictures and, like, their leftover hand-me-down clothes. People saying, oh my god, you look so much like them. And you never knowing how to relate to them because the only thing you have is a portrait photo in your top pocket. There are some people...
I even have that.
Yeah, and sometimes there are people who don't even have that. There are some people who don't have dads because their dad is too busy in the street being a Rolling Stone. And rather than tell them who their father is so they can be prepared and be ready for that, you have them just in the moment be just like an episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. He rolls in, hi dad, bye dad, why don't you love me dad?
Mm-hmm.
I remember that episode.
It's sad.
And then the all too real reality of women taking kids from their parents, from the other partner, and poisoning the child against the father, so that the child grows up resenting the parent because the mother blames them for all of their problems, even when they are by no fault of their own responsible for what may or may not have happened.
I've seen too many AIT posts like that.
So, like, I have to reject the framing of the title of this post outright. Because, yes, this guy in this post is probably a really great person. And yet I still know a whole bunch of scoundrels right now that if I was to call them up, they would say, I'd ask them, hey, are you still that N-word? And they would say, I am that N-word. I was that N-word. I will forever 100% be that N-word. What you thought this was? Ain't shit changed. And I could follow up a couple of girls who would be like that too. They haven't changed a single tactic. They are the exact same person they were when I met them as they are right now. None of them had good role models growing up. The role models that they had either disappointed them or they just decided to do what they wanted to do, and there was no one there to tell them what was right and wrong. They had to figure it out on their own, and now they're just doing what they know. Is that good? Is that bad? I can't tell you that. I don't have those answers. You have to find those for yourself. But me, in my own self, speaking on my behalf, I preferred having my godfather around, and also father figures around that were teachers, educators. Like, I preferred the fact that my mother befriended my teachers because my actual male teachers could call me out because they could actually sit me down and talk to me. Because I was not willing to talk to women in general, because almost everyone around me inside of the developmental and the disciplinary disciplinary council, disciplinary action chair, head of disciplinary actions in public school systems and private school systems, if it wasn't me being outright spanked by a nun, because a lot of my upgrading was parochial school. When I was actually in public school and had to deal with the disciplinary chairs of a board, it was always a woman. And in every situation, I was already guilty before I was ever even listened to. So that's just me speaking there. Bo, you can chime in if you want.
Oh no, I never really like, I had my dad up until I was 12, and then my parents got divorced. He went to Nigeria. But here's the thing. I never really, like, I got punished like any Nigerian kid did. I got beaten really badly. Sometimes, like, I had, like, serious bruises and, like, super painful. But the thing about it was, like, I think my parents never realized, or just maybe how my mind works. Beatings don't work on me. I would take the beating and, like, ow, I'm in pain, that hurts. And then 5 minutes later, I'm like, it's just pain. I could do it again and do what I want. I could take that pain and keep doing what I want. And that's basically me.
Also, I found a comment that already exacerbated exactly what I was talking about. Oh my lord. I also grew up without knowing my biological dad. He left when my mom was pregnant. My mom never pursued child support. She just moved on. In my late teens, his wife, at the time, she later dumped his ass, encouraged him to reach out to me. I ended up meeting him and kept in touch with him for a while, but ultimately I broke contact with him because I didn't like this person and it was too little too late. This first half of this was okay. The second half of this is kind of where this starts to break down. Getting to know him, though, I realized he would never have been a good father nor a good husband to my mother. He's a loser. Period. I was better off without him, even though life was already really hard with a couple of stepdads I wasn't crazy about. My mom had a terrible taste in men, unfortunately. This YouTube guy seems like a great dad, and I'll forever mourn the fact that I never got to experience having a kind, loving father. The thing that I want to point out with this is that in this thread about good men, good fathers, bad fathers, we start off from so wholesome. He could have chosen any way to handle and process this aftermath of his dad leaving, and he chose the absolute best way. And what strikes me is that he's likely better. I thought I turned that down. Is likely better for not having his toxic dad. Thank you for following and subscribing. For having his toxic dad around in his important teenage years. Having only the mother is a million times better than soaking up toxicity. This is why staying together for the kids with a low-value man is such bullshit to me. I never met my dad because he vowed to not be in my life after my mom asked for child support, and although sometimes I get sad, I always tell myself I would be infinitely more messed up if he had been in my life. Number one, sure. Sure. Let's go ahead and say sure. They would have been better off without their fathers. The impetus here is that they're suggesting that, hey guys, it's okay for you to not have dads. Because they're all fucking toxic. Like, they potentially could be toxic. You don't know if they'll be a good fit for you. You don't know what will happen. But, like, if you meet them, you're totally not going to like them. That's what these first few comments put off.
I'm just going to, like, play a bit of devil's advocate here. Just because this post, like, while it was definitely to the extreme, like you said, the way I see it is this woman, she doesn't want to confront the fact that she wants a father. She wants to have a good father in her life. Maybe even just a father, someone she could call dad. But because that's not a possibility, she'd rather not deal with that knowledge and instead choose to say that he was probably a bad person and most dads are bad. Just cause it's an easier way to cope with that feeling of missing out on something really that important or something you really feel that was necessary in your life. Just a thought, like, I can see where this is coming from. Of course, like, probably because of the discourse that she's participating in, it has gotten really convoluted. Or maybe it's just because of things of maybe there are other circumstances that have really enforced her thinking. I don't know. But I recognize the inner need she has. It's just really messed up that these women keep feeding these narratives to each other and enforcing it instead of having a real hard conversation and saying that, hey, I feel you, I get what you say, but what you're feeling is not wrong. What you feel keen, they just can't handle anything outside of the cope that they're currently doing, I guess. I don't know.
100% agree.
It's actually really sad because, like, come to think of it, these women will continue to treat most of their relationships with men, be it family, friends, co-workers, in the exact same way. And unless they literally pull themselves out of this kind of thinking or someone comes along the way and talks sense into him, this is how they'll be all their lives. And it's a pathetic existence to even think about.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can't imagine that. No way.
Who wants to read the comment directly under the one I just read? Cause this one, oh, this is a doozy. I don't want to even read this one because I know if I read it, I'm gonna get angry.
Wait, what? What is it?
I just posted
Hugs
link.
and much love one.
Yes, I just posted it inside the group chat. Like, who wants to take that one and read it?
I'll read it if I can find the thing. Is it the one with the YouTuber guy?
No, I just posted it in the group chat.
Not having a father show you how to be a man?
Right here.
Yeah, but click on the comment bit.
Click on it.
In the center.
Okay, let me see. I can read it. So, here we go. Hugs and much love to you. I know I'm never going to meet my dad because he's a stubborn SOB who is fully convinced my mom and I are both gold diggers that only want his money. He's a doctor, so he's well off. I'm an only child too, so it's just my mom and me. So when my mom started dating, it really messed me up. I developed an eating disorder and shit because I felt abandoned and rejected by my mom and couldn't deal with any
Go on, sorry.
and couldn't deal with any strange men around, even though they never hurt me. What messes me up a lot more than my dad, who's obviously a waste of time, is that I have an older half bro I've never met. I don't know if he knows about me, but if he does, he's deaf brainwashed by my dad. But all I've ever wanted was to simply because I feel so alone in this world. Like when my mom dies, I'll have nobody. I've tried so hard to find/reach him, but nothing. Ah well, I'm glad you got that closure though, and that you were able to assess who he was and were able to be the one to end things for good. What an awesome reversal, TBH. Edit. Get this that I just remembered. I recently was able to do a background check on my dad, and he was actually recently arrested for domestic violence against the current partner. Disgusting. I wasn't surprised. But further confirmation that my mom and I lucked out. Hate that I'm related to that, though, especially as a victim of abusive boyfriends in the past. Oof.
Yikes.
You know, I do watch this guy's channel, though, by the way. I mean, I learned how to do all this stuff before on my own, but this will be useful.
That's really cute, Poe. Like, actually cute, Poe.
What? What is?
Him going after the Father Advice YouTube channel.
Yeah.
That's
I
wholesome.
haven't got to see it either.
I needed to recover. I had a moment. I just like paced around for like 3 seconds.
Uh-oh.
Yes, mainly it's because right here, it's this, like, does anybody want to address that double standard and what's going on there in that sentence, or should I?
Wait, where?
It's in the comment by Sophia Carolina. I know that I'm never gonna meet my dad because he's a stubborn SOB who's fully convinced that both my mom and I are gold diggers who only want his money.
Maybe they are gold diggers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they are. Maybe they 100% want the guy's money.
It is possible. I don't know the story, but
yeah, we don't know.
Without having knowing any of them, and I can't make a proper judgment call on that one.
Just one question that I have. How does she know her dad thinks that they are both gold diggers when she hasn't met him?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Maybe by the mother saying something to the daughter is what I'm guessing. If she's never had contact with the dad.
It seems that she's never had any contact with him.
Yeah.
I'm also a bit I guess disturbed that she was able to do a background check on her father
without how she would have to know certain information about him.
She would just need to know his name and specifically the hospital which he's stationed at, and then that information could be easily accessible. Anybody could do it.
No, but what gets me is like she's fully convinced. Legal? She's fully it's legal. She's fully convinced that that the dad says that the mom and her want his money, but like what gets me is that she literally has never met him, but she calls him like she seems to never have had even any contact with him, but calls him stubborn and hates him, but has never literally has never met him.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just get a huge whiff of sour grapes from this.
No, I mean,
post.
it's sad. It's sad, of course. Like it's very
It
sad.
is
Like
sad.
I didn't notice it on the first read, but on like the second and third, the first second read, I just thought, wow, this is a really sad story. But maybe like she just kind of hates him from the stories her mom has told him. Has told her.
That is a genuine problem. That doesn't just happen with women onto their children. It does happen with men as well. I don't know what the ratio is. I don't know if there's any evidence supporting one or the other, but
there's some psychological studies and journals out there that talk about this a lot. One of them actually tried to do a study about that, and they found that there is much more enough skewed evidence to suggest that there are women who do this more to their children, and most often to their female children, to sour the opinion of the father in the eyes of the female daughters, as well as there being male children who have this done to them by either or parent to get them to side with the father or the mother, depending on the situation where it happens. And culturally, depending on the nation where they are from, for example, in America, it's more likely for the father to be outright portrayed as the toxic and evil one, whereas over in one of the places where I'm from, France, before it became, I can't say that joke on stream, but I'll tell you about it later. I'm just gonna say, refugee land.
Twitter will ban me if I talk now.
If you're from France, there is actually much more.
Oh, France.
Yeah, you know.
Yes, we baguette.
You should know what joke I wanted to make, but I can't make that joke on stream.
No, because you said refugee lands, and my brain went Minnesota because there's a lot of Somalians in Minnesota. Hey, well, I'm African. I can make that joke.
Isn't Minnesota landlocked? That doesn't work out very well.
No, there's like a very large amount of like refugees that just go to like places like Minnesota, and they're just they're there.
Literally,
they're just there.
It's a large amount, yeah.
They have a large Hmong community in Minnesota, very very large.
But like in countries like France, and sometimes in places like Denmark, Poland, New Zealand, there's actually more precedent to suggest that the women will do this more often and be more often seen as the toxic ones. It's a correlation that shows that the more
it's not mostly because like it would be it's a larger population of women who have custody of their children.
Yes.
Okay, that's
like
probably...
there's a correlation that shows that with there being a more healthy dialectic between the sexes, there is a much more honest discussion and understanding that women are scumbags sometimes, not always, but they're willing to believe that women can do wrong and that women can be wrong, rather than blanket say women are perfect, women they poop rainbows. They don't even poop. There's two holes, not three.
No, we poop ice cream.
Yeah.
I make Cocoa Puffs.
Pina coladas.
Ooh, pina coladas. Damn, that must be great for Dimitri.
Do you like pina coladas? Does. Oh, dude.
Oh, not gay.
Okay, that song isn't gay. It's just it's art.
Gay art?
Yeah.
Dimitri is Italian. That's a different brown.
I mean, technically,
Were Italians? Did you say brown?
Yeah.
Just making sure. Did you say brown?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Were they always brown?
They're Sicilian.
I know that they're like olive skinned, or at least they used to be. Whether or not they still are based on immigration.
I mean,
Other
Ariana Grande is just embracing her Italian heritage right now.
Italian heritage? Italian
Italian
heritage.
women are short and hairy. That is what I know about Italian women.
She's not Hispanic. She's just very, very Italian.
Yeah, she is Italian.
I mean, sure, she's supposed to be paler than Snow White, but she's just embracing her Italian heritage.
I'm not sure if I'd call that the Italian heritage she's embracing. Feel me? I'm saying.
No, she made that joke herself. Someone asked her if she was Hispanic. She was like, "No, I'm just very, very Italian."
Oh no, I wasn't talking about Hispanics. I was talking about the black culture.
I know. I'm well aware.
To be fair, a lot of photos of her that show her really dark are Photoshop.
That is true, but at the same time, she's you, but N-word.
No, but no, because I remember I watched Victorious again with my little sister, and I was like, what happened to Ariana Grande? Okay, one, she lost a lot of weight. Two, it's like she got shorter, and three, her skin went from paler than Snow White to a shade that Trump would kill for.
Part of that happens to be because the way that they do shows, and also the way that she was living, she was spending a lot more time indoors, and also the filming of shows like Victorious happen on indoor sets. Specifically, the place where they were filming Victorious is a place called Sunset on Vine, which is actually on Vine Street in California. And the place where they film it is this nice indoor studio where they've been basically filming all of their drama shows. Things like Henry Danger, that one show that I can't remember the name of.
Henry Danger is a drama show?
Well, you know what I'm talking about, like the sitcoms.
Okay.
Anything that's a live-action sitcom that is supposed to take place in, these urban cities they like to base their stories in, that's where they've been doing their shows. And when you're on Sunset and Vine, if you stay outdoors for even 30 minutes, you're gonna get a tan. And so, they have actors on top of the skin routine that they normally do. Because, young Nickelodeon girls. Because young Nickelodeon...
Elizabeth Gillies was I think she was the reason I had an interest in goths in the first place. Elizabeth Gillies, just...
Big titty goth GF?
Yes.
I mean, yes, but come on. Elizabeth Gillies is just, there's art. It's art.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but back to go.
But yeah,
ignore me. Ignore my moment.
He's thirsting after it, guys. You have to forget him.
All right.
But on top of the skincare routines, because any actor can tell you this. Doesn't even matter if it's them doing something for cable or if it's television, and especially if it's fucking theater. Every actor has to go through some skincare routine when they're living in a place like California, because it can really do havoc on your body. Not just because of how it can ruin your hair, because it dries it out, or because of the humidity. There's actual skincare damage that you'll have to deal with, especially if you happen to be a young starlet. Because when you are employed by a company like Nickelodeon, or more specifically Disney, you not only have to have a specific kind of persona, but also a specific kind of look. The kind of look that they put on the cover of a magazine like Teen Cosmo, before they started talking about having anal sex. Or, more specifically, even more specific than that, the kind of covers of the teen magazines. Things like Tiger Pop. Is it Tiger Pop or is it Tiger Beat? I can never remember.
Tiger Beat.
Tiger Beat.
I don't. My sister has one.
Tiger Beat.
I used to read
J13. You know the ones I'm talking about. Then they have to maintain that look, because if they lose that look, they are no longer Kino. That's not the word that they use in the business, but specifically, if they lose the look, if they don't have the London look, then they're not doing their job as performers and also as starlets. So they have to have an ungodly skincare routine and a makeup routine when they are on and off camera. And sometimes this will play havoc with them, because if you're in California, you're going to have SPF. But the level of SPF that they give them can sometimes outright wash out their skin, because either they're having an allergic reaction of some kind, or they're just that pale. And for Ariana Grande, if she's of Mediterranean descent and Sicilian and shit, she's just that pale because she's indoors all the time. Because who goes outside in California other than to the beach or to go to the veranda, to go to Pismo, and then go down to SoCal, do like 5 different routes throughout the shopping districts to, on Rodeo, and then back to where you were to go inside because water shortages are common and you're not trying to get sunburned. Like, it's the same kind of situation as women who are in New York City or in places like Prague who go out all dressed up to the nines and, I'm not gonna say looking like hoes, but wearing the hoe uniform. They go out in the dead stark cold of night below freezing because they want to go out and party. Except that rather than go out in the cold, they're not staying outdoors in the sun. They'll go out, snap a couple of pics for the gram, click, 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 and right back indoors. That's like the lifestyle of that group.
Damn, I must be missing out then.
I mean, it's not as fun as you think, because it's not really fun to do, period. Like, even if you're
at inside all the time.
I mean, even if you're at a place like Disney parks, because I worked at Disney Epcot as both a singer and a cast member, but I was mostly a cook inside of their kitchen because
what cast
really
member?
Easy. They were trying out Dr. Facilier's.
I just woke up from passing out my chair. How are y'all niggas still going?
Because.
What time is it? How is it 1:26?
Because that's how my stream works, baby.
I have to be up at 6 a.m.
Why?
I got paperwork.
We have been streaming for 4 hours.
I
just woke up.
I told
you. I may or may not have taken a couple cigarette breaks.
I'm just joking.
I have to go
the whole time.
I have to go set up my CPAP. I have to go set up my CPAP. I gotta go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Say goodbye to post stream.
Bye.
Bye, bro.
Oh god. But yeah, like this is the corporate culture when it comes to like acting in general. And I'm not sure about how it is on Broadway in cities like New York City now.
That's the joke, Linus. I'm not actually posting on Twitter, Kappa.
I don't know how they treat this on Broadway performances, but very much in off-Broadway performances, it's like this during the high, drought, wet, and humid seasons. Because it just plays havoc with everybody. So, like, that's a whole other thing entirely. But yeah, Ariana Grande is probably one of the better examples of somebody who, along with Elizabeth Gillies, and pretty much anybody who came out of the Dan Rap staple, I think it's Dan Warp or Dan Rap, whatever Dan Snyder's fucking company's called, who came out of that stable of actors who were probably more screwed up in the head than most. Like, I'd love to have a sit-down conversation with her, Jeanette McCurdy, and Miley Cyrus at some point in my life, but that's probably never gonna happen.
I don't think Miley is reachable. I think the brain matter has just all boiled down into twerking and doing whatever that, like, I know that she is not just twerk. That's not like her whole thing, but I don't know if there's any save in that.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the crazy.
I don't know about the rest of them because they haven't been as in the public eye as Miley.
Well, you never hear anything about Jeanette McCurdy. She's never done anything stupid. Miranda Crossroads never done anything stupid. I'm not sure about Victoria Justice. Apparently, she's supposed to be a snake, but question mark.
For a while, they tried to cancel Jeanette though because of Jordan Peterson.
Mm-hmm. She said that she liked Jordan. I think she said she liked Jordan Peterson.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody does on the surface until you've listened to the rest of what he says.
I just think he's I don't have that much of a problem with him as a person.
I don't hate him. I just I find him kind of tiring, and it's not nearly as tiring as Ben Shapiro, but that's different. different day.
Jordan Peterson's just boomer.
Yeah.
He's like that boomer dad that you just tolerate because he's a nice person.
He's literally my dad.
But he's a nice person, but then when he talks, it's like, maybe not. You should probably just be quiet.
I remember him leading like the anti SJW, not leading the movement, but certainly being a big part of it when he was doing his bit in Canada over free speech and pronouns and all that stuff. I derailed it again.
No,
Help.
it's fine. No, it's fine.
Throw me a line.
So let's switch gears and let's talk about the dating game and how shit it is. Because like I said something earlier that I'm surprised that nobody challenged me on, which was dating is a game. It is an actual game with rules and strategies and metagames and tactics, while also
not if you're autistic.
Not if you're autistic. That you have to learn to navigate. Someone's snoring.
It might be Amy. In fact, it's probably Amy. By that I mean it's Amy.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Do you think she moans when she snores?
I don't know. We're about to find out.
I was afraid I was gonna do that earlier.
We're about to find out. I feel like I should mute her mic.
No, keep her.
I feel like I don't know. Keep her in the call. Just mute her mic, and then when she comes back, let her signal.
Don't mute,
me
just
some way.
Deafen. Whatever deafen. I don't know the difference between deafen and mute.
Deafen.
Mute, no speaky. Deafen, no hear.
Yeah. Oh, did you wake up?
Yeah, I will come.
You want to go to bed?
Nah, I'm good.
Okay.
Are you certain?
I'm fine.
Okay. I think you're lying to me, but
it was the most adorable
I'm
snores
glad
I've
you're
ever
showing.
heard in my life.
So peaceful.
Yes. Yes.
So the dating game.
So
it being a game.
Yeah, dating. Dating is a game, and men in this time period are losing because they don't understand how to play it, because they don't realize that they're being played, because they believe them straight up when they say, "Oh no, just do these things and we'll want you," right? So like when the subreddit says, "Hey, you're a low value man if you don't do what I want," and then guys do what they want, and they're still treated like dog shit. It creates actual incels, because they then leave the dating game, #TradeSnark, jaded and hateful and bigoted, because now it becomes, well, I listen to them and they don't give me what I want, so like I'm just gonna take it. That's what they learn. I think that
there's a transition from nice guy into incel. Like, even simp into incel to a point.
Like,
yo, I can't just nice guys be nice.
I was like, can't nice girls be nice, but
I agree with that point, because like, how many posts have you seen on Twitter where these it's these screenshots of these guys who are simping for some ego somewhere, and they're like, "Oh, I dropped X amount of money and you still haven't gotten back to me."
Yeah, that was literally the thing that happened with Gundam. Well, that was the people out there doing that. But
except it's happening to a lot of men.
Yeah.
And it's just that these men are going in. I don't know who's given them that expectation that these girls will talk to them, or I don't know where that's coming from, whether it's the girls themselves or they just have this really warped perception of what a relationship, if any at all.
It's a bit.
I don't know if you were here earlier, but we were. Something kind of similar got mentioned. But it's like it's parasocializing. So the idea the idea that has been drilled into them by women and some men is that if they provide
Society.
all the if they provide like the food and the rent and the eventually their donation goes into buying the girl a new car and that kind of thing, that they're
Okay.
taking care of that woman, thus filling something of a boyfriend role. So then the expectation back is to get that attention. Even like they're just not making the connection that the woman is not there to she's not there for him.
Mm-hmm.
There's just no connection to that there.
See,
That
that's
is
why.
definitely a link. That is definitely true. I
See,
find.
that's why I am very, very careful about that stuff because I've done sex work before. Taking a hiatus or whatever, but I before anybody buys anything, whatever people want to call it, tip, I don't know. I try to make sure that they know that it's platonic. I only want you to do it if you have it. No one's forced to, no one's obligated to. It's your choice. It's like, yeah.
And
I feel like
upfront.
more,
bless
Yep.
you for being one of those that will go, please
yeah.
don't give, don't donate, don't tip if you can't afford
Yeah.
it, because there's the other ones that I mean, it's not your responsibility solely by any stretch of the
Mhm.
imagination to make sure that the people, the fellas that are paying you are doing it when they can afford it,
Mhm.
because at the end of the day they should know better, but they're, like I
Yeah.
say, there's that disconnect there. So even you knowing that that could amount to a problem for them or for you, or is
Mhm.
it's a truly responsible step, and thank you, because
Yeah.
it help, at least I mean it washes your hands more
Yeah.
anyway too, and protects you, that no one's like, you owe me your love and
Yeah.
affection.
Yeah,
Uh,
I have way too much of a heart to do that. And plus, I'm very much for men's rights. So also, not only would it be hypocritical, because I don't believe in taking advantage of people. So especially men, because I know it
Yeah.
happens a lot with among that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
I do the same, but I also try to make sure that these people are taking care of themselves. Because honestly, one,
Yeah.
they're not. They can't help me. Good
Mhm.
gosh. But this is probably bad for business. But I think a lot of them have low self-esteem because of body issues. So I try to make sure that they're actually healthy as well. So
And we were
give
talking
them.
about that earlier too. Continue. I'll jump in after you. Sorry,
Mhm.
I get excited.
But I try to give them chores like work routines. I'm kind of like a illegal health fitness coach for now, I guess.
That fucking picture.
It's great. It's really wonderful. Oh my god, this is the thing that Poe was
What
talking about.
the heck?
This is the thing that Poe talked about. He was showing me other because last week he got invited to come talk and give advice to incels inside of a Discord, and I asked for him. I think it was literally the last show. I asked him to send me the link for it so that I could go there and also join it because I can actually give them some good advice. Because I have navigated this pool to learn how to do what the game requires. It's a whole thing. But I just wanted to put the picture up there because I wanted people to have something to look at.
But about the whole about dating though, I feel like there's a lot of guys also who uh have certain expectations on what dating is. It's like they skip the whole getting to know each other period or being friends or whatever and try to jump straight into a relationship, and it's not how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's um another reason why they sometimes often get hurt because they
Expect too much,
yeah.
like
Yeah.
right out the gate.
Too much,
Like
too fast, and too
if
much
I
of a quantity.
agree if I agree to a date, it's a date. I'm not saying I am in a relationship with you. I'm trying to get to know you.
And that, I think that falls into like expectations of the
Mhm.
sexes and what they are taught and who they are taught it by,
Mhm.
because I mean it's like, culturally, are we teaching these young men that if they take us out on nice dates and get us a really expensive dinner, that we are going to get on our knees and give them some really bomb head, which, I might, but
Same.
it's right. It's not owed. And my sister likes to push this one all the time, is that it isn't owed, and it absolutely is not owed. And there's not a time limit on when that service can be given back to you. But to expect where are they getting these expectations? Who taught them this?
Honestly, I think a lot of a lot of pickup artists, I think, tend to do that.
100%.
Yeah.
It's pickup artists. It's bad advice from male friends. It's bad advice from female friends that are trying to put them into their simp zone. Because I don't call it,
and try to turn them into a wallet.
Yeah. There's the internet. They just never trust the fucking internet unless you can actually
like 4chan and shit.
Find some good
advice. I got friend zoned.
And then, of course, there's the old standard of society, which is just the societal coping of like things that you expect to see on a channel like Abba and Preach, right? Where you'll sit down and you'll watch a video about how a basketball player talked about how he wanted to give his fiance a prenup. I can't remember the basketball player's name, but this is a story that people hear a lot, especially in sports, because of how much ungodly money sports stars make. He was supposed to go down to a place where he and his fiance would get married. It's one of their most recent videos. You can look it up if you look up Abba and Preach's channel. They're a good channel you should watch and follow. Abba's the shit and Preach is audacious. But the story goes, the basketball player wanted to get a prenup because he built an empire of money. She's not in the gym with him. She's not pumping the iron. She's not hitting the court. She's not doing any of the work for the money that he's making on the basketball court. So, of course, he wants a prenup. That's his cash. So, he tells her this. He tells her many times, you're going to sign that prenup. You're going to sign that prenup. Prenup. He's like, yeah, I'm going to sign it. I'm going to sign it. So, he gets down to Houston, Texas. And he is getting there, and they are in the preacher's office for the deacon or whoever was supposed to officiate the wedding. And she still has not signed the papers. And he and the rest of his dudes, because basketball players, football players are very big about this, because if y'all are aware of the kind of women who finesse the shit out of sports stars by getting pregnant by them and then fleecing them of their cash, I don't remember which basketball star it was. It's the one with who's like, he's white, he's tall, he has like the Jufro hair, and the baby mama is this white chick who fleeced him and another dude. I can't remember the guy's name, but people probably have an idea of who I'm talking about. Is it Blake? Is that his last name?
I have no clue.
Like,
I have no idea.
Blake Griffin! Blake Griffin!
Oh my
Christ,
god,
man.
that scares the hell out of me.
Oh.
I jumped.
Yelling! I love yelling!
Blake Griffin, that's his
How
name.
did that not wake Amy up?
I don't know. She's probably...
Linus has a question for everybody. If a woman holds the viewpoint, say that a man takes her out for dinner, and then she owes him some bomb-ass head and thinks he deserves it, would she be in the wrong if she believes that he deserves that?
Man buys her dinner.
I don't feel like there should be any expectations like that unless it's communicated.
No, I'm so late. I was busy doing something.
Bitch. I mean, woman.
I have two answers to that question. One of them is a meme, and the other one is the actual real opinion. The meme answer...
Can you talk and find meme at the same time?
Yeah. The meme answer is, of course she does. But the real answer is no, she doesn't. There is no expectation in any situation, regardless of whether or not you are dating, or if you are just going out for a date to proliferate upon the booty. There is no expectation whatsoever, whether you be a fuckboy or you just be a guy who's meeting a girl and you both like each other and you're trying to find out if these parts go together and you want to see what it's all about. There is no expectation, no matter what involvement you have with the opposite or same sex that you desire, that tells them that because you paid money for a dinner, that you're entitled to the pepper grinder Lork 9000 with the vice grip to make you bust the fattest nuts of your life. That's not a guarantee. In the same breath, women, there is no, for the bisexuals and lesbians out there, there is no expectation that just because you are super into each other, that you're gonna go back to your duplex and you're gonna scissor all night long. That is not a thing that is likely to happen. Even if that's something that you're comfortable and happens a lot for you.
I don't do shit after I eat.
Because
it's not happening.
Because, like, I have never known, not even a bisexual lesbian, who will go back to her place and be like, yes, I'm hot and ready to go. No. They're like, no, I ate too much. Don't touch me. I'm about to have a food baby.
Exactly.
And even if...
It's not good to give, like, really good head right after you've had something to eat. Especially if you've got a gag reflex. That is fucking a recipe for disaster. Unless, I mean, you can fucking really just champ through it.
Mm-hmm.
Either or.
Now, for guys, now for men, this is a bit different, and I'm pretty sure this is probably icking out Rachel, so let me know if we're being too disgusting.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, it's fine.
Okay.
Secular dating is interesting. It's just not for me.
Mm-hmm. Like, even if you're a guy, because this is probably where this will differ for men, because we don't have this excuse about gag reflexes, unfortunately. But even if it were a dude and you were to find the one, like I did, that one time, even if you were to find the one, there is no guarantee that things will go well for you if that is what's going to happen. Because if they want it, they will tell you. They will be explicit in this time period because they have figured out that, and I say they, but the effeminists, the royal they, but the women who are DTF, they will tell you. They will tell you, either by action or literally taking you aside and saying, listen, I want it. They will sit you down and they will tell you. Because we're too dumb. We're dumb. We as men are dumb. And it's not really our fault. We're just like that. Because we have this problem. It's not exactly the friend zone, because I don't see the friend zone as the way that some women explain it as. Where they say, oh, I just have this male friend. I just look at him as a brother. I just look at him as somebody who I could never see dating. I like them too much. No. That's not a friend zone. That's you having a standard and a preference.
Vetting.
That's a vetting process.
And putting down very, very gently as possible.
Yeah. Like, the friend zone that exists for women is the simp zone. That is what that is. Because we talked about this, Lamb. It is when women take a man aside and they say, I have no sexual interest in you whatsoever, but you've decided to come out of the gate and just tell me that you want what I have. And I'm just gonna use you. I'm gonna string you along for as long as I can. I'm gonna financially motivate you and milk you and tell you what you want to hear. I'm gonna smile and wave in your presence. I'm even gonna maybe occasionally give you a pat on the back, a kiss in the cheek, a poke on the ear, a scratch behind the antler. And I'm just gonna tell you everything you want to hear. And once you give me everything you have...
She's gonna give you the scraps and then take you for everything that you've got.
Yeah. She's gonna pump and dump you.
That sounds really scary, because, like, I'm scared someone could do that to me, right? Because I'm very open in a sense. Like, I'm currently not seeing anyone. Like, I'm flirting, most likely.
Same.
I mean, if you couldn't tell, I've been flirting with Poe for a whole fucking month at this point.
Women
But
I don't notice that kind of thing.
But
I just think everybody talks like that to each other.
I'm flirting, and I'm open at the moment, and I'm so scared that I'm just gonna catch the wrong man, and it's gonna end up being me, giving someone all this attention and money, and when the time comes, it would just be over like that. I'm just like, bruh.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm the same way.
The honey dick.
It's
is a
okay.
terrifying
It's
thing.
okay to date for a while, though. It's okay to take time and learn somebody.
Yeah, the honey dick is a scary thing, because
The what?
the honey dick. You know,
What the fuck are you talking
the
about?
honey
Oh
pot,
my
the honey
God.
pot, the honey dick. You never heard about the honey pot? When a woman comes along
We
and she's
get the
too
honey pot. I don't get what you just said.
honey dick.
The other thing. Oh God.
The male thought, the fuck boy.
That's a more common term.
Yeah, like sometimes it'll slip up on a person. You just
Fuck
don't know.
boys are funny, but I don't want to fuck them.
Exactly. Like you understand and you know when you see one in the wild, he would be fun, but, and there's always that but there, because you're gonna have that reaction to say, you know, Jeremiah, he's cute, he's got a nice smile, he's got that laugh, his beard's all trimmed up and shit, he always wears that snapback, I like that, but he also is talking to 15 other women right now, and like, I'm not a hoe, so, you know?
Yeah, I personally don't see why anyone would even involve themselves, even just on a sexual basis, with a guy like that. It's like,
But that's the
you're just
culture
wasting
right
your
now.
time.
It's hookup culture.
I know, it sucks. It
I
sucks.
agree.
But it's just like you're just wasting your time, and you know, it's very real. You can actually catch feelings still, even though you mean to keep it just sexual. And then what are you going to do with those feelings, knowing how he is, knowing he's the way he is? It's
Stalk
like,
him, obviously.
oh God.
That happens too much in social media.
Oh,
that happens way
my
too much.
God.
Oh my God.
I could write a
I get scared when I start standing an account, alright? I like get rid of them completely so I'm not like being weird about it. Just like, oh no, I like you too much, time to get rid of you.
Oh.
Imagine my partner's distress.
And then there's like the other half of that problem that I was mentioning, which is that men don't actually have a proper defined example of the female friend zone, because it's not a friend zone. And I talked to you about this explicitly when I explained to you what the problem with this is. I like to call it the tomboy zone. So like, when you have a girl whom you're into, but they're also in your friend group, and they are so much one of the guys that you stop seeing them as a potential romantic partner and just one of the dudes. If they are in a situation where they are having a do or don't, I want them to look at me like they look at women, but I don't know how to get them to look at me like that kind of situation, that is when you have to just outright tell the guy that you're into, yo, I'm dropping all of these hints. Why aren't you catching any of the things I'm doing? You have to get yourself out of that gray area, because what happens is the way that women politely put down dudes that they're not interested in, or file away a couple of guys where it's like they're saving them for later. You know, when they say that they're getting through their hoe phase.
First of all, did any of you? I mean, probably not Rochelle, but any of you go through that phase where you had men lined up? Like, doesn't matter if you were young, because that's when I did it. I definitely did this. I did this when I was younger. I had boyfriends lined up like one after the other.
Yep, honestly.
No.
I
can't relate. I've never had a boyfriend.
Oh, that's okay.
No, I'm gonna be completely honest, right? I'm the type of person to always have like that one friend that I am really close to, that I would be willing to date if something were to go wrong and I weren't to have a boyfriend anymore. I always have that.
See, the thing with me is I've been in relationships and I won't there won't be anybody else, but then something will happen with that relationship and I'll end up meeting someone, and like there's no like resting period. It's just so quickly into another one.
I just I just the way I do it is I have a backup, but it's after I've had a resting period.
So like it's just kind of like maybe like you connect with this person in some kind of way, and like if an opportunity opened up to be with that person, then that might be something you jump on after you've sorted your feelings out about the last one.
Yeah.
See, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I mean,
I've had people
in a way.
criticize me for that before. They've told me, "Wow, you can't be doing that," and I'm just like, dude, you never know when something is going to go wrong, so always being prepared is an option.
As long as you're not like getting yourself into positions often to seek out that change, like finding excuses to end things with your current person because the grass looks greener, at like, thinking about it and having that, you know what I mean?
I have too much money to find an excuse to leave someone.
I actually had to tell off a person for doing that recently.
I have, like I said, I have too much money to have to find an excuse to do that to somebody.
There's this one person who keeps on.
The only time I would be scared to leave someone is if they had if they gave me a gift, right, and they spent all their time on it, and even though we were not to talk and we don't chat often and stuff, but if it were to come down to a situation like that, I would not leave them until they've finished whatever with what they bought me, because I don't take gifts lightly. When somebody buys me something after begging me hours to accept it, I will literally throw whatever it is I had before that was similar to it, just throw it away and flat out use it. Like not recently, a couple months ago, I think this has to do with my current thing, right? They bought me a GPU, and it's still on my computer, but like we don't talk anymore, and it's getting to a point where the relationship is just so distant that I'm just like, bruh, are we even dating at this point? And like so, I've been treating it that way, and I feel bad for doing so. Like, I'm going to admit to my own faults. I feel bad for feeling like we're so disconnected that I'm just out and openly flirting because I feel like I'm trapped in this cage. They bought me something, I accepted it, I'm stuck with it until they finish paying it off, and I can't leave them because I feel bad at this point about it. I'm just kind of like, sorry. I'm stuck in this trap. I don't know what to do. Like I've tried talking to them. When we do talk, the conversation is blank half the time. Nobody says a word. And like, there are so many other people I can just talk to and have interaction with overall.
Have you mentioned? I don't want to pry into your private life or anything, but just like, have you mentioned to the person that you are feeling distant from them and that you don't feel like you're?
I have, because to this person, they're like a father to my daughter, right?
Right.
She knows who they are because they helped buy her computer, because they helped with her computer, right? I didn't want to do it, but it was Christmas time, and I asked, hey, it's up to you, but daughter's Christmas coming up soon. Do you want to do anything? And me and him settled on helping her build her first computer. So he bought the motherboard, and I think that's it. I bought the RAM and CPU and stuff for it. And he bought the mouse as well. But like I said, I feel like I'm just trapped, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do.
I got an answer for that.
Go ahead, Evie.
You don't want anything just because you were dating them and they buy you stuff. I once was like that. There was this one creepy goth who kept on buying me sweaters, and I felt the same way. The problem is, just because he got you shit doesn't mean you really owe him anything. Same thing for...
I was gonna say, that comes back around to that expectation thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
even
I
if
kind of owe him something, right?
No,
no,
you don't.
Well, he's not creepy, so this is a
Doesn't
completely
mean-
different
doesn't
situation
matter.
with me.
Doesn't matter if he's not creepy. It's the same whether it's a woman or guy. If they did that, that's a gift. That's all it is.
And that should be coming from the heart, no matter like where what the relationship status was. I mean, obviously, like maybe in the moment they might be upset about it, maybe mention it to try to hurt you because they've been hurt, in that moment once things like really fucking come to a head and fall apart. But that doesn't mean that it's actually any blame to be put on you.
I believe
I don't know.
I think it's
like I said. I feel like I still feel trapped.
Don't.
And the reason I feel trapped is like at any moment, like, if I were to just like I've told him that the relationship's kind of bland, but I feel like if I were to just say, "Hey, I kind of don't think this is gonna work out anymore." At any point, he's gonna ask me to probably retract anything he's ever done for me. Like we share Amazon Prime. We did a lot of things together.
Then make your own accounts and say, okay, let's just break this off, cleanly.
Your happiness comes first.
Would you say that there is a likelihood that this is agonizing you because not just you know who they are and you see them and you talk to them, and also because they have an involvement in your child's life, but it also has to do with you do not want to break their heart?
Could you repeat that? I kind of lost you halfway through.
Would you say that that part of the reason why this is agonizing you is not just because you know them personally and you've seen them and they've been around you and they've also been around your child, is that you don't want to break their heart?
No, my point is that I literally just don't want to break their heart. I don't think you understand the magnitude of shit they have done for me.
Oh, we're talking like years and years and years of just
like I think
okay.
3 years. He's bought me a new modem. He's bought a router for me. He's bought me a new mouse and keyboard. In our first 2 years of our relationship, I know this is gonna sound really silly, but business wasn't always so hot, right? And I think my parents are still alive, and they didn't really give me money, and I wouldn't take it either. It's like when I was living in a really cheap house, he would help me out with things and take care of me in that way. It's just that this last, I'd say 7 months, things are just stale. We don't talk. Like when I do message him, he's either at work or I'm at work. There's just no communication anymore.
There needs to be passion.
The one thing I fear the most is feeling like I've taken something from him because of the stuff he's bought for me.
Okay, you need to stop.
I was gonna say you're being a slave to that. If he's got it right.
If there's no passion, you need to break it off. And if he really does want anything back for it, then say, okay, then let me pay it back over time. Don't be, what she said, a slave to it.
I mean, there's still the thought that he did he went the route of renting to own the GPU that's in my PC.
That's kind of cheap. I'm gonna be honest.
I told him it was a bad idea, but he really wanted to get it for me at the time, and I was still asking for one because I had a really old GPU that was just dying, right?
You need me to get you a GPU.
And no, we don't.
The girls will get you a GP. Don't you even worry about it.
I have so much money, I could buy thousands of them, and it wouldn't be amount to worth to nothing. But the reason why this one stays in my computer is because it's worth so much to me.
It's the sentimental value, guys.
Right.
If somebody were to break this GPU, I would probably murder them and throw them in a ditch. And I know I've almost broken it at some point. I flat out, I think I flat out fucked up one of the caps on the GPU when I was overclocking, and I almost destroyed it.
it's likely to die eventually, so you might want to, be prepared.
I mean, I have a bunch of backup graphics cards. In worst case scenario, I'll have to like yoink the GPU from Carl's PC and just stick it in mine and then buy him another one.
Eh. I mean, it's just beer and me. It's tough.
It's not.
I'm still worried that because we're still in a relationship and I'm publicly just flirting on Twitter and it just makes me feel awful.
Just cleanly break it off. There doesn't seem to be passion.
Yeah, there's no passion and you're not happy, so it's best to do.
It's also not uncommon to still love a person after you've broken up, and there's nothing wrong with that.
See, you guys are making it seem easier than it sounds.
Oh, it's definitely not.
This shit's gonna feel like pulling out this rotten tooth in my head. No, this shit's about to hurt Amy in a horrible way, guys. This is not easy what she's talking about. By no stretch of the imagination. I know exactly what agonizing she's talking about. Because the agonizing she's talking about is how I felt dealing with my ex-fiance.
I know it as well.
Trust me, I've been through similar things too. Not with like things, like buying things and gifts and stuff, but in other ways. Where you feel trapped and you don't want to hurt them.
Because maybe they're depressed and you don't want to leave them.
Yeah.
Because you're afraid that they might hero if you leave them.
The one thing
That's your responsibility.
Another thing that's hurting me is he was permanently looking forward to living with me and the kiddo.
Is he still?
Oof.
Yes, he's still thinking about permanently living with
me
and the kiddo.
Do that.
I was planning on moving to Texas for him, and shit. It just breaks my heart every time I think about it.
Damn.
I don't know, like, I know you guys understand. Like, it literally breaks my heart thinking about it. Like, I think about all the public flirting I might do sometimes and how it makes me feel like poop because we're still in that intertwined stalemate of the relationship.
I mean, just in a looking out for you kind of way, just wouldn't you rather be free?
Well, no, because I'm being free off the reason that the relationship's just stale, you know? And it really does feel like one of those threads from one of those shits that we're fucking reading, and that's why it's fucking scaring me so bad.
This is classic Helen of Troy happening right here.
It just feels
the marriage ain't working out because we've grown apart for reasons just about life, and the new passion shows up. And
growing apart is something that can be fixed. Now,
but do you think you can fix it?
I mean, it's only been 3 years at worst.
It's more
that you've been trying to fix it.
No, not fix it. We just been in a relationship for 3 years. It's only the past 7 months that things have been kind of not even rocky, just stale. There's no fights or anything that we have.
Maybe you should get in a fight.
It's
the
more
only
so about...
no. The only fight we had, it was just a mutual disagreement, was the Amazon Prime payment that goes through every month. Because he's been out of his job so much, and I feel bad that he's lost his job so many times, but...
That's a lead behind his back.
But because we share Amazon Prime, and honestly, I use it more than he does, but he continues to pay for it. And when it took it out of his account, when he was out of work, and even just possibly out of money, I was just like, bro, you can just cancel it. Get your money back.
Do it because he doesn't seem to understand that he needs to. It'd actually help.
Sometimes men being a little bit silly and you gotta do some weird shit for them.
Yeah. We're, like I said.
They need that too.
Yeah.
They need that as much as we do.
Sometimes we need that stern hand behind us to guide us forward. It is what it is.
They need that stern mommy hand.
Sometimes. Sometimes you gotta slap them up just a little bit. I don't mean physically. I mean like... Alright. So,
Well, the butt's okay.
just sometimes when you got a fella who's being sad all the time and just digs on himself all the time, has really low self-esteem, doesn't think much of himself, feels like he hasn't accomplished much, and lives in that headspace, sometimes you have to get mad at him. You have to get mad at him and tell him that he is being absolutely silly.
Yeah.
Not for being depressed, not for being sad, but for not loving himself.
Mm.
Sometimes you need to slap up a man a little bit to make him love himself.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what are you doing to yourself? Why are you, like, tearing yourself apart like this
Yes.
on the daily? Sometimes you have to get just a little bit, you don't have to get violent, but getting angry, showing emotion, showing them something that you don't show them all the time, to kind of get that, hey, listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
What we're doing here is not working. What you are doing to yourself is not working. We need to try something different.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you need
I guess I could just sit him down in a text or call and just be like, hey, yo, we need to rethink communication in a relationship.
Yeah.
It's
I
not-
would
Yes.
try that.
Before
Yeah,
doing
like,
anything
I haven't
else.
tried any fixes yet. So
Okay,
trying
yeah.
them now would probably be a good start.
I can recommend this one 100%. Just go at it, just bare bones. No sugarcoating it, no hopping around the topic, just right to it. Like, this has been on my mind and I really need to do something with this because I feel like we're just standing still. We need to make a move somewhere to either get to a happier place or move on from each other so we can become happier people.
Yeah, just
And you don't have to give them an ultimatum, by the way. That's not what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, you need to communicate with them, sit them down, communicate with them, and ask them what he wants. Like,
where's his goals at, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
I love you, Amy. I'm not attacking you, darling. I promise. I just I've been through some of this shit. We've all been through something.
Fucking hamburger, like straight ground up fucking hamburger. Fatty and full of good tasting love.
You're more than happy to share again on the podcast. Because, hey, why not?
I just never get into my personal life, you know? I'm a really closed individual.
Yes, you are. You never open up, and this is the first time you've opened up like this.
Honestly, I'm the same way.
Nobody knows who I am.
Like, I'm open, but I'm not open at the same time.
I'm more open in my DMs than I am on my timeline.
Me, I just don't give a shit anymore.
And the same.
I don't want them to find out who I am. I don't want anybody to find out who I am. Even the people I'm close to.
Like, there's probably a couple of people who have brought this up to me, where they will be like, yo, whatever your backstory is, I don't want to know it. The self-made mythology of the shit that you post gives me a better headcanon than anything you could actually tell me. Because there's obviously people who watch people's accounts all the fucking time. And I happen to be one of them because of the shit that I've been involved in. Amy knows what I'm talking about. And there's some people that like to antagonize people like myself. Not just Griffineer, but others. And it's like, can y'all get the facts about me right first before you talk shit about me? Because if I have to do it myself, I'm gonna roast you the entire way. Because I hate it when people get inaccurate. If you're gonna antagonize me, be right. But, to segue, let's talk about being a touch and a star player, ladies and gentlemen. Because I think this is... No, don't worry. This is probably something that only black people can relate to. Like, American black people can relate to. So I'm gonna have to explain what the fuck I mean with what I just said. But, in relationships, like what Amy's currently experiencing, there are times where you're going to find men and women who are passionless. Not because they're uninterested in, like, their daily being, but because something somewhere went wrong, and now the only way that they think is in a permanent loop of, I'm not good enough, I'm not doing enough, I can't do enough, I will never do enough. And this is when you must assault the ancient texts, and you must get in touch with your inner star player. To explain what I mean, I'm gonna need to use some visual aids. So
I feel like I'm being called out already, and I don't like it.
Nah. I'm gonna use myself as an example because this is a really good case. I'm not telling the story, but I'm gonna give a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Just give me 2 seconds. On that note, you mentioned not having a boyfriend, by the way, Rachel. Would you like to discuss that with us? Or is that not open to discussion?
What, not having a boyfriend?
Yeah. Did it just happen all on its own, or it's just a cognizant choice you made?
I guess bit of both. So like my background is I'm from India. I'm a migrant to the West. And I'm a conservatively raised Catholic girl. So Indian culture and Catholicism, for some reason, just mesh very well. And all my life, like, there's one thing that I've always believed is that if I want to marry someone or be with someone, it's just I'm going to be faithful to them, and it's going to be like 100% commitment. But even more than that, I'm also Indian, so my parents kind of drilled this idea into me that there's a specific time for everything. So years are not the time to be thinking of boyfriends and stuff. And I sort of agreed. So even though I had like a couple of crushes and everything, I was more focused on school, which is lucky because by the time I finished university in Mumbai, I had decided to come to Canada, and it was like, oh, if I had a boyfriend, I would have probably broken up, and that would break me. So, and once I moved here, it was just like the stress of moving, the cultural change, family issues, everything just was front and center every time. And again,
So it just wasn't the right time.
Just wasn't the right time. And again, I guess there was one guy who was really good friends with and who I really liked, but it was not meant to be. We never went past friendship. And I haven't really met someone I felt that I want to date. And of course, I just don't do the whole casual flings thing at all.
Yeah, we're all heathens here.
Haven't even had my first kiss, guys.
Hey, not all.
Okay.
The deer is a degenerate. not a. I mean, I am. But besides the point.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, it just like things just turned out the way it was, and for a bit, I guess last year, I discerned whether I should, like, I wondered whether I'm called to become a religious sister or a nun. So I discerned that. I realized, no, that's not what God's calling me to do. And I'm being called to marriage instead. But I haven't found the right guy. So it's just like, okay, I'm just vibing. I enjoy my life right now. I'm doing work I love. I'm studying what I want to study. I just like my life as it is. So whatever will happen in time. I'm just not actively looking.
That's a healthy way to look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
I guess,
no rush.
I did sign up on Catholic Match a few months ago.
Oh no!
But like COVID has.
Did you see any hot pieces?
No.
Okay. Well,
it's very dead. But like I mean, COVID happened, and that pretty much ended everything. Like you cannot even meet in person. You can just chat, and I don't do chats very well. I connect better in person. So it was just
Okay.
like, okay, I guess we shall try again once this has passed.
Now, because you've never had a boyfriend before, that kind of what you're still in a position where you haven't had a partner yet, so you don't have an idea of things that you've experienced that you don't like in a partner yet, or things that you do like in a partner yet, because obviously you have not reached that point yet. So my question is then what do you think you look for? What do you like, any specifications or um just qualities that would stand out to you that might make the ideal partner for you?
Hmm. Well, like again, I'm this is again super Catholic, super conservative.
Mhm.
So if y'all don't agree, it's fine. First and foremost, like I'm really super into my faith, so and like super into my faith as in like I play music in church and everything. So it's like
Mhm.
the guy has to be on that level with me where he has a deep faith in God and he's a
Right.
practicing Catholic.
Mm.
But also like aside from that, just someone who I don't have a specific idea in mind. Like you said, like I've never dated, and all I really have is cues from seeing people around me who dated.
Mhm.
Um, so I can say that someone who love and respect me and who I can love and respect in turn. Someone who is faithful, someone who's loyal, um, family oriented because
All right.
I'm
Yeah.
the kind of
Yeah.
person who wants to start a family soon.
Want lots of
I'm
little
just,
ones?
oh, perhaps I don't know. I haven't decided on a number, but I come from a
Sorry,
big
I don't
family.
mean to like get way too personal with you or
Oh,
anything, but
heck
like,
no! Don't worry. I come from a big family. Generations where each generation has been like big family. So I'm kind of used to that. But even if like how many ever children I get, I'm happy that I don't really have a set number in mind.
mhm.
Um, yeah, it's just like right now I don't really have a specific idea in mind, and I honestly feel that, and I definitely agree that if I date someone or at least go on dates, not like exclusive, but go on dates
Mhm.
just to see or get to know someone, that will give me a better idea of who I feel or what I'm looking for in a partner, but
Mhm.
I'm not there yet, so I cannot really say fully except for these general
Yeah, no, and
qualities.
that's
Yeah.
absolutely fair. So then
Yeah.
the other ladies, and even I mean Carl can jump in too, but what attracts you to potential partners? What stands out for you?
I have a whole presentation prepared for that because it's what I've been doing in the background.
I
Of
I'm
Of
just
course.
course you do.
Like,
I'm
ignore the
just staring at
blackface.
these photos that Carl is posting over here.
This was I was about to I was going to transition at some point in because I didn't want to stop Lamb or Rachel.
Yeah.
Also, thank you for sharing, Rachel. That was very
Yeah,
enlightening,
No
very
appreciate it.
problem.
interesting.
Mhm.
And I was about to segue that into Rachel's outlook on her life and her decision making and choices is what my aunt Opal, my favorite aunt before she died, explained to me as being in touch with your inner star player. And the way that this works is it's basically the black version of there are two wolves inside of you, right? So it's basically the way that my mother's matriarchal side of the family explains to the male children how they deal with their id, ego, and superego. You decide for yourselves which one you think is which, but inside of every person there is the shadow self, and then there is what we call the inner star player. And contrary to popular belief, no, it is not the angel and devil on the shoulder thing. It's more as there are two parts of you at every point in time that are struggling to talk to each other, like intermingling in the deepest sense of your cerebrum, on how you should decide on how your life works. So there is the selfish you, and then there is the considerate you. And where these two things intersect makes up the whole of you. So you could see it as your internal yin and yang if you want to consider it like that. But that's not the way they explained it to me. So it works like this. And there's a backstory behind these pictures. Because these pictures started out as the longest form of a shitpost based on the fact of how I go through outfits. So one day I was shitposting, and I made a video, one of which is one of the things on my channel, covering this person who likes to be very evil on the internet concerning harassment of other people by the name of Tomato Magica. And the Gangsnia, the person who is behind that account, a Russian national who loves to antagonize people and hates a lot of things, which is A, watching people draw beach ball titties, B, people who love live and anime in general, C, men and women who would have the audacity to call those female non-existent characters their husbandos and waifus. Not just specifically love live. Like, they have a very big thing about love live in general, but they just really hate anybody who likes anime, period. Being able to harass other women about being sexual or drawing sexy pictures, while at the same time drawing sexy pictures themselves, and just in general being a Debbie Downer who likes to sap away everybody's fun. Wherever woke scolding and woke scold accessories can be sold, you're gonna find her selling herself. And not like the sexual selling herself, but as an artist trying to get features. But the way that she chooses to go about it is getting attention in the worst way, which is by harassing other people and then turning around and saying, you know that promoting my work by talking shit about me just makes me more popular, right? And they recently realized that the people who they're trying to speak on behalf of, the Japanese artists, they really don't fucking like her. And while I'm making this video and other things, Jay Longbone, another one of my mutuals, and actually one of the people who was a YouTuber that I looked up to, that very much influences my editing style, and also what has become the highest form of meme posting for me, she encouraged me to, like, look back on that video and other ones to look at my outfits, because I feel like I'm a living meme. Not that I am. Not that I'm even that important. It's just that sometimes when I look at my own pictures, like the ones I have up here, these are not the same man. Like, there's no way. You can't convince me. This is definitely not this, and definitely not this. So going through these pictures, I was like, yo, there's no way that these are the same guy. We need to give these guys names. And this ended up causing me to go on a whole thing where I ended up finding music to give these guys their own theme music. Like, their music videos on the channel featuring these thumbnails. One listens to nothing but city pop, because I love Japanese city pop. And then another one is just hard thumping drum, snare, and bass. Where the first thing that even exists on the videos itself is just the laugh from the video that she quote tweeted. That she was like, I can't use the word on Twitch, but this N-word? Like, this N-word? Because my laugh is infectious. And I don't even know what possessed me to laugh on the video at the time. I was just looking at myself in the viewfinder. I'm like, man, this is a bop for me. And to get to the point of what I'm trying to say here, what I'm trying to say is, me, Carl, has inside of me two different people, right? So, if this is me, let's say this is single player Carl, the man. And then, let's say this, the name that I gave him was, I think it, what was it, fucking Xavier, no, Xavier Darius, Daggerwood the Fourth Esquire. So, really extra name, right? But let's say if this is Carl the man, This is single player Carl, the soft boy, and this is Mr. Random, the troll and the fuck boy, right? And these are two parts of myself that I have to incorporate into what I make my decisions based on, right? Because at any point in time, if somebody confuses either of these two as not two halves of a full whole, but as the perception of who I am, that will inform my decisions moving forward, right? So, for example, if I go into the dating market and I am going in as my actual self, I have to be in touch with my inner star player at all times and understand not only who I am and what I'm there for, but also what my worth is. Because Carl the man is just trying to have a good time. I'm just trying to meet new people, have new experiences, and make something of myself, right? But single player Carl really likes to hear people. Welcome back, Poe. Single player Carl really likes to hear people and talk to people, right? He likes to do the same thing Carl likes to do, but he's probably a bit softer than Carl is. He's not as dank. He's a little bit more respectful. He's painfully aware of his surroundings. He's the kind of guy that even though you don't know him, he'll say, "Oh my god, I feel like I know you from somewhere." Very personable, very happy, likes to give warm hugs, texts you when you're done socializing with them to ask them if you got home okay and whether or not you'll be fine to go to the function later tomorrow. A very nice guy. Not at all a nice guy, hashtag TM Traitsnark, but an actual nice guy, right? And then this motherfucker, this guy, this is the kind of guy that your mother warns you about, right? You go home at night, he calls you up, "Hey, how you doing? Hey, beautiful, hi. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. You want to go over and have a talk on the veranda? Hey, I got you this drink. Come on, let's talk. Let's talk. Tell me about what's going on in your life." That's Mr. Random. This is a being that identifies not as a man, but as a cloud of confusion and chaos. Because he has one goal in mind, and that's to look out for himself. Because he's looking out for number one. He knows the truth of the world. As one of my cinemaphile friends called it, he is in touch with his inner neon demon. He understands not only what his job is, what his role is, and where his place is in all of this, but he is more than happy to play the pole position and do what is expected of him. Because it's a game, and he has to play it. So why not play and be smart? Right? These two sides of myself are in constant push and pull on the inner workings of my mind. So whatever decisions I choose to make for myself, for the better of my business, for my relationships, whatever, what have you, these two things are not one half of a whole. They combine together to make up this guy. So to be in touch with your inner star player is to basically accept the most important thing about yourself, which is your own happiness, and try to treat yourself the way that you would probably want to be treated, but also have realistic standards for what you want. Period. And that's like the problem with the dating game as it exists now. Because in the 90s, if this dude was to have his way, and he was to behave like the actual fuckboy he is, oh boy, would I be swimming in it. But at the same time, I would be very cynical and very unhappy. Because at the end of the day, when all you can do is pull and finesse and fleece, do you actually build realistic connections? Do you build real relationships?
Nay.
No. Never. You can't. How can you? You're always playing the game. You're gonna always have your defenses up. You can never have real relationships. You can never have real connections. Because any real connections that you could have are just the ones you chose to make to socially climb. This was the old me. I had to get away from this version of me because I wasn't happy with this version of me. But at the same time, if you were to go out in today's dating pool, dear single player Carl would not stand a chance. He would end up falling in with the right one. You know, thick in the thighs, thick in the waist, thick in all the right motherfucking places. and he would be finessed by the looks and by the appearance. He would get used and abused and pumped and dumped for all he's worth, and then left on the side of the road crying into the storm drain because he got used like the amusement park fairground that his face and his inviting smile says that he is, right? But if I combine both of these two together, we end up getting Carl, the man, the dude, the legend, the very being that is speaking to you right now on the airwave. He is the combination of both of these things, both the good and the bad, taking lessons from his past and applying them to build a better future. That is the kind of social marketplace that we're in right now when it comes to dating. Because if you don't understand where you stand with your own emotions, how can you be able to tell other people what it is you want when you don't know what you want?
Wow, Carl, really hitting me in the heart.
When did Poe get back in here?
A minute ago.
I went on Reddit and I found something so annoying that I couldn't sleep.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, you've been posting on Twitter.
Post it.
I found our adultery and...
Oh, you just found that? Oh, bro,
I knew it existed, but I didn't go on it because I'm not a masochist.
That's a lie.
But I went there tonight, and it's just Jesus. Like I hate them. I don't like cheaters, but I hate the people on that subreddit.
Did you see the post I posted earlier? You know, you saw the post I posted earlier. I posted a lot of them.
Let me read one to you. Let me read one to you guys. Okay. This is literally one. This story. It makes me wonder if this woman has emotions. I mean, not emotions. Has a brain. Okay, here we go. It literally starts with. Bro, where is it? There. Oh, there we go. Okay. It literally starts with. Is my husband having a revenge affair or an exit affair? I was going to post this on more relevant groups, but realized that the only thing I will get there is hate. See, she's already aware that she will get hate for this post. I was in a happy marriage, 2 kids and a loving husband, but after watching the movie Unfaithful, there was a part of me that wanted the excitement of a secretive affair life. I love my husband to pieces and don't want to be with someone else, but still wanted that excitement. So I started looking for potential AP, affair partners on Ashley Madison and was very cautious while doing so. Found a married guy who also lives in the same city. Started going on dates and the sex was okay. I was very cautious during the whole affair. She says very cautious. Look, I was very cautious during the whole affair, but my AP not so much. His wife found out about our affair through text. He was texting me in front of her. She then found my husband through Facebook and sent him every text, photo, and video of me and my AP ever shared. There are videos of us having sex. She says there are videos of us having sex, but also says we were careful.
I mean...
My husband showed this to me and then went silent. I was distraught. This was on October 14th. Till this day, he hasn't said anything about my affair. He hasn't even asked me why. He doesn't talk to me much now. I have been sleeping on the couch for the past 2 months. He doesn't eat the food I make or drink the coffee I make. He makes his own food and coffee. The kids don't know anything but are starting to suspect. He is trying to pretend in front of the kids that everything is normal. I have tried many things to get past this, like talk to him, seduce him, or enroll for marriage counseling, but nothing works. He doesn't believe in marriage counseling. He hasn't even touched me in the last 2 months. Some nights he doesn't even sleep at home. I don't know where he is. Then this month he somehow came into contact with his ex-girlfriend. They were each other's first love, and they broke up because he went to Europe for studies. She has recently been divorced and moved to our city. I snooped through his phone and read that today they will be going on their first date. He spent Christmas with her. Kids are with their grandparents for holidays, and I am all alone. I don't know if anything physical has happened between them. What kills me most is that he is a tech-savvy guy, and he can hide his texts from me if he wants. It's like he doesn't even care enough to hide it. This feels like the end of my marriage. If this is just some affair, I can convince myself to be okay with it. Can anyone please? I cannot discuss any of this with anyone because they will start to hate me as everyone likes him. I feel alone. Can anyone please advise me if there are any possible chances of reconciliation? Because I truly love my husband.
Mm, 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 mm. May I say something?
Cancel
Go
women now.
Number one. What was what was the poster's name?
Her name is Wrecked Woman.
Wrecked woman. I have two things to say to you. Number one, good. Number two, no. Suffer.
She watched the movie. A movie where cheating on their partner ended badly, and she was like, you know what? I could do that better.
Oh my god! It's like it's a marriage plot out of a Hallmark movie. Like Kobe Collette, starring and featuring Bobby Bublé, and what other second run? Josh Duhamel, and also like Julianne Hough, like that. It feels like it's a movie starring those four actors, because it's like it's the perfect kind of comeuppance, and I, for one, want and loved every single bit of it, because the agony in her voice is exactly what that man was feeling as he realized that whoa. So yeah, you should deserve a little shame, lady. You shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't have treated on your husband.
Apparently, like, she posted a follow-up a few months later, and yeah, she just gave her a divorce, but he's letting her live in the basement for now.
We stand to see it, gentlemen.
But the thing is, he gave her a divorce, but also she was asking, like, how come?
Yo, base department king. Tell that bitch that she belongs in the streets, sucking Bible misogyny full on open.
But like, she was angry that nobody would give her good advice. Apparently, like, it was the subreddit's fault.
Here's some advice: don't cheat on your husband and don't get locked in the basement.
Look, how about this? Don't decide to cheat because you watched a movie and got tingly.
More importantly,
you watched the movie and got tingly.
The movie was called Unfaithful, and it ended badly for the person who cheated.
But hey, she thought it was a good idea. But also, I think this is the most important thing. This is the most important part that anybody should know. If you love your partner, love would bring your ass home at night. Period.
And apparently, look, the fact that she took videos. Look, Low Ping said the audacity of throwing away your entire life for what you even admit is some okay dick, and then asking why people are mocking you when you lay it all out for them. Yeah. Because people in the thread are mocking her.
Oh yeah, they should.
And apparently there was this other woman. She cheated on her husband of like 6 years. No, yeah, 6 or was it 6 years? And then she was like, no, 12 years. And then the dude was she was like, I don't know, is it because of my cheating that he's drinking and like becoming an alcoholic? And apparently she admits, like, I myself have ASPD, but she literally reads like a freaking psychopath. She's like, it's so much effort. I don't want to divorce him. I'd rather he leave. I'd rather he do the divorcing than me do it. And like, I don't think he should really be acting this way just because I cheated on him. And then literally she admits that she doesn't feel empathy. She literally admits in the comments that she doesn't feel empathy. And then someone advises her to get therapy, and she was like, yeah, I've been trying to get him therapy. They were like, no, you need therapy.
There are some people who can't be helped, though.
And then there's this other woman. This is the last story that I posted. She was cheating on her husband with this younger guy, and then apparently they've been going at it for a few months. And he was just talking with her one day about this woman that he met, this pretty woman he met at the while he was out shopping. And then she immediately broke up with him, said, I feel so betrayed. You see the irony? Yeah. She's cheating at the moment, and then she goes, I feel so betrayed that he would talk about another woman. And
Interesting.
It got me.
Interesting.
It just got me so mad.
She belongs to the streets.
In some cases, a reason for a person to cheat, but they cleanly.
You know, with Yuffie being drunk, how has she stayed up this long?
The power of holiness.
Wait, who's drunk?
Yuffie, I'm assuming. She's. Are you drinking?
I was. I'm about to draw, but I'm still listening. I was gonna say, there is reasons some people do cheat. It's usually when it gets really fucking toxic, but they should cleanly break it off at that point. But
some people cheat out of grief, which has always been an odd one for me. Like I in a way, I get it, but at the same time, it's like,
yeah.
I picked these 3 stories because they were like the 3 recent stories, but like they had no like a backstory or anything wrong with their relationship. They just did it because the opportunity was there.
Yeah.
That's what I really hate.
That tends to be almost all cheating.
Vulture.
Yeah. Because see, those are people who weren't in touch with their inner star players. You see.
Oh my God.
It tends to be stemmed from. I mention it because it tends to be stemmed from a level of unhappiness, like unhappiness with themselves, unhappiness with their environment, unhappiness with the stimuli in their environment, unhappy with multiple factors affecting the people in the environment which they choose to inhabitate or cohabitate or outright parasitically attach themselves to. Something about the person.
Honestly, Carl.
Yeah.
You're right. You're 100% right about that. But like, what gets me is that like, it was a movie that got her to do it.
Yeah, that's the wildest part to me.
I watched Dark Knight. I didn't decide to become Batman. I saw Moneyball. I didn't decide to become a baseball player.
And you said this was Insatiable, right? That's the one with Idris Elba. That's
Unfaithful.
Oh, Unfaithful.
I saw Ramona Flowers, and I got so empowered.
I'm trying to remember. Is that the one with Beyonce Knowles as like the wife that Idris Elba's character apparently knocked up and married because he wanted to make an honest woman out of her, and the person?
I don't think so.
And the person
was Pretty Woman.
That's what I was gonna say.
Unfaithful was 2002.
2002. Who was in that?
And like this Richard Gere murders his wife's.
Oh right, it is a Richard Gere movie. They're blending together for me. God damn, they all have similar titles.
They're all the same.
The first and last time I watched that movie, I was still a virgin.
Hot. Ow! I broke my. I cracked my neck. That hurt.
That's what you get for rubbernecking.
We'll see. My neck hasn't been loose lately. Yeah.
My neck, my back, my anxiety attack.
I was gonna say the actual freaking lyrics for a minute.
We're still on Twitch. We
I
can't.
hear you say my
Carl.
Yes.
Carl, the second story I told you about the woman with the woman who had serious empathy issues. Wait, no, this is the woman, the first one I told you. The woman who watched the movie.
Yes.
Listen, I can just imagine the trauma it must have cost to him. His life has been enough trauma. He was sexually abused when he was sick, and he only told me that secret 2 decades later.
All the Jovianness just got sucked out of my body, and now I actually hate this woman.
Wasn't Poe supposed to go to bed?
Yeah. He got upset at cringe on the internet, so he had to come and share it with us.
That's what we needed at one time.
Very, very in character for Poe.
Indeed.
I really wish Reddit was like just nuked.
They did that already.
They tried. It didn't work.
Like if I feel like if people were naturally good, we wouldn't have a pro-adultery subreddit.
But they aren't.
They're shit.
And that's just wishful thinking.
Yeah.
I wish people were naturally good though.
Dude, we need a pro horny all the time subreddit.
They have those, Amy. You could probably be the
I
head
browse
mom.
them. They're not fucking good.
They're
Go
horrible.
I'll make them for you.
4chan and
could-
go to random.
You
Horny.
could be the
all
head
the
mom.
There's times in random where the old fucking, not so legal content comes up. I don't need that in my life.
Wait,
I feel
what's
that,
not
homie.
so legal?
You
You
know.
ever heard of the B random child porn boogaloo?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I've
It's been
never
more
heard
than one
of
of those.
Yeah, it's not a great
There
story.
are occasional posts that get deleted by moderators where not so legal content is posted, and that is why I don't browse B anymore.
Yeah.
See, I've never gone to
B's
B.
got
I
my
always
lolly
use GIFs.
threads.
I always use GIFs.
You never
I've
need
never
to.
browsed
It's not worth
4chan
it.
in my life.
It's not worth it. It's not worth
Good
it.
girls
Really?
and good don't need to.
I only see screenshots people post.
Like most of the time, the most interesting things today is not even
I
fucking
made
B.
homemade
random.
Oreos and I can.
Poggers.
I'm trying to figure out if that's a euphemism for something.
I still haven't figured it out.
Me neither. Me neither. But anyways,
So,
back to the
should
topic.
I make steak in a stainless steel skillet or a cast iron skillet?
Cast iron.
Cast iron.
All the way.
Always.
George
What
Foreman.
What if I want to make some sauce
Beefy.
out of the way that comes off the beef?
Slow cooker.
No, you use stainless steel pan because when the meat releases, it leaves some of that caked on meat, and you can actually scratch off a stainless steel pan on like cast iron. You have a risk of damaging it somehow.
That's true.
It's iron.
That is true. Well, the
I
problem
guess
with
it
cast,
depends on the cast iron pan.
yeah, there
If
are
it's got
some.
a coating or not.
Yeah, most of them do because they're cold rolled, and they also have this like very thinnish like filament slash layer on them that can sometimes flake. If they're really old pans, you can see that because it's like looking at
Bro,
old
just
paint.
season your cast iron, law.
Of course I do,
what I'm
but I have hand-me-down pans from my mother, and they're ancient antiques.
Just season them.
That's
I
not a very nice
do.
thing to say about your mother.
My mother's tools?
That's
'cause
ancient.
They are ancient. They're the old
No,
matriarchal.
your mother's ancient. That's the joke.
Oh my god. I just noticed that.
Continue.
No, like I have a kitchen full of old French stuff, right? And I have to upkeep all of this, and I can't throw it out because it's all matriarchal things that fed like old world people in my family tree. Like the stuff of kings actually. And now here it is in my kitchen. What used to serve
That can't be
what used to serve men listening to Baroque at Versailles now exists as something that lives in the other like pantry closet in my kitchen. It's just not getting used.
That doesn't seem safe.
What, just to have them there? The stuff?
I mean, the fact that they've been around so long and you still use them.
I feel like your ancestors are weeping.
Like they're not like it's ancient old like horrible usage stuff. It's like really well kept.
Antique farm equipment.
It says you have to have them like occasionally treated, and that's it. That doesn't cost you anything. It's like I can do that on myself, but that's a different topic for another day. Maybe one day I'll do maybe one day when the computer gets here, I'll do a cooking stream, and I'll show off people what I'm talking about so they can see it for themselves. It's this whole thing, but it'll take me until it's time to get into. I'm making myself hungry. Oh my god. So to get back on topic, and on to what I was saying about understanding your worth and your value, especially in the context of the Interstar player, I feel like this is the thing that is the divide between men and women, unironically speaking, right? Because this is what I was talking about when I said it's like the tomboy gray area. because guys don't think that there's women who would be interested into them, and there are also women who do not think that there would be guys that are interested into them, right? And the deciding factor there is the concept that has only recently been put into words and to film, called the neon demon, which is the point at which a person cognizantly accepts the fact that, number one, that men and women are both sensual and sexual creatures. Number two, it is a paradoxical state of the paradoxical relationship between wanting to be desired and also being desirable to other people. And then three, the interconnecting between those three things, you, yourself, that knowledge, and how you use it, that then allows you to accept that this is something that happens, and that you have this power that has now been granted to you, cognizantly accepting this understanding. This happens more often with women than men, because men don't normally have that. Like, a fuckboy is probably the best example of exactly explaining that, because that is the cycle of what creates fuckboys, right? Because it doesn't start with, like, a guy that ruins a girl, and then the girl goes on to ruin a guy, and that guy ruins a girl, right? It starts out more like, there's a woman who realizes she has power over the men around her, and also other women who are sexually attracted to her. She abuses her position, her body, her looks, her attraction, her youth, and she gets things from people, whether or not they are willing or unwilling to participate in this action, because that's just part of the cycle. It's part of that game that I was talking about. Dating itself being a game, but also, like, high society of, like, the older world in, like, the 1710s times, or something like that. You know, the people like Matahari, the Bullying Girls, people like that. In the modern day, it's more like a girl realizes that she's a homely. She doesn't have that much attraction in her own mind. She's not a bad looker, but she wouldn't get too many likes on Instagram if she was to post physique or anything. And then one day, her hoe friends take her out, because it's usually how it happens. Either their mother pulls them aside and says, "Oh my God, darling, you're so beautiful." I can't do a proper Jewish mom's voice, but it's like, "Oh my God, darling, you just look so beautiful if you just come out of your shell and you wear pretty dresses." Or their hoe friends take them out to go buy, like, a whole bunch of Sephora, and they experiment, and then they look in the mirror and it's like, "Oh my God, I actually look good." And that's, like, the road of when it begins. So then, like, either they have a sexual encounter that goes poorly and they regret it, and then they begin to realize, well, if I'm gonna do this, I might as well do the whole thing. Or the worst case scenario that I've seen happen in my actual social circles, which is where they slowly tepid the water, they get involved in it, they start experimenting, where they start doing more and more of these ratchet things. Again, not that they are these things, but they are definitely wearing the uniform and they are punching in the time clock. They go out there and they look for that kind of attention, and they keep cultivating that attention that they get, whether or not they understand that this is a thing that they're doing. And it eventually becomes that they mess around and they find the right, or in this case, they find the wrong one, and it's some guy, like I was talking about earlier with my example. They have no idea. They do not know the truth about men and women. They themselves have not been awakened to their neon demon. And this girl uses them for everything they're worth. Pump and dump them. And now they've been left alone, and they are doing what I like to call the incel squeal, where they're doing, like, that one thing that it's this comedy sketch that Sam Hyde did, that was around the time when what was the guy's name? What was that guy's name? What was that incel's name? Elliot Rodger. When Elliot Rodger had just done his spree, Sam Hyde posted a video mocking him. It's entitled, hold on, I'll spell it out. You can look it up on YouTube right now. It's a video entitled that I just posted in the group chat. It's a video where he just mocks this mentality of the incel mindset, right? Of the quote-unquote nice guy. Where it's like, I can't use that word on the stream, but I don't get any booty. I don't get any booty. Why didn't I get any booty? I don't understand. I do what they want. I give the money, and it's like I'll give you things. I'll buy you stuff. And he lays into it because it's a full breakdown of the mindset of a simp and an actual hashtag TM trait snark nice guy as they slowly become a male feminist. And it's in this cycle that is step one. Let's call them fuck girls or thoughts. Thoughts is a good word too. The thought finds a nice guy. That nice guy becomes a trait snark hashtag nice guy incel / male feminist who now realizes, oh, this is how this works. They use me and I let myself be used and I get closer and then I spring my trap.
No,
right?
no, I don't want to be Brad. Actually, being Brad actually isn't that bad.
And then this guy, the incel on his way to becoming a fuckboy, discovers exactly how if he just changes his looks, his appearance, looks maxing they call it. If he just looks maxes and he just gets a new haircut, he changes a couple of things, and has a whole new personality, and he approaches them completely different, he becomes a completely different person. And using this newfound understanding of themselves and how they can play the dating game, they end up finding a nice innocent girl, maybe somebody who would be like Rachel or like Lambhammer before the devianceness happened.
They innocent.
I mean, I don't know. Have you ever been innocent, Efi, in your life?
Once.
You were once.
When I was a young lord.
So I went to go get some drinks because, God, I should have did it earlier, but this fucking stream has turned into look at these shitty people doing shitty things.
Yeah,
I'm just like, dude, I need to raise a drink to that.
No problem, man. But like,
wait, what's going on?
We're trying to I'm trying to describe a thing. Yeah, we're at the lit part of the stream. It's 3:01 in the morning, baby. This is nothing for me. But so step 1, thought exploits nice guy. Step 2, nice guy becomes fuckboy. Step 3, fuckboy discovers that he has this same power that the girl used on him and targets a potential innocent, uncorrupted, nice girl. Step 4 is what leads then back to step 1, where the fuckboy screws over that nice girl, either using her body or using her finances, taking something from her, and then him affecting her to now do the exact same thing but different. And then that creates the thought, and then that creates the simp, who then becomes the male feminist, who then becomes the fuckboy, which then creates the thought.
Why is Niggas on Twitter?
Oh my god, no, why?
6ix9ine.
No, Amy, no. No.
There was no hard R on that.
Time to cancel.
What do you want me to do?
I don't even know.
Amy, did you just say the N-word?
She did, but it's okay. It was the long A. As long as it wasn't hard R.
So, why are people trying to cancel this 6ix9ine? Like, we know he did pedophile shit. We know he's a gang member. I think people are just falling for his song. The whole he's mad, she's mad, big mad chin.
Yeah, I talked about that. Yeah,
lyrics this time, Amy.
I actually talked about that. I think last time somewhere. I think I talked about it either on like in the after chat of like. No, I think I talked about it in the before chat of like the 11th episode of Digital Blackface or the 10th one. People.
No, it's just now trending on Twitter. This has been a new trend on Twitter since about 5 hours ago.
No, this is something like a lot of people predicted because he did a whole, like, I think it was an Instagram stream or I remember where he did it actually. I think it was probably Instagram. But when he got out of prison, he was like wiling out for the camera. He was showing the cuffs that he was put in when he got arrested, and he was talking about, yeah, I did that.
Also, Goomba kind of slaps though.
It does.
It really does.
Who the fuck out here trying to say these lyrics are trash? These are flat out bars.
Lit.
And like, I think
like, even some of fucking 6ix9ine's old music was flat out bars. I don't care if he looks like a pack of fruity gay ass Skittles, Din.
Yeah.
These bars, man.
Like the whole thing that people had been talking about, it's like, oh my god, but he snitched, he's a rat, and it's like nobody cares. He's gonna win.
Also, isn't 6ix9ine like Mexican? Why are they trying to say he's white?
He's Hispanic. He's Hispanic as shit. They want to call him
fucking flat out Hispanic. You got people on Twitter spreading a rumor that he's a white boy. Bruh.
It would be problematic if a Mexican was doing these bad things.
Nah, it's more like they want to make it more problematic because if he was white and doing this, it'd be like affecting. It would be basically literal digital blackface, you know, like how that one British lady from the BBC claimed.
Also, can we talk about how K-pops aren't even posting K-pop stan cams anymore?
They tried to cancel Bruno Mars because they said he was appropriating blackness.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I understand where they're coming from, but at the same time, Bruno Mars is to R&B what Drake is to rap.
I'm watching a bunch of K-pop stans use like dancing emoji fan cams now. Like they're just done using K-pop.
Yeah, they don't even use K-pop anymore.
They realized that we got woke to the metagame, and now they really just hate it because they don't get to have fun anymore. But yeah, the people are they're big mad on the internet right now at him because they know that if he is able to just get out of jail and then go right back to making music, that basically nobody gives a shit. Because remember when Drake had it revealed that he had ghostwriters making his music, and how as an artist, making your own music is very much a rite of passage, that when something like that happens, you know, and you have yourself a Milli Vanilli moment, and it's shown that, oh, you don't actually sing your songs, you didn't actually write your songs, and all that, it's the moment that your whole thing, oh my god, your whole thing dies. Yeah, that doesn't exist anymore in this time period. Nobody cares about that. There is no singer-songwriters anymore. You probably had, like, the last legitimate one be, like, Neo, or Jeremiah, maybe Khalid, but that's not a problem anymore. People care more about the in-your-face personality and what comes with that and the energy that you bring to it. Because, like, if I was to think of an artist that's comparable on 6ix9ine's level of, like, energy, I would probably pick Doja from earlier. Because her music is fire. Even if she were to be involved in controversies, nobody would care because that would be considered part of her brand. And at the same time, she understands how to play the game, just like he understands how to play the game. And he's just playing the game, and he's just doing what he already knows is true. And people can't accept that he's gonna win because of it. Like, he's gonna win again.
I like how the emo haircut from, like, 2006 is, like, the staple for the Karen haircut.
I think it was actually a wig back then, wasn't it? Because I can't remember if people's hair was the actual.
Navi's was a wig. Most people actually got their hair cut with same styles and shit.
The picture and then the other one I sent in the tweet where they're obviously trying to do the spot the difference thing where it doesn't make sense. Like, you can see the Karen in the haircut just radiating to be evolved into Karen later.
I mentioned that before, actually.
I was an emo as a teen, but I could never get my hair cut.
That's because they all be using them.
I actually had
chemicals
emo
to turn the
hair
damn
really
frogs
funny.
gay.
Fluoride?
Yes. Well, yeah.
Only Karens drink fluoride water.
But
the government has this secret underground system where they route all the good water to the normal people, but Karens are on fluoride all the time, and that explains why they're so dumb.
see, I thought it was because they weren't getting pegged by their husbands.
What?
Huh?
What? Is that wrong?
Isn't that just anal sex? It's not even pegging at the point. This is butt sex.
No, I mean just in general, they're not having sex with their husbands and they don't like things.
You didn't peg this for a male term, Carl.
Yes, I know. I like mixing terms. Okay.
Gender equality.
You can't mix things and all makes sense.
People get the wrong idea.
This is what I get on the Poe for.
We're on Twitch. I have to make up words as we go along.
Just see, butt sex is not an illegal word on Twitch. How many times I said butt sex and never got reported for it? The only time I ever got banned was when I said the long A word, and I had to prove to Twitch that I was black.
It's unfortunate, but you're not wrong.
You didn't just pull the "it's our word."
I mean,
why do you look like
there's
a
been
chubby
like
version of Justin Bieber?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Man.
Oh, now that you said it, I can't unsee it. Oh my god.
I've heard Carl.
Wow, some solid thing is going on.
Back in my MySpace days, I would have stopped.
I didn't even have MySpace then. I was practically MIA from the internet all the way up until like 2013.
Yeah, I am not sharing mine.
Teen girls were the most hottest thing in the world back when I was on MySpace.
I had a MySpace.
Imagine having a MySpace account. You know, MySpace rebranded.
Yeah, back. Sorry, go ahead.
I said I had a MySpace account, but I am not sharing my old photos because it had shit like RAR and shit on it. I'm not doing. I would rather not.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad MySpace.
No, wait. Just 1 minute here. Are you telling me that you're willing to do some sexy work, and throw your face out there, but not admit to RAR?
Look.
My face ain't in my work.
Poe is. Haven't we established that just Poe is gay? Why are women trying to talk to Poe? There's no point.
And also, it's because I cringe at myself. I don't cringe at my lewds.
Like
I cringe at my lewds, which is why they're all gone and deleted.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Like, I'm glad MySpace kind of wiped because there was a video of me in a fight from like 20.
Were you getting your ass beat?
Well, at first, because two guys were holding me back.
So yes.
Then at first. Then I what's it called? I broke out of the.
Two guys are holding you back.
Do you want to know how the fight started?
No, the fight will be like two guys are holding you back, and they're sitting in the background like, "Sister, don't fucking have to touch him. You don't have to do it, sister. I promise."
Look, no, like the fight literally started because I was walking on the bus. I was reading a book.
Sis, it ain't worth it.
While my face was in the book, my backpack, which was large, bumped up against this kid. He was 13, but short and small. And apparently he thought he was a gang. So he literally, he was angry that I bumped into him and didn't say sorry or whatever. So he got his friends, when the bus came to a stop, to literally grab me so he could go to my body. But the thing is, I was I was pretty big. I broke out of those two guys.
Yeah, you were pretty big, and you used your big dick energy to break out of the hold, and then you fucked them in the ass. You get it?
I wasn't muscular, but I was I've always had a bigger frame in general. Okay, so I didn't do anything.
You had a bigger frame. You're built like a fucking window frame. We get it.
Amy, shut up! Shut up!
My God.
Look,
Okay,
I
guys.
didn't do any punching. I just tackled the dude into the
guys.
Sorry, guys. Just that it's really late. I'm
Mhm.
gonna turn in now.
No problem.
Yeah,
So, wish you all a good night.
it was lovely talking to you.
Yeah, it was great having a
Not
good
really.
chat with you all,
Thanks
and
for
to put some
stopping
voices to the faces I
by.
see on Twitter.
Okay.
So, see ya.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Have a good night, Rachel. So to go back to
I
the other.
like her.
Yes, Rachel's a joy and a peach. Go back to the.
I'm gonna make some wagyu steak later.
Cool. Lesbian teens are getting pregnant more than twice as often as their peers. That is an interesting article to note, but those are not lesbian teens if they're getting pregnant.
Don't erase their sexuality, Carl.
Look, I just posted a tweet earlier today about a person who was actually erasing actual bisexual people because they were themselves transgender, but also classifying themselves as exactly what this article is talking about.
A lesbian that sleeps with men. Not exclusively, but.
But to go back to that other thing that Spook mentioned. Honestly, I think it's more terrifying and cringe to just slip up on some raw XD than it is to slip up on your own nudes. Because the time period where people unironically used words like raw XD and tiger growl, and the one that really sends me for a loop, which is smexy.
Ugh.
Yeah!
Ugh.
It's just... Ugh.
Okay,
old ass sane kids. That's who used it. Basically,
it's like using Shrexy or something because you watch Shrek. It's just fucking cringe. Why would you do it?
That does not. I don't see how that's not really. But okay, whatever.
If you don't know the Shrexy thing, it's a meme about a fake voice changer app. It's something about, are you an onion or something? I want to have Shrexy. I don't remember the whole ad.
I don't remember either.
Oh God, I gotta.
You gotta what?
I gotta do like 3-4 hours.
Yes.
Go to bed. Go to bed. Be a responsible adult. Don't be me. I'm an insomniac. This is nothing for me.
My gosh.
Goodbye, Poe.
Good night.
Don't let the bait. Oh, he left. I was gonna whisper something really, really obscene. So.
No.
So, anyways, where were we at? We were talking about the fuckboy cycle, and then Amy interjected, and then they interjected, and then we interjected, and then we laughed, and then we said goodnight to 2 people. Oh yeah, so, guys, incels, unironic and or otherwise, out there right now, listening to my voice, if you even care, and also those who will hear it in the future. The best thing of what we're trying to get down to, what I'm talking about here, is, number 1, look around you. You see that woman who you're friends with? If you have no other idea in your brain, if you want to try and figure out if you have what it takes, you don't need some kind of manual given to you by some pickup artist. You just need to look in the mirror and tell yourself, I am worthy. Worthy of what? I can't tell that I can't say that
love.
for you. But love is probably the first one. You're just worthy. You're worthy of time. You're worthy of attention. You're worthy of praise. You're worthy of adoration. You're even worthy of lust and love. But
you're not entitled to it.
Yeah, you're not entitled to the booty. She's not gonna give you the Glork 9000 with the double wrist jointed action right out the gate. That's not gonna happen.
I might.
Lamb might. She's wild. But you're not entitled to it. If you pay 500, 400, 300, 200, 100, 50, 40, 20, $5 and like a card chip to try and take a girl on a date, that does not entitle you to then try to hit them up in the DMs, or to hit them up at the car, or to try to cop a feel wherever you are, if they don't want these things. More likely, in this environment, if that happens to you and you're lucky, you're going to find the right one who's going to tell you what she wants, when she wants it, and how hard she wants it. Right? But this is not going to happen for you. And I know, because that's not what happened for me. Sure, I've done some shit in my life, but I'm not going to explain about those situations, because that is an entirely different conversation for another stream. But what is important is that the one story which I did share, which I will actually talk about now, because I said we were going to talk about it. We can talk about that now. When I had this problem, I had freshly gotten out of a very long relationship with a woman who used me. But it wasn't a case of me being unaware that it was happening. It was one of those things of quiet desperation. Because for a lot of these guys that find themselves in this scenario, you found it, didn't you?
Dear.
The voice changer ad. Oh my god, I remember these things.
I didn't fucking timestamp it. I'm an idiot.
Rip.
It's timestamped at the Shrek-y thing that I was talking about.
Cool. But at the time period in which I was in my life, which was right around 2016, early year 2016, first quarter 2016, I just happened to slip up on the right one, who I could say would be like maybe a distant cousin of Yifi's or something, because she was the best kind of mommy girlfriend that a guy could ever want or ask for, right? Eager, happy to please, and after understanding how my mental problems were affecting me, adjusted the way that she chose to speak to me, and it helped wonders, because now I actually had the ability to work on the problems that I had and undo this mental framework which was holding me back. And for a lot of you guys out there, the thing that's holding you back is technically you, but not you. It's your expectations of yourself. And you just need to let go of your expectations of both for yourself and other people, and just accept that people are people that you can't control. Because this is something that is going to stop you from realizing your potential. You can't make other people do what you want, no matter how much you try to metagame their behavior. There's no book that's going to teach you how to control other men and also other women. It doesn't exist, because if it did, every guy would have used it already, and we'd be living in the patriarchy. Fuck women. Am I right? But low-key, that is not the reality you live in. You live in the current year, whether or not you like it. You live in a time period where you have to protect yourself because you don't have actual freedoms. You're not even seen as a person by some women in your dating pool. You are deathly terrified of being accused of being a predator. You don't have the ability to prove that you're not a predator if they accuse you. And at the same time, even if you do all this hard work, when it's all said and done, and should you be lucky enough, somebody could just decide to say, nah, the dick was trash. He raped me. So yeah, you're terrified. But that's not an excuse not to work on yourself. Sure, you might sequester yourself indoors. Maybe you might not even date. But that's not an excuse to justify being terrified of the outdoors or the unknown. You have to take risks. You have to work on yourself, even in a mental capacity, and you have to make yourself worthy of the praise that you believe you may be entitled to. Because you're not entitled to anything other than the opportunity to have the chance to try. That's all you get. You get the opportunity to try. Everything else is on you. If you don't want to make it happen for yourself, they can't make it happen for you. Because you can't make a hoe into a housewife, but you also can't make a homeless man into a homemaker. It's just not going to happen. You have to fix what's wrong in yourself first. And once you do that, then you can help fix others. Because if you try to help fix people by being a stool pigeon, that's not going to help you be better. You're better than that. You can do better than giving your money away to women. You can give it to me! Or you could keep it to yourself and use that and invest it on a gym membership. I'm partially maybe when I say give it to me, but honestly...
And therapy.
Yeah, and therapy.
It's really good for you. everybody should be having therapy. And
honestly, I'm memeing when I say give your money to me, but honestly, giving your money to somebody who appreciates it is better than giving it to somebody who doesn't even care about the fact that you exist. That's better than anything. Seriously, you don't give it to me if you don't want to. I'm not saying give that shit to me, but if you were to do something with your money, finding people who are worthy and finding worthy causes to spend that on is better. So, like, instead of spending your money on an e-thought, spend your money on a donation for a charity that helps kids recover from cancers, or helps people recover from life-threatening cancers like cervical cancer, breast cancer, pancreatic cancer, prostate cancer, things like that. Otherwise, if you're just meandering and floating through life thinking, this is good enough, I'm content, I only need this and nothing else, I will have everything I want, it'll be given to me, and even if I cannot produce it, I will have a simple living, and I will never live amongst the means of my station, that's quitter talk. Straight up quitter talk. Stop it. Stop it.
Get some help.
Yes. Get
Wait,
help.
is this about the whole Pokemon thing?
No, this is just in general for incels out there who may be listening. Because the advice I'm giving them is the advice I wish I had had when I was going through my thing with my ex-fiance. Because, like, I know some people here may have seen it. I think I showed you, Lamb. But, like, dude, she was not worth the trouble. She went through hair faster than I went through outfits. Very, very unhappy relationship. And it was mainly because she did not believe she was worthy of a relationship with me. She was unironically a femcel. So she started trying to cheat on me so that she could break my heart and hope that she could just cheat completely in such a way that it would break, that wouldn't fracture, but it would shatter me. And I would be like, oh my god, get away from me. And kind of
That's worse.
Yeah, it's worse. It's really worse. It was not a good idea in her head. I don't know what she thought was, I don't know what made her think that it was a good idea, but that's what she decided to do. Because I don't know.
There's no integrity in that.
I don't know. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what goes on in her head. Honestly. But she chose to do that. I guess you could say it worked because I chose to leave, but it affected me personally on a level that I was hating women unironically and expected the worst of them.
Yeah, but that was very selfish on her part because she didn't take into account your feelings.
Listen, she was literally cucking every single person that she was cheating on while also cheating on me. So basically everybody walked away a loser. It is what it is. But that relationship. Yeah.
Wait, am I allowed to mention this here?
Mention what?
What reminds me of that what's it called? Caterino?
Yeah.
Caterino?
Yeah, you can talk about Caterino. Everybody's talking about Caterino. Caterino fleeced the shit out of Carson.
Well, I didn't know if Twitch wouldn't allow that or something.
Not to my knowledge. Pretty much everybody's talked about it, like on stream. They didn't get banned. I wouldn't know why I would get banned. But no, Caterino's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Like, she fleeced the shit out of Carson. I don't know if she was Carson's first girlfriend, or if he had just never really understood that, like, dude, I have 6 million subs. Technically he has like 3.1, but that's an aggregate. Who's counting details? You meet an e-girl, you tell her, hey, I have a YouTube channel, you have 2 million subs. What makes you think that she wouldn't want a little bit of your clout? Because that's what she was doing. She was clout farming Carson. When it came out that she was messing around with him and her manager, and then also she had a man on the side, and also she was cheating on Carson with his best friend, and then Dom came in, and then XQC came in, and it just grew and grew, where it's just like, officially there's 6 guys, but unofficially it's 10? Like, what do you do? What do you say?
At that point, you should just leave and get a freaking open relationship. I mean, if you want that many people that bad,
In her case, I don't even think that it's that she wanted it. It's that she was doing the exact thing that I just described in this cycle of the life cycle of the fuck boy or the fuck children. Let's call them the fuck children. Like, she was preying on Carson because he was unaware of the truth of the neon demon of sex, love, drugs, and dating, and because he was unaware, he got fleeced hard. Like, he got used in the worst way possible. And his breakdown on stream was him realizing, oh shit, oh fuck, she actually doesn't care about me. What have I been wasting my time on? I don't want guys out there to have that moment of realization and realize that over time and start living lives of quiet desperation. That's not going to help you to mature, because you don't want to be like that, where you have to sit there and count up the crimes and sins that your girl has done to you or your guy's done to you and decide, oh, well, I guess I'm never going to get better than this. You can get better than this. Maybe she doesn't look like a 10 out of 10. Maybe she's an Alabama 5. Maybe she's even a Minnesota 13. But you can do better. You can find someone who cares about you for you. Whether or not they look like a supermodel or they look like the girl next door can drain your balls just as good as the supermodel. Like, these things are not problems. They're not, these things are in your head. And I need you all to break your egg. Break your own egg. Become your own man. And just accept that there are things about yourself that you can change and that you can't change. Things that you can control and things that you can't control. And just uplift yourself and give yourself an opportunity to see things from a different perspective. Let people show you what you look like to them, rather than you putting out this self-image of what you look like to yourself. And it will change your outlook on life. Get in touch with your inner star player and pass your point forward the ball and let this man hit the three-pointer from the free throw line. You will feel so much better about yourself when you let go of that. Because no one will take that away from you. There's a lot of things they can take away from you, guaranteed. But you can't take away your own self-found confidence. Because once you have the confidence that you can do these things, you will begin to realize that things will start to work out for you because people will gravitate towards you. Because now, the energy that you put out and the outlook that you bring to situations is going to make your life better. Because, I don't know how to explain this really, but women can pick up on this energy. They can. 100%.
Did we talk about this? I feel like we talked about this.
I think we did, but we didn't do it here. So we should probably talk about it here. So, like, agree or disagree, ladies? Can you smell the confidence on some guys, both in their demeanor and in their voice?
I can smell that on both men and women, honestly.
Indeed.
And do you prefer people who are confident and in touch with themselves, or people who are unsure and shy?
Confident, cause not arrogant or cocky, but confident.
You can be confident and shy, by the way.
Yeah.
I used to go for people who were shy loners. I realize that's pretty ratchet.
I just like guys who they aren't desperate, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
We can smell desperation before we can smell confidence.
Yeah.
The quiet desperation is the thing that immediately turns a lot of people off. This is something that even guys can smell, but it's much easier for guys to witness it because I guess they're more familiar with what quiet desperation feels like rather than being able to intelligently describe it to other people. That when they see this in women, they have the exact same reaction that women have when they see that there are men that are this super into them. I feel like that's an accurate way to describe it, but it's hard to do without having a visual aid. So, like, imagine some pimply-faced guy or pimply-faced girl, give or take the gender, is staring at you from across the room, and they sound like this, and they just walk up to you with this this Valentine's card. It's like, "Hi, I made this for you. Did you like it?"
Aww.
Like, on one hand, you're like, oh my god, you sweet peach, oh that's wonderful. But if you say that verbally, you will see the lights flicker in their eyes, and
then you know you've made a mistake.
Yes, because you will be able to see the through line of their thought bubble as they say, I have yes, fuck it, right? You'll see that happen, and you have to immediately shut them down. Because if you don't, this will become a problem. And it happens for men as it does for women. And men feel extremely bad about this. At least I feel extremely bad about this. Because it doesn't matter what the gender is. You don't want to be the one that takes that away from them. Because at the same time that you are trying to establish this boundary and make it feel like, no. I appreciate the gift, but I'm not into you like that. That soul-crushing blow can sometimes be the deciding factor that either puts them on the right path or also sets them down the road of the fuck children.
It's scary too, though, because sometimes when you do that, the nice guy or whatever they call it comes out, and they're like, "Oh, well, you're ugly and fat anyway."
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Then you go, "Who hurt you?"
Yeah.
I've had women say that to me when they came on to me, and I said, "Oh no, thank. Oh no, sweetheart, no." This was especially after this shit with me and this woman, this girl happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like immediately, I started picking up her mannerisms and twanging the shit out of my voice because she taught me how to do that. It was great. Oh man, she taught me so many things about Southern culture. But when I picked up her mannerisms and her speech bubbles, and people would come across me, people who already knew who the hell I was, but again, when I changed outfits and I actually started being a different person entirely, it was like a night and day difference. They didn't recognize me. I was wearing contacts and shit. They would just come up to me and they'd try to hit on me, and I would like be taken aback because it's like, do you not know who I am? Because they didn't recognize me. Because a lot of them went to school with me, both secondary and college, and when they realized, oh, that's that actual fucking geeky ass nerd who sits in the back and watches fucking Power Rangers and Kamen Rider. Here he is, all dressed to the goddamn nines in a suit, just because he wanted to be. It's like, oh, I didn't recognize that was you, Carl. I'm like, of course you didn't. So can you stop simping for me, please? Like this is getting
gonna go pass out.
Okay.
Bye, Amy.
I'll see you later.
Bye. Have a nice rest. But like, yeah, for me, as a guy, this is the weirdest shit that I had ever experienced that I cannot be able for the life of me to ever really get over. Because every single time that I get that unironic nice woman shit, I don't understand it. I just like, some people just never expect that'll happen to them. And when it does, they lose their shit. And I just don't get it. And it's always like the younger women. It's never the older women. It's never the older women who do that. Because the older women, they move. They like to get it quick. Because they will judge you on a snap decision on whether or not they will engage you in a relationship. Whether it be for sex or a boy toy or whatever. They will immediately hit you up and they will shit test you to see if you can actually handle a mature relationship. And if you can't, they move the hell on. It's not even a big problem. You're not even going to notice that they did it. The younger woman...
Are you a fan of shit tests?
I am not a fan of shit tests. However, I understand why they exist, and I will use them.
Naughty.
Like, you have to test people. There are some people who are too immature. Like, this is a very big... What? You, Carl? The audacity you have to say that. No. Deadass. Like, there are times where it's time to be maudlin and irreverent and to be a troll and to be Mimi, and then there are some times where you just want to sit down and have a serious conversation with people about a topic, or you want to talk to them and you want to get to know them better, and they just cannot be serious to save their life. And even when they're doing that and they're clearly trying to make conversation and joke and like test the field and figure out whether or not you can or cannot hang with them, to put it like in a phrase, because technically everybody does this at some point, whether they know that they're doing it subconsciously or unsubconsciously, or they're doing it explicitly to try and test and see what people know and what people do and what people are and what people aren't. there is always going to be some level of understanding, especially between men who are aware of their neon demon and women who are aware of their neon demon, where they will shit test everybody around them to see, okay, who's a potential partner, who can I hang out with, who can I tell things to, who can keep a secret, and who can I trust that if I really need someone, that they will be there and they will show up and they will do what they say they did and that they are trustworthy. That is what the use of shit tests are for. And they don't really ever have to really be used except in like cases where you're dealing with complete strangers. Because technically, if you're being involved in somebody's social group, at some point in time, they shit tested you. Whether that be an actual social hazing that happened, or some like physical bonding ritual that you actually interacted with someone. In some cases, I was involved in other people's friend groups before I was officially invited into the friend group, because I knew a person who was involved in it, and then they mentioned it to their friends, and then they brought me in, and then they were like, oh no, seems really scary. And when I passed the test, it's like, oh no, he's cool, he's fine. So, like, I understand their importance. I know why they're used, especially if you want to go from the we're just protecting ourselves, women have to be safe, and men have to be safe angle. Even if that's the angle you want to come from, shit tests get used all the time. They get used socially, they get used emotionally, they get used in a financial sense for business.
I suppose I don't mind if you do it to a stranger, because what's the long-term consequence of that going to be? But if you do that to, say, a partner, that can be extremely damaging to a relationship, especially if you know that the shit tests are going on.
That is the thing that I would object to. I would never do it to a partner. I'm not gonna do subterfuge and waste my time trying to gaslight anyone. If I want to know something, I'm gonna ask you directly. And if you say, "Oh, this is what I feel. This is my emotions. Here is my serious answer to it," I'm going to accept that, whether they be lying to me or not. Because
that's much easier in any in any case.
Because like in the future, if I find out they lied, I could just say, "Okay, so you don't actually give a shit about this. So let's stop wasting our time."
Yeah, that's its own vet, really.
Like that like goes back to vetting, but even technically vetting is like shit tests are disingenuous vetting, and actual vetting is genuine shit tests that are meant to do the exact same thing, which is testing the quote-unquote maturity or the awareness or the knowledge of the person in question. It's like covertly asking someone if they're DTF without saying that they're DTF. You know, when you give them that look, they're supposed
down
to just
to food.
Yeah. When you give them that look and they're supposed to recognize that look in your eye means, yo, I'm ready. They're not gonna know that. So you throw out some jargon at them, and they're supposed to pick up on it. If they don't pick up on it, you move to the next one. You do the same thing again, move to the next one. Move to the next one until you find somebody who's compatible with the thing that you're looking for. The dishonest shit tests is basically the most destructive form of Machiavellian manipulation that can ruin a person's relationship, which is basically the old me that I explained that I did not like. Because that does not build cohesive and strong lasting relationships. That builds a cynical ground point where if you're a guy and you do that to women, you're a shit. You're a piece of shit. And I am indeed saying yes, past me was a piece of shit. At no point in time was it acceptable for me to do that shit to men or women, but I did it because that was what had to be done. You had to protect yourself. There are plenty of other cases and examples in the world, and also probably here, of people who have had to put some level of armor up to deal with the things and the people they were talking to. But
yeah,
there comes a point where you have to ask yourself, what do you do? How can you do? Where can you be? How can you handle yourself? How are you going to make those connections that you want? How are you going to maintain those connections that you want? And how many of those connections do you actually want to maintain? I feel like I've talked this out for myself, so I'll open it up to the rest of you three, and y'all just decide to say whatever you feel that you're comfortable with sharing.
I just want to know if the other two are still awake.
I am.
Wait, I'm here.
Yay.
Sorry, I was typing something.
No, it's all right.
What was the question?
just open up about yourself and explain how you feel about every single thing I just talked about.
And
Oh, that's a lot of stuff.
Let's start with like shit testing and also how you ease yourself into the dating pool if you had to. I know that you said you have a partner that you're with right now.
No.
No?
I'm single.
Oh, you are single.
Yes.
Hello, ladies.
I'd rather not talk about that because it's live.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't mind. Talking about it. Okay. Honestly, before Amanda Bynes fucking lost her shit, excuse my French, she actually gave a solid word of advice on Maxim magazine. Is if you want, just fucking say it. Stop give, you're gonna get a lot more. Testing your own partner is basically poo poo pee pee caca. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Some people don't understand they're doing it.
A lot of people don't.
Sometimes, like, make sure that there's like no red fee, talks nothing good about any girls in his life or his mom. He does nothing but shit talk his mom, then fucking red flag. Or if he talks about kids like they're equals, that's another no. That's an onision. Yeah.
Here I thought I was gonna be able to go one stream without someone mentioning that fucking guy.
I'm sorry, forgive me.
It's okay.
It's like,
fucking hate that guy.
Yeah, it's like I think Innocent's problem. I'm not even gonna fucking use the name. Greg Jackson. Greg Jackson's problem is that he is the exact type of person that I'm talking about when I say a manipulative fuckboy. Because everything that he does is manipulative fuckboy. He is actually the kind of guy that will knock a girl up and then will completely move on to another one and completely forget or pretend or outright just not care that she's suffering while he's having fun with the next one. That is actually a thing that he did.
Shiloh.
Yeah.
Poor Shiloh. I like her.
I don't like some of the tirades that she went off when she got on Twitter, but I do feel bad for her, and I don't think that she's I don't think that she lied about what Onision did to her in any case.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since it's like documented.
Yep.
Yeah. Like all their
The
stories
seizure
add
thing
up.
made me really sick.
Yeah, all their stories add up, so it's like there's more incriminating evidence against him than there are of them.
Yeah. Like the Sarah thing got me too. It was like, oh my fucking word, are you serious?
Yeah, I used to watch him when I was in my teens, and so I saw all that like Shiloh drama when it first like fresh happened, and when he left his wife Sky and stuff, and when he got with who he's with now, who changed their name to Kai. Yeah. So I've seen all that, and I slowly started seeing how manipulative and abusive he was, and stopped I stopped liking him. Tuned in for Shiloh because I liked her, but lost a lot of respect for him, and then I just stopped watching him altogether.
I think I caught him shortly after high school, and I saw one video, and I was like, this man is really passionate about things he likes. And I was like, that's pretty cool. So then I subbed to him, and then I caught a couple more videos, and I was like, oh no, I've made a mistake.
The first video I ever saw of him was that banana video, and that's how I became a fan.
Oh,
and
geez,
then I saw his
ago.
Yeah, like way like when he was still with his ex-wife at the time. Yeah.
God, I
just
hate
went
that
on
man.
from her. Yeah.
I've got put in Twitter jail because of that man a couple times.
Oh God.
I post not nice things, so at least I did when I first got back on Twitter, because initially my other Twitter, when I first got back onto it, it was just kind of like a dildo watching yeah, type account, and then it became a shitposting account. So I just started shitting up his threads whenever I got a chance. But he's not interesting anymore. He's not having freak out videos anymore, so I don't even care.
Yeah.
That whole thing got botched to fuck. So anyway,
Yeah. What was everyone talking about before the Onision thing?
just generally like thoughts on relationships and like shit tests and that kind of thing. I have a personal experience. My girlfriend, she's a few years younger than me, and she, due to some upbringing or traumas in life or what have you, she doesn't trust when other people are having a feeling for her. She doesn't know how to process uh, those feelings just right on the first go a lot of the time. So what she does to try to get my attention on occasion, she doesn't do it much anymore, but she did when we first started, was to shit test me. And I knew she was doing it. And the best thing that you can do when approached with a shit test from someone you are actively with is to call them out immediately. Like, do not do that to me. Like, just tell me what you're feeling. Let's communicate this before this had to become some kind of drama event where I can only answer wrong here.
So are you bi or
I
lesbian?
am. I am
Oh,
bi.
okay.
Part-time lesbian,
I
that's the joke. That's what I tell the old folks when they ask.
yeah,
It's a giggle usually.
Lesbian instantly pops to my mind when I hear someone has a girl has a girlfriend.
Oh
I was
yeah.
just making sure.
I I, I have a male fiance and a girlfriend. We're all in a relationship together.
Oh, like a
Yeah.
poly thing?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't identify as poly just because of some of the other folks that it might be attached to that perhaps don't practice things the same way we do. We call it the arrangement, but
Yeah.
she's with him as much as I'm with him.
I just
But
think it's interesting when I come across people that are in those kind of relationships. So I'm like, oh.
it takes double the communication. And you all have to actively be working on it in order to get anywhere with anything. Because if you start doing things like shit testing or keeping your emotions in and then they all bubble out later, it's like, well, why didn't we talk about this? We could have avoided this. We could have done something to made you feel more included, or like you were getting the time and the attention that you felt you needed at this moment, or you were mad at me, so why didn't we deal with it in the moment
Yeah.
instead of dealing with it like 4 hours later, and I don't even remember what I've done.
Is everyone awake?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still drawing in this.
Oh. Carl?
Oh no.
Did he fall asleep?
Carl!
What?
Where'd you go?
Going to Candy Mountain, Carl!
I was playing with these gluten-free vinaigrette packets because they're
Oh,
the
I
thing.
thought you fell asleep. I was like, oh no, the stream's gonna
We've
go
lost
on
another
forever.
one.
No, I was making these Greek packets because I was trying to remember why do I have Greek underneath my desk, and I was like, oh, that's for a gag.
Excuse me?
There's a gag in this video that I'm recording, and I'm supposed to get like a thing to do with word salad. You see, it was a long for me.
I thought that was like some bi man lingo.
No.
That's where I gag.
No. It was not about eating man's butt.
Well, not about eating a man's butt. You gag when you're eating a man's butt?
No, it was not about a man's butt. Anyways.
He's lying.
Either way, I believe we've been here for a while, so I think it's time for us to turn in for the night and say goodnight to everybody who's here. So,
yeah.
Is there anything that we would like to add before I end the stream?
It was absolutely lovely getting to talk with all of you. It's nice to properly meet you, Eefy. I do follow you.
Yay. I'm almost at 10K, so I'll probably be following a lot of people. I only do that so soccer's off. I've had some people like, why are you following this person? What did they do? Asking way too many personal questions. Like, oh.
When you got that many followers, fuck it. You don't know. You don't have time to follow them all day.
I didn't want to bother people because I was at like 4K at the time. So it's like nobody, not worth it.
Is this stream going to be posted too?
Yes. All of the backups for anything that I do that happens to be a stream that I have control over, which is just 2 of them, which is TopKek and Fireside Cringe, they will always be findable on my second channel over at Single Player Framing. You can find it inside of my channel links on my main channel at Single Player Carl. I will never take down the VODs, which I can't control, because the way that they do their VOD systems, they automatically delete them. The only way that they last longer is if you have Twitch Prime or if you are a Twitch partner. And I can't afford to pay for Twitch Prime because my Trump bucks have to be paid for food. Sadly.
Hallelujah.
I was prayed that they actually send out another one of those things, because I could actually really, really use that. But it is what it is. But you can find me everywhere you find me normally. At Mr. Random, at Single Player Carl. You can usually find my stuff if you hit me up in my DMs. My inbox never closes. You can be able to contact me. You can be able to find Yeefy at Yeefy, I believe. Do you even use the other account? It's Yeefy still?
Not at all. I posted curse shit just to throw people off of that account. Like, stop. Here's a weird dick fucking another dick. Just go away from this account.
And did you... I remember I asked you if you'd have links that you wanted to promote, and you said you were working on a book, I think it was?
3 comics, actually.
3 comics, that's right. Do you have the stuff on those things?
Not yet, because I'm working on
sad. But y'all...
I know.
But y'all can be able to find her at Yeefy. Just literally at Yeefy. YEEFI. I'm not sure. Do you want me to put out the normal things that is connected to your first account, Lamb?
No.
All right.
Hold on, wait. I'm at. That one.
All right. Y'all can be able to find Lambhammer at Necrotic Erotic. You can also be able to find
Twitter.
You can find them in Erotic on Twitter. You can also be able to find them as the co-host of Pose Podcast, Digital Blackface, which can be found at youtube.com at Digital Blackface, and also I think he probably spelt it really weird, and I don't remember how he spelt it, so I'll probably be bad at correcting people. I don't know how he spelled Digital Blackface.
I just jump on the Discord.
But like, you can find Poe at his Discord for Digital Blackface. You can also find him at Living Scribe. You can also find a lot of the people who are actual people here to do things at their links. You can find. Do you still have your account locked, Spook?
Yeah, I do. I'm too afraid to unlock it, and I don't want to get into why it's locked on here. But
okay. I'd imagine that would also mean that your Discord is kind of like off limits.
Oh, like what do you mean?
Like, where can people find you if they want to follow the account?
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'm kind of laying low. So honestly, the best place would probably be Twitter, and then, man, I don't know. It's kind of hard to It's a hard situation.
Yeah.
Really.
I feel that.
But if they follow you or something, and I see them or something, I guess that's a different way for me to get to know them. I don't know.
No. As for everybody else who's already turned in, you can find Melody, Mage of Breath, at Silent Melody 35. You can find Poe at Living Scribe. You can find Amy at Aimbot Amy. And you can find me at Mr. Random and Single Player Carl. And my Discord is already posted and open in my bio. There's probably a whole bunch of people who've now added and joined the community who may or may not drop off in the next week. I don't know, but I mess around. I mess around and I do things for fun. And I even have a topic that I finally was able to find for this Sunday. So if you want to see more of me in the future, I have a stream that's going to be happening tomorrow night. That's going to be Fireside Cringe. And then on Sunday, I have something for Lazy Sunday. So that's going to be great. That's going to be nice. That's going to be stuff for you people to look at and see my face on. You see me be irreverent on the microphone like I normally am. But that's enough from me for tonight. I will say to you all, good night, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. Bon nuit.
Adieu.
Adieu, adieu, adieu.
Oh, we think it.
Oh my god.
I'm so good. Okay, wait a minute.
Yes.
Is it done streaming?
No, I'm signing off now.
Oh, shit. Okay. Oh.
But hey, everybody, thank you for joining us. It has been a pleasure to entertain you, and I will see you all in the future. And I will also see y'all in therapy. Mwah! Good night, everybody. Goodbye.
Bye.